Be best to gather the contestants together. The scene in the exam field was chaotic, like something out of hell. Enormous insects, as big as caterpillars, wriggled and slithered, making eerie sounds that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Su Lingyu furrowed her brow, her eyes scanning the disorderly scene. The exam field was a maze, now teeming with monsters. The contestants were colliding endlessly, like a swarm of flies. To gather them together, her gaze suddenly brightened, as if she discovered something. 3 steel rods suddenly fell from the sky, impaling the body of a giant insect. She murmured, her voice thoughtful. "Wait, those steel rods." Su Lingyu focused intently, her eyes fixed on the pile of metal. In that moment, she seemed frozen. Before her lips curled into a confident smile. She picked up the radio, her voice clear and decisive, as she spoke to the pink-haired girl. "Don't worry, I think I have a solution now." Before her, the monstrous creatures were raising their tentacles, tightening around the contestants, causing them to scream in panic. Su Lingyu took a deep breath, her voice booming like thunder, drowning out the surrounding noise. The contestants currently in the competition arena were facing a sudden monster invasion. The situation was extremely perilous. But please rest assured, the staff working in the center are already implementing rescue actions. Woodman's eyes were blank, but he finally looked up, listening attentively. Su Lingyu continued, her tone firm. "But before they arrive, we must rely on our own abilities to minimize the damage as much as possible." With her power, she controlled the steel plates, lifting them into the air and placing them directly in the center of the arena. With a voice that was both reassuring and resolute, she called out, "Therefore, I ask everyone to follow my command. We must try to move towards the center of the arena. At the same time, during the movement, everyone should quickly team up, stay together, and help each other overcome the difficult challenges." Ling Qian hovered in midair, her eyes squinted in suspicion. Could that ability to control steel just now be from that girl? She smirked, her expression full of self-satisfaction. "Hemph, it didn't work with 3, so what about 10? It's all in vain. Angry insect is immortal." Woodman's face turned pale, and upon hearing this, he sighed in frustration, his voice filled with exasperation. "It's easy to say, but let's not even mention the maze. If a monster like that targets us, we won't be able to move freely." In front of him, a giant monster, its mouth wide like a basin of blood, howled wildly. Woodman could only scream in despair. It was impossible now. "What a pity! If I had known earlier, perhaps I would have tried a bit harder." He squeezed his eyes shut, his heart sinking into despair. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from afar. "It's still a little too early to give up." A bug-like creature with a face resembling Chen Hu unexpectedly took a terrifying punch, its face twisted, jaw skewed, crashing down like it had been struck by a hammer. The other monsters weren't any better, tumbling into a sea of fire, stumbling and flying in all directions. A giant with high tied-up green hair appeared, smashing through the wall in front of him. On his shoulder was Zhao Wu, his whole body radiating with fiery power. Woodman's eyes widened, and he stammered, "Who the hell are you?" He quickly asked, his voice full of doubt. "Why are you saving me?" Zhao Wu laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling. "I was saved by someone else too. If it's a benefactor's request, shall we run away together?" Despite his still turbulent emotions, Woodman had no choice but to run along, pursued closely by the monsters. Zhao Wu pointed forward, his voice tinged with a bit of humor. "Look behind you, and don't forget to add a bit of humor. Give it a like. Chairman Su in the center of the maze has planted a stake. Just head straight towards it. How about it? Shall we go together?" Woodman, at a loss, felt silent and followed, his eyes watching the dust and broken stones scattering in all directions. The giant with the towering green hair smashed through the stone wall, leading the way as if pursued by demons. Suddenly, Woodman came to his senses and muttered, "Now I understand. So it's just straight ahead, huh?" A giant insect was crushed by the giant's foot, lying sprawled on the ground, screeching in rage and disarray. It charged forward madly, its heavy body moving with terrifying speed. Roaring, "I won't spare you," Woodman observed, his eyes flashing with sharpness. He immediately activated his power and summoned vines. Sorry for the trouble. At once, the vines surged up, growing rapidly, wrapping the insect into a tight, twisted coil. Woodman sneered, his voice full of disdain. "Haha. What's the point of restoring your body? You should focus on your brain first. Ling Qin hovered in the air, gritting her teeth in anger, helpless in the face of the insect's stupidity. Emph. She flew higher, her voice cold, as she commanded. 2 or 3 per groups, surround them. Don't let them move an inch toward the center. While the insects exerted all their effort to block them, Su Lingyu carefully predicted their next move. If you go this way, she murmured, her sharp gaze piercing. Ling Qin, with a sly smile, executed a move, her voice full of challenge. You little brat, dare to resist. Su Lingyu moved lightly on the iron frame, gently raising her hand to signal. It was then that a small shadow dashed down, swift as lightning. Ling Qin was still stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening, when Fang Tianjie landed softly, her feet on Ling Qin's back. Surprised, huh? Old hag, haha, you've finally been lured over here. Fang Tianjie suddenly tightened her grip, using her feet to pin Ling Qin's chest, her voice full of reprimand. Everyone down below is wandering through the maze, and you, up in the air, helping those insects. This is way too shameless. Ling Qin ground her teeth, her face contorted in anger. What is this? She snarled, her expression exuding a terrifying aura. Do you think this little strength can control me? Fang Tianjie, with a mischievous smile, responded without hesitation. Of course not. Amid the chaotic air, Ling Qin's face turned pale as the young girl climbed onto her, holding a vial of shimmering golden liquid. So I've specially prepared something even better for you. Fang Tianjie succeeded in enraging Ling Qin, whose eyes grew cold, filled with murderous intent as she hissed with disgust. Die already. What did you just pour on me? She screamed, her voice full of contempt. Do not look down on me. I'm merely a woman who loves falcons, yet dares to put on airs of wealth. But have you heard of a kind of firework called San Tian Hu? Fang Tianjie merely curled her lip, a defiant glint flashing in her eyes. You dare. Ling Qin snarled, about to fling her down. But suddenly the ceiling above trembled violently, splitting open in an instant. Chunks of stone shattered and rained down. The two clung to each other, faces bewildered amid the chaos. Fang Tianjie was as quick as a blade, seizing the moment to somersault to safety. Only Ding Tao, the loud-voiced fellow, would dare such a reckless move. He roared, his voice echoing as he called, "Everyone, gather here, contestants." As the ceiling collapsed, Ling Qin was struck by a large fragment, disoriented and hurled straight into the wall. She curled in on herself, stuck as if glued, her feathered wings wrapped tightly around her body and impossible to free. Sitting amid the wreckage, she grimaced, eyes wide, and shouted in fury. Damn it, where did that little brat fall to just now? How dare she toy with me like this? I will tear her into 100 pieces. Though slight in stature, Fang Tianjie was cleverer than most. She still stood resolute on the iron frame, suspended, one hand raised. The mischievous smile bloomed. "Ha-ha," Ling Qin growled, her gaze sharp as she intended to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to strike. This time, you have nowhere to run, right? She stood tall, performing her moves, her voice booming with authority. This move of mine is called Jufing Island. But to her surprise, she had been outsmarted. With a flustered look, like a penguin caught off guard, Ling Qin stood frozen in midair, bewildered. Fang Tianjie laughed with delight. "Ha-ha, although it's a pity that the fire didn't catch, didn't you consider that oil has another use? The feathers of birds are coated with wax to protect them from getting wet, but it will still absorb the oil." She purposely reminded her, her tone full of meaning. "So before the oil dries, don't think about flying away." Ding Tao shouted from below, his voice booming, filling the space. "Stop talking nonsense. All right, Heavenly Square Flag, hurry up and come here." He looked around at the cramped surroundings. The space in the courtyard was too small to open the ice blade, so he can only use this for now. Fang Tianjie nodded, prioritizing the collective benefit. "I can handle things here. You go help the contestants below first." Below, the giant insects surrounded the iron tower, their mouths wide open as if wanting to devour the contestants. One contestant, in panic, almost fell into the sharp jaws of the creatures. Ling Qin, despite being covered in oil, stood there casually, sneering. "Do you think doing this will deal with me? Can it solve the danger at the scene? Fortunately, your escape plan has gathered so many people together. Even without my command, they can still eat their fill and have a good meal." Fang Tianjie smiled confidently, his sharp gaze sweeping over his teammates. Watch closely. The real show is only just beginning. A light figure stepped forward, holding something that sparkled in his hand. Lin Tu appeared, his voice full of vigor. I called them here. The rare Chen Hu crystals. First come, first served. Sure enough, the insects were drawn irresistibly to the precious light. 3 giant insects, their eyes gleaming with hunger, roared. Hand it over. Zhao Wu, standing beside him, anxiously reminded him in a tense voice. Lin Tu, be careful, that's not Chen Hu. Lin Tu smirked, unshaken, responding with mockery. Do you think I'll hand this over to you willingly? It seems like you've forgotten what happened a month ago. He tossed the crystal bag into the air, not forgetting to taunt. Even when I didn't awaken any abilities, I never gave anything to you. Chen Hu is so foolish. The insects went berserk, entangling their tentacles into a chaotic mess. A creature opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow the crystalline pouch. Lin Tu, with his plan already in mind, shouted loudly, feigning anger. You ugly insects, you're even more foolish than Chen Hu. Just as one of the insects was about to snatch the pouch, Lin Tu transformed, delivering a powerful punch straight to its chin. He leaped to the ground, eyes gleaming as he awaited the spectacle. The other 2 insects collided with each other, their tentacles snapping off and scattering everywhere. At that moment, the crystalline pouch fell to the ground amidst the chaos. Lin Tu, looking incredibly cool, grabbed the pouch and sneered. Trying to get something without putting in the work? Well, all you get is a beating. Lin Tu fell silent, his eyes deep in thought as he listened intently to the system's analysis. The system spoke. Adult form of the tusk insect, beast officer bloodline, height ranging from 15 to 50 meters, weight from 3,000 to 9,000 kg. Characteristics: dark red skin, wrinkled surface, moves by wriggling, usually appears in groups. Multiple angry insects can combine to form a massive creature, mimicking the shape of another organism. When attacked, as long as one angry insect survives, they can rapidly multiply and restructure into their original form. Lin Tu scratched his head, murmuring thoughtfully. Though I really hate Chen Hu, there's still a bit of psychological pressure when punching that stupid face. Suddenly Zhao Wu, who was nearby, seemed to snap to attention and muttered, so this kid is a fake. No wonder he was chosen by Su Lingyu. He recalled the day when he had insulted Lin Tu, calling him a useless cripple. Ding Tao observed from a distance, curled his lips, and thought to himself, this kid isn't half bad after all. Suddenly, the tentacles of the angry insects began to twitch, growing more and more, like a dark red wave rising up. Lin Tu turned around, his eyes cold as he glared at the 3 men and their subordinates, giving a sinister smile. So, you've come back to life. The girl with pink hair, standing nearby, smirked and laughed loudly. I told you, the real show is just beginning. The angry insects coiled into a massive brown mass, their scheme becoming increasingly apparent. A dark hole opened up behind Lin Tu, and before he could react, he was pulled straight into it by the tentacle mass. Panic spread among the group as screams and chaos erupted. Is he dead? Du Hua, puffing on a cigarette, turned to the pink-haired girl and said indifferently, the kid's in danger, but are we supposed to save him? Let me make him blow up right here. The pink-haired girl quickly stopped him, her voice sharp. No, it's too dangerous. At this angle, it'll blow up all the contestants on the tower as well. Ling Qin laughed cruelly, unable to contain herself, her voice echoing as she yelled, Ha, you damn kid. Finally got you. The angry insects, rolling around like a ball of rice, seemed to be mocking him. Ling Qin raised her hand to transform, pointing straight up at Tianjai Star high above, shouting loudly towards Su Lingyu. Quick, block the hole on the Qian Hua Pan. Su Lingyu did not hesitate and immediately responded, wait for me 10 seconds. She took immediate action, causing the black hole to slowly close up. Not only the contestants but even Ding Tao was startled, standing frozen, a question mark forming in his mind as he mumbled, what is she doing? A series of astonished expressions appeared on everyone's faces, their mouths opening in shock, shouting loudly. Zhao Wu's eyes welled up with tears as he screamed, what are you doing? Another person clutched their head, pulling their hair, and yelled, why is it like this? How are we supposed to escape this time? A harsher voice rang out, are you crazy? That hole can't hold for long, it's shaking like this. Amidst the chaos, Lin Tu, who was already boiling with rage, and no one dared provoke, roared in horror. He transformed, half human, half dragon, and his power exploded, tearing through the angry insect tentacles as if they were paper. In the end, he stood proudly, his voice filled with arrogance, displaying the time of the dragon's beastly power within him. The immense power from Lin Tu erupted, completely destroying the angry breath insects. The beasts with the face of Chen Hu stood there in a daze, stunned, and simultaneously exclaimed, "How could this be?" Dust and smoke swirled, turning the space completely white. Like a mist obscuring all vision, amidst the dense smoke, the monstrous serpentine figure of Lin Tu, with his bulging muscles, loomed, exuding an overwhelming aura. He couldn't help but silently marvel, his heart filled with arrogance. This power is truly terrifying. I warned you not to touch me, for I burn like a raging flame. He stood tall, his voice booming like thunder. A challenge. Tian Huapan has been blocked. The Great Righteous Alliance and Strategy Bureau have yet to detect you. Come, angry breath insect, charge forward. From behind, two angry insects sprang up, their faces identical to Chen Hu's, roaring in defiance. Seems like you want me to shove a shoe in your mouth. You're just a little stronger. Don't get too cocky. Lin Tu merely curled his lips, a look of disdain in his eyes. His massive dragon-like foot stomped forcefully, causing the earth and rocks to shatter, the distant mountains trembling violently. The two angry insects teamed up, charging fiercely, their fangs sinking into the earth, gnawing madly at the ground, uncaring and fearless. But they suddenly froze, bewildered as they realized Lin Tu had vanished. He moved faster than lightning, gliding like a wave, leaving only the aftershock of his immense power shaking the air. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tu spun around 360 degrees, returning with a speed that took their breath away, launching a strike straight at the angry insects. Before they could even see clearly, their figures were sent flying, shattered and scattered. He coldly muttered, couldn't withstand a single blow. The battle wasn't over, but from afar, the two commentators began to buzz. The purple-haired one exclaimed, his voice full of wonder, "No wonder he's a once-in-5,000 years talent." The blue-haired man nodded and added, "The pale-faced fellow Su Ling you chose is truly no ordinary person." Zhao Wu, his face tense, cut in, his tone full of suspicion. Something's not right. While everyone was fast asleep, I sneaked a look through the contestants' files. Lin Tu possessed the Tei system thunder ability. Half man, half dragon, he sent the angry breath insects flying in an instant. Unbelievable. The Tei system normally manipulates nature. Only the common system enhances the flesh. How had Lin Tu transformed into such a strange form? As a result, the angry breath insects, who had once been arrogantly ready to make trouble, now trembled in fear. One of them, bearing Chen Hu's face, cried out in panic, "Don't you come over here." Blood rushed to his head. Lin Tu ground his teeth, cracked his knuckles, and tilted his head in challenge. He bellowed, his presence surging, "I've spent my life dealing with rebels. Come here, and I'll tear you apart." Like a reckless street racer tearing off, he lunged forward with blade-like speed, sending the angry breath insects into a panic as they fled. The angry insects, with filthy, slimy, worm-like bodies, easily latched onto the iron pillar and writhed upward, their grins mockingly false. "So you mean to say we can't climb up, huh?" Lin Tu curled his lip, his gaze icy. Deal sealed. He thrust out his dragon hand. The claws gleamed brightly, catching an angry insect and slashing through it, making it scream in pain. Outside, Zhao Wu and Woodman couldn't hold back their expressions, shouting in panic. "Lin Tu, stop chasing the beast up there. Just one more, and the tower will tilt. This iron tower isn't very sturdy." The angry breath insect weaved smoothly from side to side, nearly touching the top of the tower. Zhao Wu grimaced and shouted to Su Lingyu, "President Su, the tower is about to fall. Hold on a little longer." Su Lingyu was exerting all her strength to hold up the iron pillar, gritting her teeth. "Shut up, I'm working on it." She was frantic like an employee afraid of missing a sales deadline, sweat pouring down her face. Suddenly, from deep underground, a series of tentacles intertwined to form a massive mouth. Everyone froze, simultaneously exclaiming, "What is this?" A cold voice echoed, and it was none other than Dr. Xi Mu, laughing maniacally. "Long time no see. Su young lady and the great hero Lin Longzun. Su Lingyu, putting all of her strength into supporting the iron pillar, her gaze icy, thought to herself, I knew it, Shi Mu has really come. Zhao Wu, despite being Lin Tu's close friend, couldn't hide his panic, yelling, Charge! Lin Tu and Woodman finally snapped out of it, muttering, I knew this name sounded familiar. So he's Lin Longzun's son. Dr. Xi Mu, with a sly smile and a tone full of mockery, said, Didn't we already discuss the terms? If you gotten the news, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Zhao Wudu, who often lost his composure, now trembled, thinking to himself, Damn it, if this continues, this tower is really going to fall. Seeing a contestant about to fall, he reached out and shouted, Come on, give me your hand. Dr. Xi Mu opened his mouth wide, like a giant mousetrap, eager to swallow everything. A gust of wind blew from his mouth, causing Zhao Wu and the angry breath insect to grit their teeth, their eyes bulging, their nostrils flaring. After a moment of stunned silence, they dared to glance down to check the situation below. When they saw the angry insect falling, before they could rejoice, they were startled by the bizarre scene, with their brows shooting up in disbelief. He thought to himself, What the hell is that huge face emerging from the ground? This old man really has an insatiable appetite. Doesn't he fear breaking his teeth? And the whole iron tower is already in his mouth. Ling Qin, the bird girl standing beside, sneered arrogantly, her beauty her only redeeming feature. She then turned to Dr. Xi, speaking in an overly flattering tone. Professor Xi, I'm really sorry you done so well. Luring them up the tower like this, they probably throw up all the time, so they don't even know what fear is. Dr. Xi must swallow the pile of steel and nutrients from the angry breath insect. The arrogant shout rang out. Lin Tu, there's no way for you to escape anymore. Hand over the monster from Ji-Yuan Island to me. Lin Tu's anger flared up, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, Damn it, he's planning to swallow the entire iron tower. Before he could steady himself, Kneeling Dragon burst into a brilliant glow, its momentum exploding as it roared back. Hemph, what arrogance is that? I'll go down, and it's not certain who'll devour whom. Lin Tu quickly shouted, struggling to restrain Kneeling Dragon to hold it back. Otherwise, it'll climb onto my head. He carefully observed, then shouted a command, Damn, don't stick your head out carelessly. I'm warning you. Everyone change direction and retreat safely now. The situation grew even tenser as both the top and bottom were surrounded by monsters, the iron tower shaking violently. Lin Tu ground his teeth and thought, This bastard is still trying to apply the right-hand rule to Woodman. Dr. Xi Mu smirked, his voice full of cunning mockery. Young Master Lin, but it seems that the monster below wants something from you. If it's not important, why not just give it to him? We won't escape from here either, we can clash with anyone, but provoking you is. Zhao Wu, standing beside them, gritted his teeth, his aura fierce as the flames in his hand blazed, ready to burn anyone who dared speak out of turn. He roared, his voice filled with fury. Do you have a life motto to share? Which side are you really on with these words? Do you believe me when I say I'll burn that bastard to ashes? He's a coward and loves to show off. He almost ended up in the hospital. What more can I do? How was I supposed to know that a real-world test could be so dangerous? Suddenly, a guy with messy hair, looking like he just stepped out of a Dragon Ball episode, rushed toward them with terrifying speed. Zhao Wu was stunned, thinking to himself, Trapped on this iron tower, there's basically no way to escape. At that moment, a chubby guy, quick as Zhu Baji, leaped up and landed directly on Zhao Wu. The man with slick, pencil-like hair sneered, angry, Don't pay attention to this kid's nonsense. He's Lin Tu's classmate, of course, he's going to help him. Dr. Xi Mugo with the flow immediately stepped in, his voice full of scheming intent. Everyone makes a lot of sense. If you have to follow someone else's advice, then leaving things as they are with Lin Tu is definitely not okay. Lin Tu, his blood boiling in his veins, threw his backpack to the ground, his eyes burning with fury. How despicable, using such underhanded tactics. He sneered, lips curling into a cold smile, thinking to himself, I've already prepared a plan to deal with this. Lin Tu opened his backpack. It was like pulling something out of Doraemon's magic pocket. His voice was firm and decisive. All of you, get out of here. Climbing up the iron tower, The large-eyed horse, agile and flexible, clung tightly to both sides of the pouch, remaining in place. Lin Tu paused, his gaze tinged with sadness as he murmured, "Kneeling Dragon, are you really confident that you can handle such a huge monster?" Kneeling Dragon exuded an overwhelming aura, roaring in response. "What a big mouth! Once I've spoken, there's no room for rebuttal. Stop whining, just drop me down quickly. It's only a level 1 beast general. Do you think I haven't had enough to eat?" Below, Dr. Ximu's enormous mouth opened wide, like an abyss ready to swallow everything. Despite trembling, Lin Tu gritted his teeth and lowered Kneeling Dragon, whispering, "All right, I'm putting my trust in you." Kneeling Dragon shot down, its eyes sharp as daggers, letting out a deafening roar. It showed no mercy, not even for the bones. It charged straight into Ximu's mouth amidst the scattered iron and steel. Its reckless actions stunned everyone. The red-haired girl, the disheveled man as if jolted by electricity, and the large, gel-up guy stood frozen, not understanding what was happening. The trio, Zhao Wu, Woodman, and the big guy, gaped, shouting in unison. "What the hell is this?" Cold sweat dripped down, but Zhao Wu remained calm, his eyes wide as he observed, muttering, "This beast looks a lot like Lin Tu's transformation, the half-human, half-dragon appearance. It's strikingly similar. Could there be a connection between this and Lin Tu's abilities?" Woodman now realized the horror and whispered, "This beast, it feels like at least a ton." The messy-haired man, stunned, chimed in, "That kid actually ran into a beast." The large man with a pencil-shaped head laughed delightedly, patting his belly in satisfaction. "Looks like this new beast is on our side." Kneeling Dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura, shot down like an arrow, constantly roaring in frustration. It charged straight into the giant mouth of Dr. Ximu. On the Iron Tower, the contestants chattered excitedly. Is he really going to battle the beast? Dr. Ximu, thinking he had won, opened his mouth wide to catch Kneeling Dragon as it flew in. But Kneeling Dragon, fast as lightning, streaked across, and he barely had time to exhale as his triumphant smile froze. The four men, Zhao Wu, Woodman, the disheveled one, and the pencil-headed man, stood dumbfounded, their noses flaring, unable to say a word. The pencil-headed man, his hair standing on end, stammered, "Did it end? Just like that?" The disheveled man screamed, his voice loud and fast. "Good thing it didn't break through earlier, or we would have all been swallowed." Lin Tu, his mind in chaos, thoughts tangled like a mess of yarn, thought to himself, "Has Kneeling Dragon already gone to claim the box? Boss, didn't you say dealing with a beast general was as easy as flipping your hand? You're practically handing it straight over for them to swallow whole. What's even the point anymore?" He bellowed like a village loudspeaker, but suddenly froze, his eyes flashing with realization. Wait, on him, there's still the projection of Kneeling Dragon's power. That means, logically, Kneeling Dragon might still be alive. Below, Dr. Ximu, twisted and crooked like a pair of worn-out flip-flops, laughed triumphantly. "At last, I've got you, the beast of Jiyuan Island." He turned to the group of candidates, his voice dripping with mockery. "You fools, screeching from the aid for him to spare your lives. The thing he needs from you, hurry up and fulfill your promise. Let us go." Another voice, trembling, broke in. Yes, let us go." But just as his name implied, the man had long rotted from within, his words slippery and deceitful. Dr. Ximu curled his lips, his tone a parody of sincerity. "If you hadn't reminded me, I'd almost forgotten. I did, indeed, make that promise to him." Yet his mouth stretched wider and wider, as though he intended to swallow the entire Iron Tower whole. He revealed his plan deliberately, his voice steeped in conspiracy. "As long as that person helped me sneak into the examination grounds, I promised to take care of all the candidates for him." The Iron Tower shook violently, tilting so hard it threw everyone into panic. The candidates screamed in despair, certain they were about to meet their ancestors early. "Help! Help us! Somebody save us! I don't want to die yet." Su Ling Yu mustered all of her strength to shout a warning, her voice echoing like thunder. "Damn it, this isn't working. Leave the tower now. It's dangerous." Lin Tu instantly leaped forward, crossing the distance in just a few bounds. Luckily, everyone was still above, leaving a sliver of time to save them. As soon as he touched the platform, Before he could get a firm grip, a violent gust of wind surged toward him. It turned out Dr. Ximu, the deranged madman, was opening his mouth wide, as if to swallow the entire iron tower whole. Lin Tu tilted his head and roared in frustration. Damn, he was one step too late. It looked like they were all about to be devoured. Those useless fools, despite their abundant inner power, could only scream in panic. We're up here only thanks to the few vines from Woodman. They were left dangling in midair. Another man begged in a trembling voice. Lin Tu, please, come save us. All of his treasures are gone. How can he possibly save us now? Zhao Wu, face tense, cut in. So only Zhao was checking on everyone's safety, huh? Just going whichever way the wind blows. Who was it just now telling him to hand it over? Hurry up and apologize to Lin Tu. Save your strength to escape. He turned, snapping irritably. Ease up, who's still stepping on me? Woodman, carrying 3 people on his back, trembled all over and shouted, Don't come any closer. I can't hold on much longer. The useless pencil-head guy only cares about himself. He urged Chairman Su to hurry up. Together with the electric-haired guy, they quickly opened Tianhuapan, allowing everyone to escape outside. Su Lingyu was speechless with these people, her cold gaze directed upwards. Lin Tu hung from a horizontal bar with one hand, while the other hand decisively signaled. Zhao Wu suddenly saw 3 dogs darting across the maze-like wall outside. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. The pink-haired girl, who was in charge of security, suddenly noticed the camera hovering in the air from the Sanin media crew. Her face turned pale as she anxiously said, This is bad. The media's already paying attention. If this hits the trending search list, it might be hard to handle. We need to resolve this quickly. Ding Tao, despite the fury boiling inside him, kept his cigarette in his mouth and exhaled slowly. I don't care about trending searches. The key now is to save people. Su Lingyu's cold gaze seemed to want to shut down Tianhuapan, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The pink-haired girl, anticipating the situation, anxiously exclaimed, Inside must be a complete mess. The power of the giant firecracker is too strong. It could easily hurt our own people. Suddenly, the entire area trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Ding Tao gripped the pink-haired girl's hand tightly, trying to maintain balance, and growled, This commotion is no smaller than the sound of my giant firecracker. The girl with pink hair, sweat pouring down her face, mumbled, What exactly happened inside? The chaotic scene unfolded as the angry breath insect pierced through the ceiling of the arena, its tentacles wriggling upwards. Captured by cameras and broadcast live. Sensational news spread like wildfire. A monster appeared in the Great Righteous Alliance exam hall. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Another voice rang out, full of excitement. Successful city jump. Emergency warning. Wow, it's the first time I've seen a giant monster. The appearance really isn't just for show. A staff member from the Strategy Bureau, who had received the news, immediately reported. Emergency warning. Emergency warning. He turned to Captain Hebo, his voice tense. It's already trending on the search boards. Should we keep waiting? Dr. Ximu remained indifferent, unaffected by the lives of the candidates, or the deadly threat of the monsters. Coldly, he declared, typical of capitalists. I only follow orders from my superiors. At that moment, the phone rang. Hebo picked it up, and Chen Kai Lane's voice, full of implication, came through. The encirclement is complete. We can shrink the mouth and catch the signal extremely fast. Without hesitation, Hebo gave a decisive order. Everyone, grab your guns. Let's move out. Ding Tao could no longer hold back. Gritting his teeth, he took the ancient ice weapon and gathered all his energy, driving the ice blade deep into the ground. The ground cracked and trembled, but something made Ding Tao frown, biting tightly on his cigarette, anxiously exclaiming, The situation is unstable. Could it be on fire? Why is there smoke coming out? Panicked, he was about to rush inside when he suddenly saw one of Lin Tu's little dogs sacrifice itself, its body trembling, exerting its last ounce of strength to squeeze out its final essence. Zhao Wu, witnessing this scene, came up with a bold idea. He covered his nose with his sleeve, used his fire powers to ignite the pile of dung, muttering, Never thought I'd have to use my powers for this. Forcing himself to speak, he shouted President Su Lin Tu, It's done. Let's begin. Suddenly, the face of Chen Kai Leon appeared, his cunning eyes revealing his true nature. He sneered, "The feathers have surrounded us. Move out." Ken Hu, still in a daze, wondered aloud. Didn't father already know the Great Righteous Alliance would be in chaos? Dr. Ximu shook his head, took a sip of tea, and with a scheming tone recounted. The wind tusk I raised in the secret realm 3 months ago was defeated. I tracked it and found that the opponent was a red dragon. And where I found it, guess what? It was in your school's gymnasium. He paused, sneering, and then continued. Guess who else was there? Ken Hu's face darkened, unable to accept the truth. The person he had once looked down on was now shining brightly. He murmured, his voice full of doubt. Is that so? Could it be Lin Tu? But then he craned his neck and firmly asserted to his father. I guarantee Lin Tu hasn't awakened any abilities. He's just an ordinary person. Suddenly, the monstrous arm of Chen Kai Liang, the head of the Strategy Bureau of Tianhai City, reached out and gripped Chen Hu's face tightly. His expression was one of helplessness at his son's ignorance, and he roared. Your father told you to steal a necklace. Lin Longzun leapt for his son. The monstrous arm stretched, lifting Chen Hu off the ground, his head nearly touching the ceiling. Chen Hu trembled all over, still wearing the heart-patterned shorts he hadn't changed out of, stammering. But what did I do? Chen Kai Liang's cold, steely gaze snapped as he barked. He is Chen Kai Liang, the head of the Strategy Bureau of Tianhai. You ordered Hebo to act. Tears welled up in Chen Hu's eyes. His mouth was clenched shut, only muffled sounds escaping. Without a single unnecessary motion, Chen Kai Liang threw Chen Hu to the ground, causing him to land painfully on his backside. Then he tossed a notebook back at him, his voice frigid. Take this back. Chen Hu, embarrassed and drenched in cold sweat, mumbled. Must be hiding some secret in there. This is your diary. Chen Kai Liang turned to him with a cold, calculating smile, as though he had long planned his scheme. It's normal for young men to be moved by beautiful girls, after all. But don't forget what you should be doing because of this. Chen Kai Liang curled his lips into a cold, threatening smile. Lam Chen Hu, a single mistake of yours could cost hundreds of lives to make up for it. Ken Hu trembled, dropping the notebook to the ground. From within, photographs of Su Lingyu scattered and fluttered down like falling leaves. Back at the chaotic scene in the arena, the angry breath insect writhed its tentacles, creating a vivid living nightmare. The Strategy Bureau's Special Task Force rushed to break down the door, only to freeze in shock as thick black smoke billowed out. Hebo, maintaining his composure, spoke up. After the bamboo dragon infiltration, all earthquake-resistant buildings were equipped with fire prevention systems. What kind of trick is this Awakener pulling out? Inside the gymnasium, Zhao Wu was drenched in sweat as he urged everyone. Chairman Su, the contestants on Tian Huapan have already left the arena. How about we retreat as well and leave the rest to the Great Righteous Alliance and the Strategy Bureau? As usual, Su Lingyu glanced at Lin Tu and asked, What do you think? Lin Tu remained silent, his gaze unwavering. He murmured, voice filled with conviction. Kneeling Dragon will not lose. The fact that I can still transform is proof enough. Suddenly, a flash of light burst forth, scattering in all directions. The ceiling and walls seemed newly painted, glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. Dr. Xi, a madman to the core, sneered. Man of one moment, laughter of the next. But immediately after that, he spat out blood, screaming in agony. Not expecting it, right? Ling Qin, the bird-like girl standing beside him, grinned, showing her teeth. He, still smug. Even though Fang Tianji pressed him down relentlessly, your trump cards have all been shattered, right? Lin Tu looked worried, standing frozen, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, a massive block rose from the arena, moving as though it had life. His eyes widened, his heart filled with hope, waiting, and yearning. And just as expected, the kneeling dragon proudly tore through the shell and soared up, an overwhelming aura of power. Zhao Wu stood stunned, his gaze flashing with astonishment. Su Lingyu, joy shining on her face, shouted loudly, Kneeling dragon, let's see who's still laughing now. Fang Tianji immediately sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. Haha, it's charging in to bite the crazy doctor all over his face. The system continued to chime, its mechanical voice rapidly announcing, Ting, your kneeling dragon has successfully devoured angry insect. Evolution points, plus 330. The ting sound kept coming without pause, plus 270, plus 260, rising to plus 350. The bloodthirsty kneeling dragon continues to roar ting. Your kneeling dragon has successfully devoured angry insect. Evolution points, plus 320. Then plus 340. Dr. Ximo screamed in agony. He frantically swallowed the angry insect, ignoring the tentacles that had scattered all over his face. He flared his nostrils, opened his mouth wide, trying to swallow it all, while simultaneously struggling to push the kneeling dragon away. But the kneeling dragon remained undeterred, flicked its tongue, licked its teeth, stood still for a moment, then shot forward like a bolt of lightning, sinking its teeth into his nose. Dr. Ximu's face contorted, looking like he deserved a one-way ticket to the hospital. Yet he still tried to scream. It's useless, I can regenerate endlessly. The system's voice rang out again and again. Ting, your kneeling dragon has successfully devoured the angry insect. Evolution points, plus 330, plus 270, plus 260, plus 350, plus 320, plus 340. Finally, a new notification appeared. Ting, the host notices that kneeling dragon is injured. Would you like to use evolution points to heal kneeling dragon? Lin Tu smirked, a smug smile on his face, his voice full of challenge. Let's see who's more tenacious. You can revive. But does that mean we can't? Standing high above, Lin Tu shouted with overwhelming energy. Kneeling dragon, keep eating. If you devour them, you can heal your wounds and recover quickly. The kneeling dragon radiated a brilliant blue light like a flame of life burning brightly. Dr. Ximu's eyes glinted with longing as he murmured, the healing ability of this dragon exceeds my expectations. If I could implant this ability into my angry insect. Kneeling dragon charged straight at Ximu without hesitation, roaring with immense power. What's so special about recovery skills? I have them too, but Dr. Xi, that madman, is no pushover. He sneered, his voice filled with arrogance. A beast is still a beast, its power is great. But its mind isn't so sharp. This entire fitness body belongs to me, and you want to fight me? He swung his tentacle, aiming to wrap it around Lin Tu, openly threatening him. Even if you can recover, can your comrades recover too? Lin Tu's fist, full of strength, slammed down, breaking the connection. Su Ling Yu and Zhao Wu stood by, their faces tense as they realized the unfavorable situation. Lin Tu gritted his teeth, muttering, if this keeps up, we'll soon be at a disadvantage. What should we do? Suddenly, a tentacle fell, emitting a thick cloud of white smoke. Lin Tu's eyes lit up as an idea sparked. Right, if we use thunder, the image of master and servant, fighting side by side, will be clear, and our momentum will soar. You shout, just use explosive earth breath, and we can wipe out those angry insects in one go. From the high platform, contestants descended, and one of them cursed. Damn it, save my ass. A staff member, sounding concerned, reminded them, be careful. Beside them, the freckled girl eagerly recounted the entire incident. The pink-haired girl quickly summarized the key points and asked, or rather, stated, at the critical moment, did Lin Tu save you guys? The three of them were excited and cheered, answering in unison. A monster with a wide mouth ate a mutant beast. The mutant beast went out, bit the wide-mouthed monster, and made it scream in pain. Lin Tu's pet seemed to have been eaten, but in reality, it was all part of an unfulfilled plan. Truly worthy of being the son of Lin Longzun, not ordinary at all. The pink-haired girl muttered to herself, her gaze full of doubt, completely confused by what they were saying. But could the son of that traitor, Lin Longzun, really be so impressive? At the same time, on the battlefield, Su Ling Yu and Lin Tu were facing off against the Zhao Wu beast, which was snarling in anger, its eyes bloodshot. Damn it, you provoke me with your spiritual power. Come here, I'm not afraid of you. The beast lowered its head, a smug, disdainful grin spreading across its face. Quickly surrender. You are nothing but a useless wreck, incapable of anything. Sooner or later, you'll be a piece of meat in my stomach. Zhao Wu's body trembled, and for a moment, it hesitated, fear creeping into its heart. But at that very moment, a weapon shot toward it from a distance, piercing straight into its face, causing it to howl in pain. Su Lingyu stood behind and shouted loudly, "Pull yourselves together, stay alert. This monster can change in countless ways. We cannot afford to let our guard down." Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing echoed relentlessly. Ringing, ringing, ringing. The girl with fiery pink hair, her anger flaring, screamed into the phone, "Su Lingyu, what exactly happened inside? The contestants who escaped keep saying so much. I can't understand any of it. Moreover, many people have already run away. Why haven't you escaped yet? The rest can be left to the strategy bureau to handle." Su Lingyu listened to a long tirade, her face frowning, but she responded gently, "Sorry, I refuse." The pink-haired girl furrowed her brow, her gaze filled with doubt, murmuring, "What's this? Could it be because Lin Tu's pet monster was eaten, and then the failed plan makes it hard for you to believe?" Su Lingyu shook her head, her voice firm. "No, it's because Lin Tu's monster is still fighting with all its strength." The pink-haired girl froze for a moment before screaming, "Su Lingyu, stop fooling around. This is not a joke." Suddenly, a powerful hand grabbed the phone. Ding Tao, with a steady voice, spoke to Su Lingyu. "No problem, do what you need to do. But 8 people from the Strategy Bureau are breaking down the door. You have at most 10 minutes left." The pink-haired girl, shocked, yelled out, "President Su." She shook the phone vigorously, the notifications coming in rapid succession. "Lin Tu, did you hear that? They're already planning to break through the door. We need to handle this in the next 10 minutes. Lin Tu's eyes were cold as he muttered, 10 minutes, huh? Su Lingyu and Zhao Wu didn't hesitate, channeling all their strength into the nearby weapons. The arrogant monster let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha, you don't need to worry. By the time the Strategy Bureau gets here, you'll all be swallowed up by me." The door to the arena shook violently, the force from the outside continuously pressing in, as if signaling that time was running out. Lin Tu gritted his teeth, his cold gaze analyzing the situation. "There's no more time." Angry Insect possessed an incredibly strong vitality and recovery ability. Lin Tu quickly made a decision, his voice firm. "It seems like the only option is to use the thunder force from explosive earth breath to smash it." He shouted, his momentum surging. "Kneeling Dragon, I need you to use explosive earth breath now." Kneeling Dragon, ferociously tearing into the monster and tugging at its tentacles, chewed and replied, "It's useless. One explosive earth breath won't be enough to quickly eliminate the opponent." It explained, its voice deep and resonant. "Explosive earth breath is a fan-shaped spread. The closer you are, the smaller the effective radius. At this distance, it can only make a hole in its body, which is pretty much the same as biting the monster." Laughing triumphantly, he said, "That's right. Angry Insect has an incredibly powerful regenerative ability. Unless you can inflict a large area wound in one strike, you'll never be able to defeat me." Its tentacles spread out, wrapping tightly around the entire gymnasium. With arrogance and pride, he declared, "Moreover, if I wish, I can swallow this entire gym in the blink of an eye." The powerful tentacles lifted the roof, causing Su Lingyu to lose her balance. Tilted, she quickly grabbed a nearby metal bar, her eyes unwavering. Lin Tu's mind was in chaos, murmuring to himself, "Damn it, I have to think of something fast. But how do I deal enough damage over a wide area?" Suddenly, Su Lingyu shouted, "Magnetic Iron Fist." Lin Tu's eyes lit up with a spark of hope. He whispered, "That's it. If I use that, I just need to find a steady footing to swing my sword." Catching sight of Fang Tianji on the opposite side, Lin Tu dashed forward, lightning fast, cutting her off. "Fang Tianji, wait a moment." He knelt down in front of her, his voice low but filled with firm resolve. Pinned to the ground, Ling Qin froze upon hearing this, her eyes full of disbelief. "You want my help? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Tu pointed straight at her, his gaze razor-sharp, his tone defiant. "You're a monster too, aren't you?" He lifted Ling Qin's face just as an electronic announcement board flickered in the sky. "Congratulations, challenger, on successfully taming the beast. Ling Qinja." Ling Qin struggled desperately, roaring in fury. "Do you think this old lady is a dog or something?" Another asterisk ting asterisk resounded, and the board lit up again. "Congratulations, challenger, on taming the beast, Ling Qinja." Lin Tu burst out laughing. his tone dripping with smug satisfaction. A beast that looks human is still a beast. As expected, it can be tamed. He gave his order immediately, without a hint of hesitation. "Hey, bird woman, carry me and fly over there." Ling Qin's face turned crimson with rage as she shouted. "Why the hell should I listen to you?" Lin Tu smiled slyly, his eyes glinting with mischief. "That's not something you get to decide." Suddenly, Ling Qin's legs twitched. She looked down at her own body in disbelief and exclaimed, "Why? Why am I moving? How is this possible? What kind of sorcery is this?" Fang Tianji, standing nearby, laughed brightly, his voice filled with excitement. "This technique is so convenient. Why didn't you use it earlier?" Riding on Ling Qin's back, Lin Tu laughed heartily, utterly pleased. Who would have thought even human-shaped beasts could be modified? Even under his control, Ling Qin cried out helplessly, "Controlling me is useless. Besides, I could never defeat the doctor anyway." In the blink of an eye, Lin Tu and Ling Qin had glided to the monstrous creature's location. Su Ling Yu and Zhao Wu looked up at Lin Tu in the air, their eyes filled with astonishment. Zhao Wu stood with his mouth agape, exclaiming, Has it already been caught?" Kneeling Dragon, noticing the two from afar, opened its mouth in shock. Lin Tu smirked, raised his hand in an oath gesture, his voice dripping with confidence. Don't worry, I've got the booze." With a screech, he flew straight towards the beast, drawing its attention. He shouted loudly, "Doctor, I command you, quickly fly up to the tower." The beast laughed gleefully, its voice booming with satisfaction, arriving at just the right moment. "You've brought this little brat here. Great!" Instantly, it shot out a mass of tentacles from its mouth, stretching out like a giant snake's tongue. Lin Tu shouted in panic, "Quick, dodge it, or we're all done for." At that moment, Kneeling Dragon charged forward, biting down hard on the beast's tentacle, making it roar in pain. Lin Tu's eyes sharpened, recognizing the exact moment. He raised his hand to touch the iron bar, gripping it tightly, and yelled, "Got it! Let's go!" Ling Qin's face contorted in pain, his body writhing in agony, screaming. The iron bars, brimming with shifting energy, fell to the left. The beast ground its teeth, murmuring angrily under its breath, having forgotten that Lin Tu could control it. Moreover, they still couldn't control Ling Qin. Zhao Wu stood frozen, his eyes wide, stammering. This was his assessment, but even though the great sword was really impressive, the recovery power of this loud-mouthed guy was insanely strong. If it were to be struck, it would definitely have no effect. Ling Qin trembled with fear, shouting, "Hey, if you fly up, you'll crash into that." Lin Tu calmly replied, his voice filled with confidence. "Just rush through over there, and it'll be fine." A surge of intense power exploded as the iron rod shot upwards, piercing through the ceiling of the gym. Ding Tao, observing from outside, burst into laughter, his voice full of admiration. "Haha, the way this brat Lin Tu escapes is completely different from the others." The iron rod, carrying immense power, jabbed straight out. Lin Tu held the rod suspended in midair, his sharp eyes recognizing the perfect moment. He yelled loudly, his voice booming like thunder. "Now is the time." Kneeling Dragon instinctively turned its head toward Lin Tu's call. Immediately, its body swelled, its claws flashing with a metallic gleam, and its eyes ignited with a fiery, murderous glow. Kneeling Dragon roared, launching a violent attack, spitting out a torrent of spiritual energy from its mouth, like a fiery storm charging forward. At the same time, Lin Tu hurled the iron rod towards the beast. Ling Qin, restrained, screamed in fury, "Are you insane? I'll run away if this goes on." She struggled, trying to separate herself from Lin Su, but he charged forward, merging with the sea of power, the iron block in his hand shaking violently. Lin Tu gritted his teeth, trying to lift it up, shouting loudly, "Everyone, get out of the way!" He swung the heavy iron block forcefully, throwing it straight at the beast. The beast gritted its teeth and muttered to itself, "I still see you as superfluous." The monster from Ji-Yuan Island, its face cracked in half, screaming in agony. Its tentacles were completely destroyed, shattered in midair. The gymnasium trembled, exploding violently. Lin Tu closed his eyes, his body flung out, falling freely through the air. The tentacles surrounding the gymnasium gradually disintegrated, turning into dust. Lin Tu lay in the arms of Kneeling Dragon, laughing joyfully. He was actually pleased that he had managed to handle it. Zhao Wu, with wide, astonished eyes, asked, "You pushed that hard? What level is that monster at?" Su Lingyu looked at Lin Tu, his gaze shining with admiration. Although Chen Hu was very strong, he had to admit, Lin Tu wasn't bad either. Lin Tu excitedly replied, his voice full of pride, "Chen Hu, how is he strong? This monster is the real deal. Now I'm going to get an autograph. If I'm late, I'll have to wait in line." With that, he ran over to Kneeling Dragon, shouting, "Monster, sign my name, I'm the first one." Fang Tianjie sat alone, deep in thought, her gaze profound. She mumbled, "Finally done, but now's not the time to relax. The people from the Strategy Bureau could come in at any moment, and I can't let them see all these monsters around." Fang Tianjie smiled brightly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Got it. They all came out of that backpack. Now, if I just stuff them back in, it should work." Ling Qin was tightly bound to the ground, her face flushed with anger, screaming, "Shorty, why are you tying me up? Let me go right now, do you hear me?" The chains suddenly tightened, pulling her legs back. When she saw Fang Tianjie approaching, Ling Qin gritted her teeth, her voice filled with resentment. "It's you again." Fang Tianjie smirked, her voice dangerously playful. "Do you think I'll let you escape?" Ling Qin's eyes blazed with fury, warning the short one, "Let me go now, or I'll make you regret it." Fang Tianjie calmly proposed a deal. "Letting you go isn't impossible. Just bring me that backpack from over there, and I'll set you free right away." Ling Qin gritted her teeth and reluctantly nodded. "Fine, I'll give you a chance." Meanwhile, the people from the Strategy Bureau were exerting all their strength to break through the door, and a faint light flickered, causing the crowd to stir. A person, with a trembling voice, asked, "Do you feel that there's suddenly a red area right in front of us? What just happened?" Hebo appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura, and shouted, "Everyone, move out of the way." He delivered a powerful kick that shook the steel door. The people around cheered, full of admiration. As expected of the captain, a single kick had cracked the gymnasium. The Strategy Bureau team quickly rushed inside. But Hebo suddenly stopped, his gaze blank, muttering, "What's going on here?" He furrowed his brows, his voice full of confusion. What kind of power could have destroyed the gymnasium like this? The Strategy Bureau members surrounded Lin Tu's group, their eyes filled with astonishment. One of them, pale-faced, exclaimed, "What are those things?" Another staff member, his voice trembling, shouted, "I've never seen such a giant beast. What kind of monster is this? With faces that large, how big must the actual creature be?" Hebo stepped forward, his presence imposing, pointing at the rubble. "Did you handle this?" Lin Tu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "We had no other choice. Who told your Strategy Bureau to arrive so late?" A Bureau of Countermeasures officer pointed directly at Lin Tu, his voice accusatory. "The captain a few days ago in the camera of the secret Insight Realm. This little brat here is the one." Hebo squinted, suddenly recalling something, then patted Lin Tu's shoulder, his tone full of praise. "This truly is a remarkable junior." But immediately after, he suddenly tightened his grip on Lin Tu's shoulder. Su Lingyu, with a sharp gaze, shouted loudly, "What do you want to do?" Hebo calmly replied, "Just testing the strength of the one who killed the monster." He looked directly at Lin Tu, his voice stern. "Aren't you an Awakener? Tell me what exactly happened. If not, I'll start applying some force." Lin Tu felt a flash of worry, silently thinking, "What should I do now? The projection of Kneeling Dragon is used up, and the other abilities are definitely impossible." Kneeling Dragon, standing by, suddenly spoke up, "Leave this to me." Ling Qin, bound tightly by chains, screamed angrily, "You dare to deceive me again?" Suddenly, a figure stopped. Hebo turned to look, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Ding Tao, what are you doing here?" Ding Tao, puffing on a cigarette, replied calmly, "This is the territory of the Great Righteous Alliance. Where else would I be? Moreover, the monster has already been dealt with by people from the Great Righteous Alliance." Hebo smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "The Great Righteous Alliance sure is quick to recruit. The exam just ended, and yet you guys are already following the scent here." Ding Tao pointed, his voice full of confidence. "Lin Tu's achievements are beyond question. Defeating the giant monster is the common goal. Moreover, There are quite a few journalists waiting outside to interview him. He suddenly frowned and asked the journalist in doubt. Lin Tu stepped out the door, his gaze flashing with surprise. A crowd had already gathered outside, eagerly surrounding him. They all asked in unison, "Student, what was your greatest feeling when battling the monster? Have you been working on this aspect since you were young? As a new member of the association, do you have any thoughts you'd like to share with the audience watching on screen?" Lin Tu's image appeared on the big screen, accompanied by the dazzling text. "The heroic young member of the Great Righteous Alliance courageously saves the contestants." The Great Righteous Alliance had gained another powerful warrior. Chen Kai Liang sternly turned to Chen Hu. "Now are you still saying he hasn't awakened his superpower?" Chen Hu turned pale, his voice trembling. "What should we do now?" He smiled back with deep meaning. "The mistake you made can only be resolved by you yourself." At the Monster General Hospital, 3 days after the Great Battle, things gradually settled down, thanks to the arrangements made by President Ding Tao and Dr. Su Tan Kai. The news about Kneeling Dragon was finally kept under wraps. Su Lingyu suggested, her eyes sparkling brightly. After Lin Tu completes his qualifications with the Great Righteous Alliance, he could be a potential caretaker for Kneeling Dragon under normal circumstances. Lin Tu, curious, asked in a tone full of questions, "Do we need to perform a beast examination? Can Kneeling Dragon pass the test?" Su Lingyu smiled confidently and replied, "There's no problem as long as this medicine is here. I guarantee there won't be any issues. I've already made arrangements with the Beast Hospital." Lin Tu frowned, his voice full of concern. "Although Su Lingyu is in charge and assures me, I still can't feel at ease." On the hospital bed, Kneeling Dragon glared at him and growled, "Are you that scared? Don't come near." The overhead light suddenly went out, and the doctor entered, speaking calmly as he announced, "The examination is complete. This little guy is not bad at all. Strong physique. No issues in any area." He handed over a piece of paper and reminded, "Sign here." Lin Tu nodded and, curious, asked, "Okay, are there any other tests after this?" The doctor answered, "The physical exam is done, but there's still a test for obedience." Lin Tu was surprised and asked, puzzled, "A test for obedience means?" He turned to the other beasts and instructed, "Listen to the doctor. Don't run around." The doctor rotated his wrist, smiling. "Obey. Follow my commands to complete it." He threw a plate and commanded, "The dragon over there. Go fetch the plate and throw it back here." The plate hit the wall and fell to the ground. The air suddenly grew still. Kneeling Dragon snorted coldly, his voice full of arrogance. "I am a dragon with dignity. Doing something so humiliating, I'd rather die." Lin Tu stepped forward, whispering temptingly, "Just do it, and you'll get my mom's grilled meat certificate. Absolutely delicious." Kneeling Dragon's eyes immediately lit up, his voice brimming with excitement. "Grilled meat? That's nothing." He darted off, quickly and obediently handing the plate to the doctor. The doctor chuckled. Actually, there was no need to be that fast. He patted Kneeling Dragon's head, praising him. "Good, very good." Su Lingyu kicked the door open, her voice urgent. "Doctor, how much longer until the examination ends? I'm here to take him to the commendation ceremony this afternoon." Seeing Kneeling Dragon's obedient demeanor, she exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Long Long is so adorable. So adorable, I have to take a picture first." The doctor walked over, smiling as he announced, "The examination is over. You can take him now. The certificate will be issued within 7 to 15 days. Just hang it around the beast's neck when it's ready." Su Lingyu urged hastily, "Hurry up, we're running out of time." Lin Tu bowed his head and politely thanked the doctor. "Thank you, doctor, for troubling you today." The doctor waved his hand and smiled, replying, "It's no trouble at all. You're welcome to come again any time. Kids these days are really something. Just after getting into the Great Righteous Alliance, you've already got 4 monstrous pets." Lin Tu followed Su Lingyu and curiously asked, "Chairman Su, did you specially come to pick me up and take me to school?" Su Lingyu glanced at him and coldly responded, "Stop dreaming. I came to find you because there's something important." Once they got into the car, she continued. She handed Lin Tu something, her voice calm. "By the way, here's something for you." Lin Tu looked at it in confusion and asked, "What is this?" He took a closer look and then exclaimed with joy, "Is this my Great Righteous Alliance medal?" Su Ling Yu looked out of the car window, her voice indifferent. It was just finished today. I thought you might want to wear it when you attend the school's award ceremony today. Lin Tu put the medal on, his eyes sparkling as he sighed. I didn't expect you to be quite decent after all. Su Ling Yu snapped, her eyes narrowing sharply. I think you're itching for a fight, aren't you? She suddenly stopped and looked out the window. We're here. Lin Tu, surprised, reminded her. We're here. Don't change the subject. Su Ling Yu pointed outside, her voice low. Look. The sound of speeches can be heard from outside. After Bamboo Dragon invaded, we set up a response mechanism for dealing with the monsters. Although years have passed without any more monsters, the people of Tian High City still remain vigilant. Today, our city's top-ranking high school welcomes another harvest season. We have a large number of students who have passed the Great Righteous Alliance's exam. Special recognition is given to Lin Tu for his heroic actions during the Great Righteous Alliance's exam. Let us all applaud these outstanding students. The crowd of students murmured and whispered among themselves. Is he the young hero this time? I heard he inherited his father's thunder power. He can summon lightning and split the examination field apart. Another person sighed in admiration. That's incredible. Not only did he protect the students in the exam field, but he also electrocuted the giant monster to death. The teacher standing on the podium spoke loudly. Next, we invite student Lin Tu to come up and give a speech. The crowd responded with enthusiastic applause. Lin Tu smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, I knew they would call me up to speak. Fortunately, I've already prepared my speech and saved it in the system. But just then, the system display suddenly flashed a warning. The radar alert indicated that there was a high concentration of spiritual energy nearby, one that could not be measured. Lin Tu raised his head, his sharp eyes focusing ahead. The door suddenly slammed open, and a tiger's paw stepped through, its presence unusual and alarming. The crowd immediately buzzed, whispering in speculation. Chen Hu. Why is he dressed like that? I've heard that Chen Hu and Lin Tu have clashed before. Is Chen Hu here to cause trouble? Last time, I even saw him leading a group to block Lin Tu. This time, he definitely won't let it go. Damn, looks like we've got a show to watch. Lin Tu stood on the platform, cleared his throat and asked, his voice full of confusion. Chen Hu, what are you doing here? Suddenly, Chen Hu fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Lin Tu froze in place. Chen Hu, crying and pleading, said, Classmate Lin, please, I beg you, forgive me. He disregarded his dignity, cursing himself, and begged Lin Tu. Classmate Lin. No, Mr. Lin, I was wrong. My narrow-minded eyes failed to see the truth, not realizing that you inherited the thunder ability from General Lin. Please, show mercy. Lin Tu coldly interrupted, his voice firm. That's enough. When my father was still alive, you were always fake, always fearful, trying every way to flatter him. I won't be deceived anymore. The students whispered among themselves, voices filled with surprise. What's going on? Isn't that young Master Chen? Why does he look so pathetic? Maybe after bullying someone, he found out they inherited the thunder ability from B, and now he's scared. I heard that when he joined the Great Righteous Alliance, he was kidnapped in the restroom. When he was rescued, he looked just like this. The teacher stepped forward, grabbed Chen Hu's shirt, and gently advised, Chen Hu, quickly get up. How can you kneel like this in school? Whatever it is, we can talk about it slowly. Chen Hu yanked his hand away, pushed the teacher's grip off his shirt, and continued to bang his head on the ground. His face was a mess, with tears and snot as he sobbed and begged. Lin brother, young Master Lin, I know I was wrong. Please, I beg you, you must forgive me. He recalled the conversation with Chen Kai Liang, his heart full of regret. Now, the first thing he needed to do was figure out what exactly Lin Longzhen had done that caused Lin Tu to experience such a dramatic rise in status within such a short time. Chen Kai Liang had responded calmly back then. Aren't you classmates? Go apologize, admit your mistake, and the other side will forgive you. If that doesn't work, then kneel and beg. Chen Hu had protested, shouting, Why should I apologize to someone like Lin Tu? And even if I apologize, would he forgive me? Chen Kai Liang's gaze turned sharp, his voice cold. What I mean is, kneel until he forgives you. Chen Hu continued banging his head on the ground, his voice hoarse as he repeated, Please, Forgive me. Forgive me. Please forgive me. The crowd around them was murmuring, the sounds of reproach rising and falling. Lin too must have a deep grudge or something. We're all classmates. Why doesn't he help the guy up? Looks like neither of these two are any good. They're both ruthless. I think Lin too's the worst one, narrow-minded and utterly shameless. If I were him, I would have helped Chen Hu up already. This is just disgraceful. Chen Hu's the son of the bureau chief of the strategy bureau. He's the one who's supposed to be proud. What does Lin Tu have to be so arrogant about? Lin Tu's so petty, isn't he? The system immediately displayed the information. Chen Ka Liang, 45 years old, his special abilities could not be assessed, and his cultivation realm could not be determined. Chen Ka Liang calmly walked past the group of students, his sharp eyes scanning around. He stopped, smiled, and spoke in a deep, warm voice. Young Master Lin, it's been many years since we last met. We haven't greeted each other. At that moment, Lin Tu's legs suddenly began to tremble. He frowned, silently wondering. Why are my legs shaking all of a sudden? Beside him, Lin Tu's mother was so angry that she tightly gripped the stone table, her fingernails digging deeply into the cold surface. A teacher standing nearby spoke up, his tone stern. To the parent of this student, if you're late, please sit quietly at the back and don't disturb the progress of the commendation ceremony. Chen Kai Liang slightly curled his lips and replied calmly, How could that be? You children have conflicts with each other. I just came to see what was happening. I didn't plan to step in, so you and your sister-in-law can rest assured. Lin Tu's mother pressed her lips tightly together, saying nothing. Chen Kai Liang pointed toward Chen Hu and continued, Because I failed to teach my child properly, causing my son, Chen Hu, to repeatedly pick fights with young Master Lin. After I found out, of course, I had to reprimand him. But poor parenting cannot be forgiven. Unexpectedly, Chen Kai Liang bowed his head to Lin Tu, sincerely apologizing. Lin Tu was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Around them, murmurs began to rise, like waves crashing. Even though he's the head of the strategy bureau, is he really this approachable? A person whispered. Chen Hu, as proud as he was, never expected that his father would be so humble, even bowing his head to apologize to his student. Chen Kai Liang smiled gently, his voice warm and deep. I just wanted to apologize to the child of an old friend. I didn't expect to cause such a big disturbance. It really is distressing. Suddenly, his tone grew serious, his eyes sharp. However, there is one thing I must convey to you. He slowly recounted. That day, after young Master Lin had saved the city, a strange bird flew out from his backpack. Fortunately, our soldiers used a spear to bring it down. The creature has now been escorted by the Strategy Bureau. He paused for a moment, his voice lowering. It revealed a significant truth about the main culprit. Among the details was something I found quite intriguing. It's nothing major, just a mention in its language of Jiyuan Island and the command of your father. He turned around, his voice gentle yet laden with meaning. Because the relationship between the Chen and Lin families is very close, and since young Master Lin participated in the capture, I would like to invite you to join the interrogation of this creature. The next morning, Lin Tu, along with Su Ling Yu and Kneeling Dragon, headed towards the Strategy Bureau building. A few guards at the gate stopped them and sternly reminded them, the Strategy Bureau strictly prohibits bringing pets inside. Please leave your pets behind. Lin Tu immediately raised his hand. It's not my pet, it's my companion. Hebo stepped forward, his voice steady as he ordered, Let them in. They are guests of Director Chen. The guard quickly nodded and repeated, Yes, yes. Hebo led the group, walking while recounting, his tone heavy with significance. After the great battle 4 days ago, we thoroughly examined the arena of the Great Righteous Alliance beneath the sports complex. Although we found a gigantic skeleton, resembling Simu's face, there was no trace of spiritual energy left. He paused, his gaze icy. We suspect this is Simu's golden cicada shedding its shell. Therefore, we interrogated Ling Qinjia to track his whereabouts, but she didn't utter a word. Lin Tu sneered, his voice laced with sarcasm. The Bureau of Countermeasures can't even get a monster to speak, and yet they come to trouble me. Hebo remained calm as he replied, That is because of my compassion. Lin Tu furrowed his brow, confused. Compassion? Hebo hesitated, then turned to him, his eyes filled with complexity. You don't know. The monster, he paused, his voice lowering, was originally human. Su Ling Yu and Lin Tu were both stunned, exclaiming in unison, "Human?" Hebo nodded firmly. "That's right. She was originally Ximu's assistant when he taught at the university, an ordinary human who had never even awakened any special abilities." He sighed, his voice heavy. "Then she became the sacrificial subject for Ximu's monstrous Genkun experiment, transforming into the state she is now. This experiment is forbidden, so very few people are aware of it." The interrogation room door slammed open. The motto of the Strategy Bureau is to eliminate beasts and bring peace to the people with countless methods for dealing with monsters. Su Ling Yu and Lin Tu both turned their gazes inward. Ling Qinzhe was bound tightly to the chair, her eyes hollow. Hebo gently shook his head, his voice low and sorrowful. "No matter how cold-hearted I am, I don't want to use torture on a human being." Ling Qinzhe curled her lips into a smirk, her eyes sharp and cold. "Yes, I was once human." Lin Tu frowned slightly, deep in thought. "If that's the case, it's no surprise that the system's taming skills are less effective when controlling her. I think I've seen a photo of them together in my father's office." Lin Tu said curiously, his eyes glinting. "So what exactly happened?" He mused, his voice filled with confidence. "Maybe we can rehabilitate her. I really am a genius." Stepping closer, Lin Tu softened his tone and said sincerely, "Sorry, I didn't know about your past with Ximu." Ling Qinzhe coldly replied, "What do you want to say?" Lin Tu smiled and suggested, "I have a very good relationship with Ximu's mentor, Su Tan Kai, the professor. If we can get the experimental data from Ximu, I believe he can find a way to restore you to your original state." She suddenly jolted in shock and shouted, "Next, are you going to ask where Ximu is now? Do you always try to get other people's information without even focusing properly? And besides, who told you that I was forced to undergo genetic modification?" Ling Qinzhe roared, her voice filled with fury. "Let me tell you something. I underwent modification completely of my own free will. In a world where spiritual energy has revived, no matter how hard you work, if you fail to awaken, you'll still be treated like trash to be trampled underfoot. That's because the difference in abilities between people creates an unbridgeable gap. But the genetically modified beasts that can stabilize everything, they gave me the power to fight back against the Awakeners. It's because of them that those high and mighty Awakeners like you finally have to lower your heads and talk to me." Lin Tu lifted Ling Qinzhe's chin, her gaze firm. She gave a faint, mocking smile. "Again, this won't work on me. Just give it up." Suddenly, a flicker of confusion flashed in her eyes. A scene from Lin Tu's past flashed through her mind. The examination and the failure to awaken any ability. Ling Qinzhe's lips curled into a cold smile. "Ha ha, you're just the same." Lin Tu frowned, her eyes probing. "Maybe. You understand me." Lin Tu immediately shook her head, her voice resolute. "No." He stepped forward, his eyes burning with intensity, expressing that it was precisely because of such an experience. Only then did I have the chance to understand what a real monster is. A monster isn't defined by what it looks like, but by what it has done. The monster that I never want to become, that's the kind of monster. I want to destroy such monsters." Ling Qinzhe noticed his intense reaction, giving a slight nod, her voice lowering. "You dare to speak like that? But since you've said this much, I can fulfill your wish. You're not wrong. Professor Ximu is currently on Jiyuan Island, and I can also tell you the exact location of the research facility." She smiled dangerously, her eyes flashing with a hint of provocation. "You dare teach a doctor of monsters what a monster is? Then go ahead." The door to Chief Chen Kai Liang's office slowly opened. He let out a soft grunt, his sharp gaze sweeping over the room. Hebo respectfully led the way, inviting them in. Chen Kai Liang gestured sit. Lin Tu immediately reported, his voice firm, "I just found out the exact location of Ximu's research facility." Chen Kai Liang did not seem surprised, responding calmly, "I'd already seen it, as expected." Indeed, he had gone to Jiyuan Island. He sat down, his voice thoughtful. "I heard that before he was wanted, he was always immersed in the study of the monsters of Jiyuan Island. Now that he's been caught, he still wouldn't give up. Are you saying that a real monster has such an allure?" Lin Tu sat opposite him, his eyes filled with contemplation. "What's next? Do you want to head to the island to hunt it down?" Chen Kai Liang pondered, his eyes full of calculation. It may not be as easy as that. He took a sip of coffee, his voice slow as he began to recount. The last time I went to Ji-Yuan Island was 16 years ago. Back then, I used to regularly patrol the island with your grandfather. But time has passed, and after the bamboo dragon incident, Ji-Yuan Island went through a dramatic change. The waters around it became unusually dangerous. Not to mention a normal awakener, even your grandfather, if he went to the island, would likely not make it out alive. Lin Tu suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing. Let me go. I want to make Shima swim there. I'm not afraid. Chen Ka Liang hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly, his voice full of admiration. Truly worthy of being the heir of the tiger and the wolf. But he immediately became serious. But the problem is, Ji-Yuan Island is now floating in the sky. He paused, his gaze sharp. Ji-Yuan Island used to be just a sea area with many small islands. But a few years ago, it suddenly rose into the sky, leaving a huge crater on the surface of the sea, as if someone had lifted it off the ground. Chen Kai Liang raised his coffee cup, his voice a reminder. Young Master Lin, while you are indeed extraordinarily brave, I fear Ji-Yuan Island is not so easy to swim to. Lin Su smirked, his voice full of determination. Even so, I can still step forward. In his heart, he silently thought, his voice resolute, that this old bastard was deliberately trying to make him lose face. Chen Kai Liang nodded slightly upon hearing this, then suggested, But young Master Lin, since you are so determined, we can assist you. The Strategy Bureau will coordinate the aircraft. Su Lin Tu suddenly narrowed his eyes, his gaze wary. She thought to herself that this conversation was flowing too smoothly. She couldn't help but wonder what Chen Kai Liang was scheming. She spoke, her tone cold. This matter is nothing that Director Chen needs to worry about. If Lin Su is already a member of the Great Righteous Alliance, such a small matter will naturally be arranged by the Great Righteous Alliance itself. Chen Kai Liang gently set his coffee cup down, his voice steady. It's all for the sake of Tianhai City, so why should we distinguish between you and me? He tilted his head slightly, his gaze probing. Actually, the Strategy Bureau has been trying to get to the island from the central region. This afternoon, if young Master Lin and Miss Su don't mind. Lin Su didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. I'll go. Su Lin Tu was stunned, her eyes flashing with anger. Big brother, do you think I came up with hundreds of ways to refuse for no reason? At the Strategy Bureau's airport, Su Lin Tu grabbed Lin Su's collar tightly, her voice harsh. Are you out of your mind? Why did you agree like that? Can't you tell that Chen Kai Liang is tricking us? Lin Su furrowed his brows, his voice thoughtful. He glanced at the conference medal in his hand, his gaze resolute. Moreover, even if it's dangerous, this is the closest I can get to my parents. No matter what schemes or tricks they have, I will overcome them. Kneeling Dragon nodded, voicing his support. That's right, that's right. If there's any problem, you can count on me. Lin Tu, moved, hugged Kneeling Dragon tightly, his voice choking. Kneeling Dragon, you're the one who understands me the most. Kneeling Dragon patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'm always by your side. Su Lingyu sighed and glared at both of them. These two were definitely crazy. Just a month ago, they hadn't said anything like this. She glanced at the nearby plane, her voice cold. And even if that's the case, there's no need for the Strategy Bureau's plane, right? Lin Tu lowered his head slightly, his voice turning somber with regret. But this can't drag on. If it's not dealt with today, there will be fewer and fewer chances in the future. Su Lingyu furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with suspicion. What do you mean? Lin Tu sighed, recalling his mother's warning. In the Strategy Bureau, every individual harbored a narrow mind. You must not get involved with them, and you can't go to Ji-Yuan Island. Who knows what traps are inside? Did you hear that? Don't go. Su Lingyu narrowed her eyes, her voice full of doubt. But today, are you also? Lin Tu honestly nodded, his voice firm. That's right, I lied to my mother, saying that she came specially to pick me up for school. Su Lingyu panicked and shouted loudly, Can you stop causing trouble and drag me into it? The three of them stared in shock. From the crowd, a voice rang out. Wow, someone finally recognized you in there. The three Strategy Bureau employees cleared their throats and spoke one after another. You're the one Director Chen mentioned, right? Another person continued. Director Chen said, You are the hero who saved the Great Righteous Alliance from danger. We must take good care of you. Su Ling Yu leaned in close to Lin Tu and whispered, "See, I told you. Chen Kai Liang. That bastard has been plotting this from the start." Lin Tu swallowed nervously, his gaze flickering slightly. One of the employees suddenly spoke with a tone full of disdain. "The Great Righteous Alliance is really useless. They need a kid like this to save them? How embarrassing." He shoved his face close to Lin Tu, threatening, "Kid, you don't need to brag. The mission of our strategy bureau isn't something anyone can just do easily." He glanced at Mealing Dragon with utter contempt. "Damn, and you even brought a pet along. You really think you're going to the outskirts or something?" Mealing Dragon growled, baring its teeth in anger. Without hesitation, it lunged forward. The force of its attack sent the employee flying, crashing violently into the wall. Lin Tu curled his lips into a mocking smile. "You're not any more impressive than a pet, ha! The Strategy Bureau really is a den of hidden dragons." The employee flushed, unable to say anything, only able to growl, "You little brat." The people in the room watched the scene in stunned silence. Su Ling Yu crossed his arms, his voice cold. "In our Great Righteous Alliance, there's no one who would react like that upon seeing a pet." At that moment, neither Lin Tu nor Su Ling Yu knew that a storm was about to break. At Lin Tu's house, books were scattered everywhere, and his mother, enraged, shouted with fury, "You little brat, you couldn't even bring your books back. What kind of student are you? You must be sneaking off to find Chen Kai Liang." She stood up abruptly, her aura fierce. "He's rebelling. Let's see if I don't drag him back." The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Suddenly, the alarm system blared wildly. "Warning! Warning! Someone's broken in! Someone's broken in! Quickly stop her! Be careful!" The security guards rushed over, but within moments they were attacked and knocked to the ground. One of them, panicking, exclaimed, "What the hell? Is she even human?" Lin Tu's mother, radiating dominance, held a weapon in her hand and yelled, "Chen Kai Liang, get out here! Where the hell have you hidden Lin Tu?" From afar, a voice echoed, "Move! Move! Commander Chen is here!" Chen Kai Liang stepped forward with a calm smile. "Ah, sister-in-law has arrived," he said leisurely. "But you're too late. Lin Tu has already boarded the plane and is on his way to Jiyuan Island." Lin Tu's mother froze, her eyes turning skyward. "What?" she shouted, her voice echoing. In midair, Lin Tu heard the sharp, cold voice of the radio transmission. "Captain, we have reached the airspace over the sea, 2 nautical miles from Jiyuan Island." The staff member spoke with a firm tone. "The fighter squadron is ready. Should we begin the extreme island landing operation?" Gao Yutian smiled confidently and gave the order. "Proceed." The announcement echoed, signaling the start of the island landing operation. Teams shifted according to the plan, with the fighter squadron preparing for combat. The fully equipped planes roared as they took off. Gao Yutian chuckled softly, his voice filled with satisfaction. "See, this time, the island landing operation will succeed." Lin Tu looked at Gao Yutian, his gaze filled with doubt. But wasn't this just a matter of landing on an island floating in the sky? Was it really necessary to be so excited? Su Ling Yu, standing nearby, explained in a calm tone. "You don't understand. The Strategy Bureau has tried to land on the island multiple times in the past, but failed miserably. It's said that Jiyuan Island and its surrounding waters are covered by a strange and powerful magnetic field. This magnetic field disrupts machinery, causing ships and planes to crash." She paused, her gaze sharp. "The cause of the magnetic field here has been a subject of controversy. Some say it's due to chaotic magnetic fields, while others claim it's due to abnormal gravity." The aircraft crew burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Ha ha, no wonder you're a top student of the Great Righteous Alliance. You can recite every word in the book without error." One person added, with a hint of implication in their voice, "But unfortunately, there are some truths that only frontline members of our operation know. For example, the real reason behind the formation of the magnetic field on Jiyuan Island." Gao Yutian suddenly became serious, interrupting, "Stop wasting words. Focus. We have entered the magnetic field range of Jiyuan Island. On the control panel, a red warning light blinked, indicating system malfunction. One of the crew members anxiously reported, "Captain, due to the influence of Jiyuan Island's magnetic field, the machinery is malfunctioning. If we continue to get closer, the communication equipment might be disabled." Gao Yutian frowned, his voice filled with regret. Damn it, I was hoping we could get closer. But it seems that won't be possible. He decisively gave the order. Send the order to launch the fighter aircraft's semi-explosive shells. The incendiary grenades were launched, tearing through the air. Lin Tu covered his ears, confused, and exclaimed, "Those are shells from the patrol ship. Are they raiding the island or planning to blow it up?" A deafening explosion followed, and 4 shells hit their target with pinpoint accuracy. Gong Yutian burst into loud laughter, his voice filled with pride. Well done. Suddenly, a colossal beast materialized in midair beyond the island. Lin Tu shouted urgently, inside the thick fog, "There's a monster." The patrol ship's bullets have no effect at all. On the control panel, analytical data appeared. Asterisk Proud Wolf. Mature form, capable of evolving into a Dominator-level bloodline, eligible for ascension. Length, 40.9 meters. Weight, 3 tons, according to the Divine Chronicle ***. This ancient beast once ruled the desolate island of the Western Wasteland on Jiyuan Island. Legend has it that it possesses impenetrable armor, overwhelming strength of near-apocalyptic power, enough to shatter stars in the heavens ***. Gong Yutian remained calm, his deep voice steady. What's there to fear? This was all within our expectations. The bullets are merely to draw the giant ape's attention. The real operation begins now. He raised his hand and gave a firm command. Combat formation. While the fighter squadron keeps the beast occupied, advance at full force toward Jiyuan Island. At his order, the aircraft swiftly changed direction, diving straight toward Jiyuan Island. The monstrous creature was already waiting there. It opened its massive jaws and roared, unleashing a barrage of dark orbs. The planes were caught in their terrifying gravitational pull. A red-haired crew member shouted, "Damn it! Those gravity spheres are way too strong. Even at full thrust, we can barely hold our position without being dragged in." Another staff member added with a worried voice. Moreover, due to the influence of the magnetic field, both the radar and communication equipment are malfunctioning. Right now, we are completely in a state of being both blind and deaf. Gong Yutian immediately responded, "In that case, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Continue to find a way to escape. You all come with me to the front of the plane, look through the window, and directly command the transport." Lin Tu squinted, making a guess, and said, "The real reason for the magnetic field on Jiyuan Island is because of the supernatural abilities of this giant ape." Su Lingyu frowned, her voice uncertain. It might be a type of power similar to magnetic force, and it's incredibly strong." She boldly turned to face them, her eyes gleaming with determination. "I wonder if I can use my own abilities to block it." Lin Tu was stunned, exclaiming, "How could that be?" The monstrous beast outside, the Proud Wolf, focused intently on its huge hand, clenching it with a terrifying strength. The airplanes trapped within its dark sphere suddenly exploded in a deafening blast. The beast clutched its belly, laughing arrogantly. "Ha ha." Suddenly, it noticed an airplane that remained intact, surrounded by brilliant spiritual energy, hovering in midair. Su Lingyu shouted, her voice urgent, "Now's the time. Quickly leave the aircraft cabin." The 2 staff members, terrified, trembled as they spoke, but we're still 20 to 30 kilometers away from Jiyuan Island's sky, and the altitude is 8,000 meters. Gong Yutian immediately gave the order, his voice decisive. "Follow her instructions. Jump right now." At that moment, the beast sensed something was off. It sprang to its feet, kicking off the ground, leaping into the air. With terrifying speed, it grabbed the plane, raising it high and aiming directly at Lin Tu's aircraft. Lin Tu shouted frantically, his voice filled with panic. "This is bad. It's about to crash." The beast viciously struck, each blow shaking the plane with immense power. Lin Tu was thrown to Su Lingyu, urgently calling for Kneeling Dragon. Kneeling Dragon's body suddenly shifted, a flash of light appearing as it opened its mouth, crushing the plane in the beast's grip, forcing it to retreat in shock. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Chen Kai Liang was still interrogating Ling Qinjia, his voice cold and low. "Where is Sima now?" She sneered, adamantly replying, "Why should I tell you?" Chen Kai Liang smirked, pretending to sigh. "It's up to you." He began to play his game, his eyes gleaming with scheming intent. "But perhaps you know." His tone turned more serious, eyes cold as he continued. "Simu has caused such a great chaos. clearly aiming to disgrace the Great Righteous Alliance. Now the entire alliance has committed all its forces, vowing to capture him no matter the cost. He stared directly at Ling Qinjie, emphasizing, in this situation, in Tianhai, the only ones who can help him may be my strategy bureau. His words made her falter for a moment, her eyes flickering with hesitation. She quickly replied, Doctor, he is still on Ji-Yuan Island. Chen Kai Liang leisurely lifted his teacup, his voice calm. Is Ji-Yuan Island the one up in the sky? It's not easy to get there. Ling Qinjie smirked, a sly smile forming on her lips. That's right. There is a giant ape on Ji-Yuan Island now. No matter what kind of transportation machinery you use, if you get too close, it will knock it down. But Dr. Xi Mu and I have our own way to reach the island. She lowered her voice, a hint of sorrow flashing across her face. As long as Director Chen promises to ensure Dr. Xi Mu's safety, I can tell you how to reach the island and the location of the doctor's lab. Chen Kai Liang sat back with his legs crossed, his attitude calm and unhurried. But before that, I have one question. He furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the incident where he had let Xi Mu sneak into the exam hall and cause chaos. Yet Xi Mu had ignored his instructions and created such a large disturbance. His gaze became deep and unreadable. I want to know the reason behind it. Or to be more precise, what happened in the gymnasium before it was sealed off? Seeing the dangerous undertone in his attitude, Ling Qinjie gritted her teeth, silently wondering, what does this old man really want to know? What has he already found out? Noticing that the situation wasn't suitable for pressuring her further, Chen Kai Liang waved his hand lightly, his voice soft, but laden with meaning. Forget it. If you don't want an answer, that's fine. In exchange, help me with this task. Chen Kai Liang leisurely spoke, his tone full of implication. After all, the beast appeared on the main street of Tianhai City, unlike the hidden realm of Windtusk. We had no reason to help out unnecessarily. He glanced at Ling Qinjie, smirking. Tomorrow, Lin Tu will come here. I want you to cooperate with me in staging a scene, luring him to Ji-Yuan Island. Ling Qinjie was startled, shouting loudly. Why? At that moment, the office screen of Chen Kai Liang displayed an image of Lin Tu and the beasts. He emphasized, his voice cold. Stop pretending. I know very well what Xi Mu has been doing on Ji-Yuan Island for the past 16 years. Ling Qinjie fell silent at those words, his eyes betraying a fleeting unease. The next morning, the ancestral bird team of the Strategy Bureau had reached the waters near Ji-Yuan Island. Their voices rang out loudly. Hey, which way should we go? Lead the way. A member reported to Hebo, his voice urgent. Report, we have arrived at the waters of Ji-Yuan Island. Hebo gave a cold command. Continue forward. The group responded in unison. Yes. Suddenly, someone pressed a control switch. The collar on the bird person's neck surged with electricity, causing it to jerk violently, letting out a painful scream, and then laughing maniacally. I didn't expect this thing of Xi Mu's would work like this. A new report echoed. The team leader of the 11 o'clock direction detected signs of combat. Hebo raised his binoculars and observed carefully before nodding. It's the operation to assault the island by the troop transport team. It has begun. Through the binoculars, he could clearly see the full scene of the giant eight-prowed wolf, its terrifying strength and swift movements. Hebo thought to himself, indeed, its intellect is sharp and its tactics are crafty. It seems that the team leader will have to face a tough battle. One member of the Special Forces spoke up. This giant ape seems to be using sonic waves and electromagnetic waves to locate its opponents. The way they're riding birds to get to the island is amazing, another person commented. Suddenly, Ling Qinjie showed a tense expression, her gaze flickering for a moment. She thought of Lin Tu, her heart filled with concern for his safety. It's because of what we've gone through that I understand what a true monster is. A monster isn't defined by its appearance, but by the things it has done. Impossible. It must be because of that strange power, she muttered, gently stroking her chin, her eyes reflecting a deep contemplation. Hebo coldly commanded, continue leading the way. Seeing his stern demeanor, Ling Qinjie only snorted coldly and did not reply. Under the sky, Uncle Lang silently observed the movement direction of the Special Forces, the loud shouts from them needing to be lowered a little. Ahead was the doctor's research room, gradually descending, and everyone focused their attention. He turned to Ling Qinjie, his tone arrogant. "You're being overly cautious. What could possibly happen while riding a bird?" Suddenly, Uncle Lang appeared right behind Six, the tip of his sword pressing against his neck. His voice was deep and threatening. Humans may hide their weaknesses, but those weaknesses always reveal themselves. Six panicked, stammering, "Delu, who are you? Let me tell you, don't cause any trouble. I'm the son of Director Chen Kai Liang from the Strategy Bureau of Tian Hai City." Upon hearing this, Uncle Lang shouted angrily, "You're human, and you know pain. You're afraid of death. But why do you bully other creatures?" Six widened his eyes in shock, staring at Uncle Lang, who resembled a wolf, but spoke fluent human language. "What are you? Are you human or a demon? Where did you come from?" Uncle Lang calmly gave a cold smile, the sword still pointing at Six. "Don't worry, I'm not human, nor am I interested in torturing the weak. I'm here just to borrow this ancestral bird for a short while, to save the child of an old friend." Suddenly, the team behind them realized something was wrong, and shouted, "The enemy is attacking. Young Master Chen has been captured." A burly man, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, growled, "No problem. Watch how one magazine from me will turn him into a sieve." The curly-haired man beside him quickly cursed, "Are you crazy? If you shoot that magazine, young Master Chen will be turned into a sieve too." He sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Why bother with him? That brat is only here to hit on girls. What does it have to do with me?" Only Hebo charged forward, shouting loudly, "Get out of my way, Captain." He activated his muscle-strengthening ability, his body becoming as tough as steel. The two previously flustered men cheered, their eyes shining brightly. The captain really showed up, and he's even floating in midair. Lang Uncle was momentarily taken aback. Hebo swung his massive fist toward Lang Uncle, but his opponent was quick and easily dodged. Not only that, Lang Uncle counterattacked, the sharp blade grazing Hebo's chest and drawing fresh blood. Hebo groaned softly, his voice laced with pain. Lang Uncle was slightly surprised by his opponent's strength but remained cold as he continued to strike. The sword, though embedded in Hebo's chest, only left a small trail of blood. Hebo smirked arrogantly. "Such a pity, I'm an Awakener with muscle-enhancing abilities. With the support of this power, my body is as solid as a monster's. You can't cut through me." Lang Uncle leaped onto the back of the primordial bird, casually speaking. "So that's how it is. It's not that it can't be cut." He pressed down hard on the bird's body with his foot, making it grit its teeth in pain. Lang Uncle continued, his gaze sharp. "This big bird under my feet probably won't be able to withstand the force I'm using." Hebo remained unfazed, smiling smugly as if saying, "You've run out of tricks." Lang Uncle immediately retorted, his voice full of sarcasm. "Has anyone ever told you that your brain is simply like a monster?" He folded his arms, forming a cross, and his gaze flashed with a dangerous glint. "Have you never heard of shooting a person? Do you first shoot the horse?" Lang Uncle unleashed a lethal move, the sharpness of his technique like a blade. Both the man and the beast trembled instantly. The primordial bird was severed into pieces, screaming horribly. Hebo panicked and shouted loudly, "What's going on? Without any means of transportation, you're falling freely through the air." From a distance, Ling Qinjie charged like a flash of lightning, quickly supporting Hebo's arm with his foot. Though rescued, Hebo still wore an arrogant expression, but his tone carried a hint of gratitude. "I didn't expect you to come save me." Ling Qinjie showed no sign of pleasure, coldly explaining, "The condition Chief Chen made with me was to bring you to the doctor's research room." Hebo furrowed his brows, his voice filled with suspicion. "Your words sound like an excuse to let that werewolf go save Lin too." Ling Qinjie didn't bother to respond, quickly warning him in a cold tone. "Enough, I don't have a sturdy body like yours, and I don't want to risk my life as a test for blades. Moreover, the promise I made with Chief Chen was simply to lead Lin Tu to Jiyuan Island." Hebo sneered with a mocking smile. At this moment, the two gigantic beasts, Proud Wolf and Kneeling Dragon, were locked in a fierce battle. The sound of impact echoed. Though small, Kneeling Dragon's teeth were razor-sharp, biting clean through the thick steel pipe. Proud Wolf was horrified, instinctively dodging when he saw how ferocious Kneeling Dragon had become. He'd scrambled backward, landing on a mass of pitch-black clouds. Kneeling Dragon clung tightly to the aircraft, struggling to keep it from falling, and roared, "Hemph! Trying to escape, are you?" Lin Tu and Su Ling Yu were shouting in panic, though in truth only Lin Tu's mouth was making all the noise, while Su Ling Yu stood beside him, face tense with worry. "Enough! The plane's about to crash. Move it!" The giant ape bellowed furiously. Gripping his Ri staff tightly, the ape ground his teeth, muscles straining so hard his veins bulged. His eyes burned red as he swung the colossal staff straight at the aircraft, as if to smash everything to pieces. Kneeling Dragon's eyes blazed with fury. It cursed, baring its fangs. The staff struck with an earth-shaking crash, the plane shattering to bits. Kneeling Dragon groaned in pain, a low guttural moan escaping its throat. Su Ling Yu and Lin Tu struggled to hold on as she shouted, "That monkey's strength is monstrous. This is bad." Lin Tu's voice trembled with fear. "The beast Kneeling Dragon can't hold on much longer." The staff came crashing down again, slamming toward the surface of the sea. The giant ape, now relaxed, sat picking his teeth with a twig, humming smugly to himself. Lin Tu panicked, his soul practically flying out of his body. He was about to fall. He had to think fast. Su Ling Yu, irritated by Lin Tu's noise, snapped, "Shut up." She was in a panic, her voice trembling. "My physical strength is exhausted. There's no way to use my special abilities anymore." Behind her, Lin Tu maintained a stern expression, his wings glinting. He turned to Ling Qinjia, his sharp gaze piercing. "Although only half subdued, perhaps it's time to throw it away, right?" Both Lin Tu and Su Ling Yu began to fall freely, swept into a vortex. In that moment of despair, they struggled to salvage the situation, suddenly crashing into the soft fur of the aquatic bird, controlled by Lang Uncle. Had Lang Uncle intentionally caught them? Both of them cried out, groggily rubbing their heads. Lam, confused, asked, "What's going on?" Suddenly, he turned, only to find Six sitting idly nearby, causing Lin Tu to startle. "Damn it! Why are you here?" The three of them looked at each other. Despite not being close, there was an odd sense of shared understanding. Lang Uncle sneered, his tone mocking. "Now I get it, the monster said it wanted to save someone. Turns out it was you. The son of a traitor is truly on the same side as the monster." Lin Tu immediately changed his expression, his voice stern. "What are you talking about? Why are you here? Are you planning something sinister again?" Su Ling Yu quickly intervened, her voice anxious. "Stop arguing. Look, half of the plane is hovering in midair, held in place by a hand using all its internal energy." That was Su Ling Yu. She hesitated for a moment. Just a little more. Lin Tu shouted in alarm, "Stop using your abilities. You're almost out of energy. If you keep going, you'll die." Uncle Lang gently placed a hand on Su Ling Yu's shoulder, his gaze warm and reassuring, as if to comfort her. "All right, you've done your best." He smiled, calm and dependable. Then, without hesitation, Uncle Lang raised his sword, its edge gleaming like lightning, and charged forward in a flash, heading straight for the airplane's core. With the Heaven Breaker technique, he faced the massive machine alone. On the ground, Lin Tu stood frozen, staring upward in awe. What kind of monster is this man? He dares to take on the airplane head-on. Beside him, Su Ling Yu's eyes widened, filled with astonishment at Uncle Lang's overwhelming power. The airplane, heavy and relentless, seemed unstoppable. Yet Uncle Lang stood unshaken, steady as a mountain. When it was all over, Uncle Lang landed with a heavy thud beside them. Gong Yutian peeked out from behind him. Su Ling Yu frowned, her voice sharp. "Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to jump off the plane?" Gong Yutian gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head. "Haha, I'm afraid of heights. I couldn't jump in time." He paused, then pointed toward the wreckage. "I didn't expect that big ape to shatter the plane with a single blow." Only then did Lin Tu snap out of his daze, his voice rising in panic. "Wait, where's my kneeling dragon?" Lying Uncle replied calmly, his voice steady. "There's no need to go back and search. There's nothing left on the plane. Besides, there are too many people behind the island. We need to find a place to land everyone safely." He patted Lin Tu on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "At your level, you don't need to worry. The monster is tougher than you think." Suddenly from the distance, Kneeling Dragon appeared, gripping tightly to the head of a staff, a mischievous smile spreading across its face. Kneeling dragon, sorry, I'll come to find you later. From its mouth, a magical sphere appeared, glowing brightly like a purple flame. The massive gorilla standing nearby froze, its eyes wide open, completely panicked. The sphere, named Explosive Earth Rage, detonated with a deafening roar, sending thick black smoke into the air. Sparks scattered everywhere, and a huge crater appeared beneath the ground, shaking the entire area. Kneeling dragon muttered lazily, I'm so hungry. Looks like this will be a quick meal. It squinted slightly, its sharp gaze locking onto its prey. It crawled forward, each step heavy but powerful, and suddenly unleashed its thunder claw. Brilliant red lightning erupted, densely packed and mingling with the swirling smoke and dust, the light clashing violently and tearing through the air, with sharp screeching sounds. When the smoke cleared, several monstrous creatures appeared beneath the ground, their bodies shimmering, like a delectable feast laid out before them. Kneeling dragon let out a smug, high-pitched laugh. At this moment, the team from the Strategy Bureau had arrived at the Research Institute. Ling Qinjia, with a deep and resonant voice, announced, We've arrived. Below was Professor Xi's Research Institute. Voices from the team rang out, mixed with sighs of relief. Finally, we've arrived. Where did that thing come from earlier? What was it here for? The man with curly hair turned to the one smoking a cigarette and furrowed his brows, asking, But Captain, aren't we really just going to ignore young Master Chen? The latter replied irritably, Ignore him? What for? As Hebo landed, he cut in coldly, Not saying we should manage him, but we've already arrived at Professor Xi's place. It would be common courtesy to at least greet him. Suddenly, a figure staggered out, covered in wounds. Ling Qinjia hurried over, and, upon seeing that Professor Xi was still able to walk, let out a relieved breath and muttered, Thank heavens. Then he spoke aloud. You've gone outside. The wounds that Brat had inflicted, the rotten insects, they couldn't heal on their own, and could only be stitched up bit by bit with the help of surgical abilities, so it took quite a bit of time. I couldn't make it in time to save you, but it looks like you've been busy during this period. Professor Xi, looking disheveled, with blood still oozing from the injuries that had only been hastily treated, made the onlookers shudder. Hebo didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Professor Xi, Director Chen has invited you over to explain everything about this incident. Ling Qinjia hurriedly interjected, his voice frantic. No, Professor, please listen to my explanation. Simu, his face as cold as ice, responded. It's just a small matter. It doesn't seem necessary to trouble everyone over it. Captain, we should just get straight to the point. He sneered lightly, his sharp eyes seemingly seeing through everything. Guess I was right. Chen Kai Liang asked you to take over the Research Institute, didn't he? It's just a pity that that old fool brought this disaster upon himself. And now, he stepped on his own foot. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Ling Qinjia, panicked, stammered. What's going on? An earthquake. Xinu's voice turned deep as he slowly explained to Ling Qinjia. That old fool wanted to scam that Kit Lin Tu, using him as a scapegoat. But just now, Lin Tu's monster defeated the giant ape guarding Jiyuan Island. Jiyuan Island is floating in the sky, protected by the giant ape that possesses gravitational anomaly powers. I'm sure you've known about these two things for a while now. Hebo lost his patience with Ximu's long-winded speech and snapped a little more directly. No one wants to hear you lecture. Ximu chuckled in delight, laughing heartily. Have you never thought that there might be a connection between these 2 points? Hebo furrowed his brows, confused. What connection? Ximu seized the opportunity to explain. This Jiyuan Island relies on the gravity-altering power of the giant ape to float in the sky. If the ape falls, the entire island will fall with it. Seeing that Ximu was still beating around the bush, Hebo grew anxious, his tone hardening. It seems like you don't want to cooperate with us, huh? Ling Qinjia, realizing that Hebo was about to take action, rushed forward and stood in front of Ximu, shouting, What are you trying to do? On our way here, following your path, we encountered a monster with the head of a beast and the body of a man that suddenly appeared and took young Master Chen. Now you're lying like this. Are you trying to tell me that only monsters and the doctor can understand the language of monsters? Under the canopy of trees, at first glance, the space seemed calm. But in reality, a fierce battle was boiling beneath the surface. The kneeling dragon, with its overwhelming power, devoured every golden beast around it. The system continued to issue cold, precise notifications. Your kneeling dragon has successfully devoured Flamewing, gaining 520 evolution points. Your kneeling dragon has successfully devoured Daixing E, gaining 66 evolution points. Your kneeling dragon has successfully devoured Earth Wolf, gaining 452 evolution points. Your kneeling dragon has successfully devoured Earth Wolf, gaining 479 evolution points. Your kneeling dragon has successfully devoured the serpent, gaining 320 evolution points. Your kneeling dragon has successfully devoured the great mountain ox, gaining 5192 evolution points. With ample nutrients, the kneeling dragon's body suddenly erupted with power, reaching its mature form. Its dominant bloodline is now ready to level up with a height of 29 meters and a weight of 22.6 tons. Its attack methods now include terrifying collisions, vicious bites, divine dragon tail strikes, and the devastating earth tremor skill. The monsters, upon seeing the kneeling dragon, screamed in panic. The disaster from years ago, why is it back? Run, quickly! After the feast, with its belly full and swollen, the kneeling dragon let out a roar of satisfaction. It glanced around and saw the panicked creatures fleeing with their tails between their legs. Looking left and right, they were all running in a wild, disorganized manner. Kneeling Dragon smugly muttered, "Why did you run as soon as you saw me? It's almost like you knew I was about to eat you. How could I possibly catch you now?" Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Seeing the birds circling in the sky, he shouted with excitement, "Guide!" At the same time, Lang Uncle's group safely landed on the ground. Lin Tu let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "Finally, we've landed safely. Gong Tian Yu, you are in charge of this mission." As soon as they landed, he spoke decisively, "I'm confirming the real purpose of this trip. We're here to survey the natural environment of Jiyuan Island and capture Simu. The four of you who are dead must obey." One of the group members suddenly rushed forward, cutting him off. "Wait a minute, Gong Tian Yu, didn't you notice? That tall, thin guy with the wide-brimmed hat is the monster. He kidnapped me." There was still some hesitation, but the curiosity couldn't be suppressed. "I've seen his face briefly under that wide-brimmed hat. It was a wolf's face." He lowered his voice and continued. "Moreover, he admitted himself that he came to save Lin Tu. It's clear that Lin Tu and his father were involved. That monster and they are from the same side." Hearing this, Gong Tian Yu's gaze turned cold, immediately gathering his internal energy, but still asking to confirm, "Is that so?" Without waiting any longer, he charged straight toward Lang Uncle, shouting loudly, "Excuse me, please take off your hat." Lang Uncle frowned, his voice growing deeper with annoyance. Even though he was attacked suddenly, Gong Tian Yu still lost his composure. He growled, his movements not bad at all. At this moment, Gong Tian Yu performed the technique Twin Star Slash, his strike as fast as lightning. But Lang Uncle remained unfazed, smoothly dodging the blow with ease. In the blink of an eye, Lang Uncle swung his hand, his claws gleaming sharply, delivering a precise strike to Gong Tian Yu's abdomen. It hurt so much. Gong Tian Yu coughed violently, blood spitting out, unable to counterattack before being knocked to the ground. Lang Uncle stood tall, confidently saying, "You think you can make me take off my hat with just this?" Gong Tian Yu, clutching his wound, glared with burning rage. "Himph, shout all you want. Don't underestimate others." Suddenly, a massive blade appeared, 40 meters long, making everyone who saw it shiver. Su Ling Yu, standing beside, couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder he's known as the talented young man of the Strategy Bureau. Not only has he reached the Divine King realm at such a young age, but he can also transform the spiritual energy in his body into a physical form." Gong Tian Yu roared. With his momentum, he soared into the air, the gigantic sword held high, threatening to take a life. But Uncle Lang remained calm, even leisurely analyzing his opponent. The weaponization of spiritual energy into a sword was somewhat interesting, he thought, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Out of respect for an old acquaintance, I won't toy with you," he muttered. Suddenly, the internal system emitted an urgent notification, warning that the spiritual energy value exceeded measurable limits, unable to be determined. This situation resembled his previous encounter with Chen Ka Liang, intensifying the tension in the air. The monstrous beast slammed into the ground, its terrifying roar shaking the earth. A shrill scream pierced the air, and without even looking, one could tell who it belonged to. Uncle Lang bared his teeth, his gaze cold as he sealed his lips, a look of indifference on his face. He waved his hand lightly, producing a powerful sound that shattered everything around him. Watching Gong Tianyu shrivel on the ground, Uncle Lang coldly remarked, "Only the appearance is impressive." He then teased further, "I've never seen a spiritual energy blade so brittle." Su Lingyu observed intently, astonished, and exclaimed, "I can't believe the beast can even disguise itself as a human." Lin Tu nodded in agreement, his voice deep. "Moreover, I fear that his strength might even surpass that of the giant ape." In Lin Tu's heart, a thought flashed through his mind. The only option was to take a risk and seize the opportunity to escape. Seeing that he had entered a combat stance, Su Lingyu hurriedly stopped him, her voice filled with worry. "Lin Tu, don't do anything reckless." She could sense the terrifying aura of spiritual energy emanating from the monster. It was so powerful it sent chills down her spine. But Lin Tu thought otherwise, his gaze resolute. "I know, but I want to give it a try." Just as he was about to charge forward, a sudden phone ring interrupted his steps. He yelled in frustration. Who was calling at a time like this? Aren't we supposed to be in a secret realm? He quickly pulled out his phone and answered the call. "Hello." It was his mother's voice, Miao Xian. Without a moment's pause, she scolded him fiercely, accompanied by a mild threat. "You little brat, how dare you lie to me? I'm coming over there to deal with you." Hearing his mother's thunderous rage, Lin Tu could only mumble through the phone, his voice filled with embarrassment. "Oh my God, how did you manage to make a call in this secret realm?" On a plane flying toward Ji-Yuan Island, Lin Tu's mother, Miao Xian, sat holding a pink metal hook tightly in her hand, her voice booming through the phone. "Mom is flying over there to punish you. You better stay still and don't move for her." Lin Tu, though unafraid of monsters or powerful opponents, had always truly feared his great mother. Even if he wore 3 layers of steel armor, her hook would still leave a few marks. Knowing this well, Lin Tu immediately begged, his voice trembling, "Mom, I'm sorry, let's go home and talk about it." But Miao Xian's anger had reached its peak. She could only hear her son's intention to drive her away in his words. "You still want to send me away? Dream on." The father roared, his murderous aura so intense that even Uncle Lang, standing nearby, could feel the terrifying presence. Suddenly, the monster turned around and silently fled. Su Lingyu looked around, confused, realizing she was the only one left standing there. "Why did he run away?" she muttered, her face full of bewilderment. Ken Hu and Gong Tianyu, having witnessed the 2 strongest people leave at the same time, trembled and cried. "Damn it, we've been unexpectedly saved." At this moment, the plane had landed, signaling that Miao Xian had set foot on Ji-Yuan Island, still clutching the cute pink iron hook tightly in her hand. She stepped off, her voice sharp and commanding. "Lin Tu, you little brat, come here to me." But before her stood only an empty, silent void with Su Lingyu standing there, lost in confusion. Miao Xian furrowed her brow and immediately asked, "Where is Lin Tu?" Su Lingyu, equally bewildered, replied, He was just here a moment ago." Miao Xian, the mother of the male lead Lin Tu, swept her gaze across the scattered marks on the nearby tree trunk, which caught her attention. Then, as she turned her eyes to another direction, she froze at the sight of a huge indentation, forming a deep pit in the ground. Her eyes flickered, as though she had realized something. It was clear that Miao Xian was already aware of the existence of Lang Uncle. Miao Xian gritted her teeth, her voice sharp as she ground out each word. "That damned wolf!" The anger inside her had reached a boiling point, still far from being soothed. And with the appearance of Lang Uncle, her fury only intensified. Her powerful fist surged forward with tremendous force, smashing into the nearby tree, causing it to crack loudly. Her scream echoed, reverberating as though it could shake the mountains themselves. "Where have you taken my son this time?" Su Lingyu, Chen Hu, and Gong Tianyu, standing nearby, trembled in fear at the terrifying murderous intent, feeling a horror they had never known before. From afar, Lang Uncle could still clearly hear Miao Xian scream and felt the surge of her wrath. Even a beast like him couldn't help but shudder before her overwhelming aura. Lang uncle frowned and turned to Lin Tu, his voice displeased. Why did you follow me here? At that moment, Lin Tu timidly peeked out from behind Lang uncle's tail, clearly afraid of being discovered by his mother. He whispered, I came to this island to find her. If my mother sees me, she'll definitely disapprove, so I was hoping you could help me temporarily hide from her. Lang uncle, noticing Lin Tu's calm demeanor, slightly curled his lips and asked, Aren't you afraid I might eat you? I'm a monster, you know. Lin Tu remained unfazed, casually following the soft, sliding motion of Lang uncle's tail, and responded leisurely. If the sword had struck just now, we would both be dead. Although I don't know why you approached me, I feel you mean no harm. Suddenly, Lin Tu changed his tone, his expression hardening as if interrogating. You know my mother, don't you? Lang uncle was taken aback by his sharpness, his eyes widening in surprise, stammering. How did you know? Lin Tu calmly explained, his voice full of certainty. It's easy to guess. Just now, when I called my mother and saw the obvious change in the plane, the only thing that changed was my mother. After hearing this, Lang uncle only grinned mysteriously, showing his teeth, and then gently carried Lin Tu on his back, walking slowly. I am not only acquainted with your mother, but I also know your father. He spoke in a deep voice. Furthermore, not long ago, I was with him. Lin Tu immediately became agitated, his eyes shining brightly. Where is my father? Please, take me to him. I'm willing to do anything. Just then, the wind howled in his ears, and a huge rock suddenly hung in the air, poised to fall. Lang uncle narrowed his eyes, furrowing his brow. His body shot forward, weaving between shards of stone that scattered in all directions. Finally, he landed on the ground, causing a tremor that shook the earth. This disturbance caused the rocks to rain down like a storm. Still in shock, Lin Tu asked, Ever since just now, the island has been trembling continuously. What's going on? Lang uncle's expression tightened slightly as he explained in a calm voice, The survival mechanism of Jiyuan Island depends on that giant monkey. It possesses gravity-altering abilities, allowing the island to float in the sky. But now, it has been knocked unconscious, and the force is gradually losing its effectiveness. The island hasn't fallen yet, but it can no longer maintain perfect balance. It could collapse at any moment. Lin Tu suddenly remembered and exclaimed in panic, The island could collapse. But my mother just went to the island earlier. Uncle Lang remained calm as a mountain and replied, What's there to be afraid of? Didn't they come by plane? In critical moments, they can leave at any time. As if recalling something, Uncle Lang continued, his eyes flashing with a cunning gleam. But didn't you say earlier that if I could let you meet your father, you'd be willing to do anything? Lin Tu, hearing Uncle Lang repeat it, nodded firmly. Yes, that's right. Uncle Lang, pleased by his decisiveness and credibility, smiled contentedly. He leisurely looked down at the vast forest below and said slowly, Earlier, I had something I wanted you to help with. Without waiting any longer, both of them disappeared in an instant. It turned out that Uncle Lang had carried Lin Tu and stopped in front of the massive hole they had seen earlier. Lin Tu, confused, asked, Where is this? Uncle Lang explained, his voice deep and low. This huge hole was made by the giant ape when it fell. Though Lin Tu already knew about the ape, he was still stunned by the sheer scale of the impact. It was that big. Wait, no! Why are we here? Uncle Lang, without any unnecessary words, replied casually, We will jump down here. What I say is what I do, he instructed, closing his eyes and gripping tightly. Before Lin Tu could react, Uncle Lang and he plunged straight into the hole. The terrifying speed and the increasing slope caused Lin Tu to panic, screaming at the top of his lungs, Ah! As they neared the bottom, the air suddenly turned pitch black, swallowing all light. Finally, both of them came to a stop safely. Uncle Lang glared at Lin Tu, while he was busy observing the surroundings. Surprising, the space inside here is really vast. Have we reached the bottom of the cave? Uncle Lang shook his head, his voice cautious. No, not yet. Someone is watching us. Concerned that Lin Tu might be in danger, Uncle Lang sternly instructed, Don't act on your own, and don't wander off. In the dark space, a faint mystical light flickered, seemingly guiding the way. Suddenly, a hand gently touched Lin Tu's shoulder. Instinctively, he turned around, puzzled. In front of him stood a man with platinum hair, scruffy beard, and a sloppy appearance. but his face exuded a masculine and rugged charm. It was Lin Longzun, Lin Tu's father. As soon as Lin Tu saw the man, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Dad, Dad, how are you here?" Lin Longzun smiled gently. His eyes were filled with deep affection as he looked at his son. "I never expected we'd meet here," he said, his voice immediately becoming loud and invigorated. "Come here, son. Let me give you a hug." But in stark contrast to his father's joy, Lin Tu stood frozen in place, his face gradually turning red with anger. "Why are you only showing up now? The outside world is saying you were scared off by a beast, and Lin Suran ran away." Lin Tu's face was flushed, a mixture of anger and sorrow, his voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. "Mom and I haven't been able to lift our heads for all these years." Lin Longzun looked at his son, moved, and calmly replied, "Don't cry, my good son. All of that is in the past. Isn't it true that I'm here now? Come on, let me hug you." But Lin Tu clenched his fists tightly, unable to hold back his fury at his father's nonchalant and shameless attitude. He shouted, "Can't you apologize?" With a powerful punch, Lin Longzun was sent flying, disappearing into the darkness. Lin Tu stood frozen, suddenly realizing he had gone too far. In a panic, he blamed himself, muttering that he had forgotten he was only in a projection form. Then he sighed and softened his voice. "Actually, both Mom and I have always trusted you completely, but all you had to do was just say hello to the two of us first." It took a long time for Lin Tu to realize that his father had disappeared. From deep within the darkness, sharp, screeching sounds echoed, making the space even colder and more unsettling. Lin Tu stood frozen, wondering about the piercing screeches. It turned out that the image of Lin Longzun he had seen earlier was just an illusion created by the angry insects. They swarmed, their disgusting, slimy bodies producing sounds that made his head throb with pain. "My son, have you hit me again?" They all spoke in unison, each wearing a distorted version of Lin Longzun's face. The angry insects eagerly conversed among themselves, performing their useless act. Hours passed, and not only did they fail to find an opportunity, but they also suffered a blow. "I told you, this kid is no easy opponent. We already suffered a big loss back in Tianhai City." One angry insect, with an ugly face, screamed, "If you don't want me to hold you, I've already said it 1,000 times. Then let me just eat you instead." Before Lin Tu could regain his composure, he stammered, "Dad, is that you, an angry insect?" At that moment, Uncle Lang appeared just in time, both offering support and scolding. What a waste of words. He summoned his magic staff from his mouth and shouted, "With your father's strength, even in his half-beast form, he won't be able to move an inch." The gaze flickered with disdain, continuing in disbelief as angry insect reappeared on Jiyuan Island. Without hesitation, Lang Uncle channeled his spiritual energy to form a brilliant ring, blocking the swarm of bugs. A blinding flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by the image of a massive hand rising high, preparing to strike down. In the blink of an eye, the hand descended, crushing the swarm of insects into pieces. It turned out to be the giant ape, roaring several deep, booming growls that echoed throughout the space. Lin Tu, repeatedly startled by the unexpected situations, blurted out, "This is the same giant monkey that attacked the plane earlier." But Lang Uncle was different. In the eyes of the monstrous wolf, a gleam of amusement flashed, with no trace of fear. Though his body did not match the giant ape's colossal size, Lang Uncle's roar still carried an imposing force, as though he were sending a greeting to the giant ape. The giant ape glanced behind, where suddenly a green python emerged from the mouth of a pit, its body twisting and floating in the air. It slithered down, its heavy steps pounding the ground, each step reverberating with a thudding sound as if it could crack the stone beneath it. The giant ape lowered its head slightly in response to Lang Uncle, making polite clucking sounds. Lin Tu was stunned, his mind flooded with questions. Does this monkey know the wolf? He widened his eyes, staring at the giant snake with its head tilted back, its mouth dripping saliva. Suddenly, Lin Tu exclaimed, "Did this monkey use this vine to climb up? Just looking at it makes me feel pain." Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Lang Uncle and asked directly, "What's going on?" Lang Uncle understood immediately, his voice calm as he explained, "I came here this time to find him. The floating Jiyuan Island relies entirely on this creature's abilities. If he loses consciousness, the entire island could fall. The giant ape, as if meeting an old friend, changed its tone to a more humorous one, its expression lighter. It crookedly spoke to Lang Uncle. I was knocked down by this big earth snake. Lin too, taken aback by the sudden blame, angrily retorted, that's because you ambushed me first. And that wasn't a snake, it was a dragon. Exactly, give my dragon back. The two glared at each other, arguing as if they were about to start fighting. But they looked no different from two children bickering. Lang Uncle, standing by, suddenly spoke in a clear voice. Why did you fly up to Juyuan Island? Then he answered himself, still maintaining his composure. I wanted to ask that as well, but seeing this hole and the 4 layers from earlier, the answer is already obvious. Lang Uncle stamped his foot, crushing an angry insect beneath his heel. Damn it, Wang Kong-lu muttered, giving a slight nod, then sighed. Could it be because of this name? Exactly, just look here. Both of them turned their gaze toward another small hole. Down below, a swarm of angry insects clung together, writhing like a boiling wave, sending chills down anyone's spine. Not only were their bodies slimy, but their attitudes were also grotesque, with a mocking, taunting tone. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Uncle Lang glared at those leering faces, enraged to the point of madness, wanting nothing more than to swing his hand and chop them all down. Wang Kong-lu spoke in a low voice. It's not just that. It snapped its fingers, and a dark purple sphere, carrying an immense gravitational force, appeared. 3 giant spheres plummeted straight down, crashing with a loud bang into the swarm of insects. Yet the bugs were only slightly injured, still alert and stubborn. Wang Kong-lu sighed. These insects recover so quickly after being injured, it's basically impossible to kill them. It continued, I was worried the island would be ravaged by the insects, so I made it fly up. Uncle Lang's sharp eyes turned cold as he snapped. How did these things even end up on this island in the first place? Lin too saw an opportunity to step forward and coughed, clearing his throat. He flashed a confident smile and spoke to the 2 monsters. I know where these parasite birds come from. Moreover, I've fought them before, and I have a way to deal with them. Uncle Lang looked at Lin too and smiled gently. Exactly like back then. The giant ape also smiled softly. Lin too seized the opportunity and made a condition. I can help you eliminate these parasite birds and the one behind them. In his heart, his main goal at this moment was to reunite with Lin Longzun, the father he had longed to see for so long. Lin too decisively declared, but after it's done, you must take me to find him. At that moment, a thunderous explosion rang out from a distant mountain. Somehow, the mountain was split in 2. Gong Yutian widened his eyes in amazement and said, Damn it, is that fat aunt really that powerful? I wonder who's stronger between her and Captain Ha. Chen Hu, standing nearby, trembled and spoke in fear, and I ended up bumping into her son. Lin Tu's mother, Miao Xian, gritted her teeth, her face darkened, and murderous intent surged. Su Lingyu, stunned by the scene, exclaimed, Auntie, why are you here? And why are you on our Great Righteous Alliance's plane? Fang Tianji leaned out from the airplane, excitedly replying, Haha, of course, I brought her here, she said. She jumped down to the ground with her legs spread wide in an extremely laddie-like manner, then quickly walked toward us, pouting. You two are really boring. You come to such an exciting place, and don't bring anything fun. Su Lingyu calmly replied, We still have important business to attend to, so if you're not involved, please stay out of it. And so the 2 of them started arguing like cats and dogs, neither of them willing to back down. At that moment, Su Lingyu's father stepped off the plane, speaking up to assert his presence. Hey, there's still one more person here. Su Lingyu immediately switched her expression as quickly as flipping a pancake, walking over and bowing politely. Dad, you came too. Fang Tianjie glanced at her, pretending to be disgusted. Su Lingyu curiously turned to her father and asked, Why did you suddenly come to Juyuan Island? He wore a serious expression, opened his suitcase, and in a low voice said, It's an emergency. Take a look. Su Lingyu glanced inside, immediately recognizing it. This is Angry Insect, the one I sent to Mom last time. He nodded and pulled out a test tube, introducing it. That's right, this is Angry Insect. I have only seen it mentioned in ancient texts. The books record that their vitality is incredibly strong, and whenever they appear, a great disaster follows. They do not belong to this world. Su Lingyu's father declared with a resolute gaze. If these parasites were created by Ximu, then as his teacher, he paused, his voice deepening, I must put an end to everything. Gong Yutian, standing to the side, hurriedly made a call to report the situation. Sorry, Director, one more team member has gone missing. Our team has been completely wiped out this time. On the other end of the line, Shen Kai Liang spoke in a calm voice, there's no need to worry. This time, I underestimated the enemy. It's not your fault. He continued reassuringly. Moreover, the soldiers involved in the plane crash have been rescued and are safely aboard the military ship. Gong Yutam was moved, tears streaming down his face. That's a relief. I will definitely redeem myself by completing the mission to find Ji Yuan Island. Before he could finish, Chen Hu grabbed the phone and groaned. Dad, I've been captured by a giant monster. That bastard Heba didn't care and ran off. Please, hurry up and send someone to rescue me. Chen Kai Liang was unfazed, laughing. So you and Heba got lost, huh? Well, that's just perfect, he instructed firmly. Follow the Great Righteous Alliance. If they discover anything, immediately inform me. Chen Hu anxiously shouted, Dad, aren't you going to let that bastard Heba come pick me up? At this moment, Chen Seiliang had not finished speaking before being interrupted. Hebei's side has an important mission to carry out right now. At the same time, outside the hall, a soldier holding binoculars screamed in horror. Ah! A horde of bloodthirsty monsters rushed forward with savage momentum, as if they wanted to tear apart anyone who dared to block their path. The soldier turned pale, worried. The captain has been inside for so long. Why hasn't he come out yet? Another soldier snorted. Why care about him? Handle these monsters first. The brat Ximu could only surrender. The soldier yelled aggressively, but when he saw the swarm of monsters charging toward them, he couldn't help but feel panic. He cursed angrily, but it was clear that the more they killed, the more appeared. How many of these monsters had that brat Ximu actually raise? All that remained was his desperate prayer, sincerely hoping that the captain would quickly take Ximu away. Just as he prayed, Ximu had been defeated, leaning against a crooked wall, about to collapse. Heba's gaze was as cold as ice as he spoke. I suggest you order those monsters outside to stop immediately. They'd come only to seek death, he sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, your recovery rate is astonishing, but unfortunately, it seems the injuries from before have not fully healed. Then, he threatened, his killing intent rising. The next strike of mine might just take your life. Ximu, despite feeling like his insides were being ripped apart, still calmly sneered. What's the matter? Still trying to drain me? Are you no longer looking for young Master Chen? Heba responded without hesitation. Unfortunately, I just received news from Chief Chen. Young Master Chen is now safe. With that, he grabbed Ximu by the throat and dragged him along, his voice cold and forceful. Come on. Use the fruits of your 16 years of effort to exchange for your life, your assistance, and your birds. So will you agree or not? Suddenly, a soldier rushed in from the door, shouting loudly, Captain, there's a major problem. Outside, there was a monster weighing at least 10 tons, equivalent to a void reversal level beast. Heba was startled, muttering, a void reversal level beast. Ximu was equally shocked, repeating, a void reversal level beast. Heba, still gripping Ximu's throat, dragged him outside. Looking up, he saw something resembling a giant black cloud, with lightning bolts striking the ground. A terrifying scene unfolded. Heba couldn't help but exclaim, Damn! What the hell is going on? A colossal beast, its mouth gaping like a cavern, picked up smaller monsters and stuffed them into its mouth, hissing with excitement. This is really something. I never expected there would be so much good food on this island. Ximu's face turned purple with rage as he shouted, Why did you bring this monster here? Do you even know what you're doing? Heba shot him a suspicious look, gritting his teeth. Isn't this monster one you raised? Ximu, helpless, screamed, Raised? Are you out of your mind? I ended up like this because I fought this monster. Heba immediately turned and gave an order. With his curly hair, he used a machine to check the beast's strength. The curly-haired man respectfully replied, Yes, and raised the device. but the screen only displayed a line of endless, flickering dots. Panicked, he reported, "The machine's broken." One of the men beside them muttered in disbelief. "How can this be? Couldn't it have reached the Enter Saint level?" Simu couldn't hold back and cursed outright, "You idiot! The growth of the Ji-Yuan Island monster isn't due to its sheer size. Pay attention and look closely." The gigantic monster moved. Trees fell flat, and dust swirled around as if foretelling a grim future. It focused intently on devouring its prey, its eyes suddenly bulging, flashing with a bloodthirsty red light. Its entire body radiated brightly, the roar echoing endlessly, its form expanding as it continued to gnaw and swallow, like an unstoppable machine of destruction. The soldiers stared, mouths agape, and exclaimed in unison, "Damn it, it can grow bigger through devouring villages." Hibao was internally horrified, thinking to himself, couldn't it be that he was with Lin Tu back then? Why did he bring this monster here? Looking at the beast before him, he felt despair. There was simply no way they could be a match. Shimu, on the other hand, smiled with excitement. "Haha, you said you could deal with the monster from Ji-Yuan Island. But only another monster from Ji-Yuan Island can do that." Deep within a dark cave, enormous coils of wire connected to a glowing screen. Inside, another colossal monster was soundly asleep, while the blazing sunlight shone on the lush land outside. Uncle Lang's voice rang out, low yet sharp. "You're always talking about eliminating the parasites, and those behind them. Do you have a plan?" Deep within another cave, Lin Tu's group was gathered, focused. He confidently declared, "You all just watch me, but first, you need to find Kneeling Dragon." Lin Tu opened the screen and began to investigate, first opening the monster radar to confirm the location of Kneeling Dragon. As the screen lit up, Lin Tu froze, exclaiming, "Damn it, what the hell is this? The system is bugged again." The red dots that appeared on the radar in clusters caused him to panic. Are we surrounded by monsters? Suddenly, something that looked like a tentacle shot out from the darkness, charging directly to attack the group. Ul immediately recognized it and growled, "Just as I thought, it's out again." Both Proud Wolf and Lang Uncle rushed forward, launching counterattacks against the strange tentacle creeping toward them from Lin Long Zun's direction. Lang Uncle landed on the ground, snorting coldly, his sharp gaze revealing that their attacks had no effect. Lin Tu refused to back down, jumping up to land a powerful punch on the monster. The punch caused the tentacle to explode, and he shouted, "Push the angry breath insect toward this side. Let me finish them off." But just at that moment, Lin Tu's armor suddenly disappeared. He angrily yelled, "The monster projection time has expired. Why are you breathing like that? Why do you always mess things up at the critical moment?" Lang Uncle shot a judging glance at him, scoffing lightly, just as expected, unreliable. Then, he transformed, appearing next to Lin Tu like a majestic deity, exuding an overwhelming aura of sheer power. "You two, step aside for now," he commanded, his voice firm and resolute. Lin Tu was confused, unable to guess what he was about to do. Proud Wolf, like a loyal follower of many years, excitedly cheered. "Lang Uncle is always so reliable." But Lin Tu stood in a corner, scratching his head. "What the hell? You're jumping in to hack at it? You're going to bring this place down. You don't mean to bury us all here, do you?" Lang Uncle, holding a sword, muttered incantations. Greed, hatred, delusion. The three poisons, the three impurities, the three fires. Spiritual energy erupted, enveloping him, his eyes gleaming like car headlights, shining blindingly bright yellow. "You are guilty of your actions." Without form, he continued chanting. Evidence of decay, the ultimate extreme of ignorance. The sword arc spun around him, unleashing a grand sword technique. With a single stroke, a blinding slash of pure light split the island in two, creating a world-shattering scene. Lin Tu and Proud Wolf stood frozen, jaws dropped, both exclaiming in unison, "Wef!" Proud Wolf quickly yelled, reminding Lang Uncle, "Stop, reverse the sword, adjust it a little. This island, we can only barely hold on with our abilities. We couldn't withstand even one strike from Uncle." A massive black hole appeared, warping gravity and exposing everything. Lin Tu clung tightly to the cliffside, stunned as the trembling tentacles reconnected. He suddenly realized that the island seemed to be healing itself. Lin Tu broke into a cold sweat, a horrifying sensation taking over his entire body. The island seemed to transform into a giant angry insect. Lightning bolts shot out from the black hole, linking the cracks in the ground. Slowly, they sealed up, smooth as if nothing had ever happened. Proud Wolf and Lin Tu panted heavily, exhausted from the battle. The angry insect had been brought down, but Lin Tu couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze filled with admiration, absent-mindedly sheathing his sword. Answer. Proud Wolf shook his head, his voice deep. Without your explanation, it's just testing the effectiveness of the attack. No matter how powerful, it can't completely destroy these things. The heads resembling Lin Longzun continued to laugh manically, their voices dripping with disdain. Huh? Come here. Lin Tu collapsed, his body trembling. He silently lamented his fragile fate, and in despair, he shouted, "Then why are you still trying to act so cool? What should we do now?" Proud Wolf stroked his small beard, pondered for a moment, then replied, "The current option only has 36 seats." Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "Run for your life. Run! What are you waiting for?" Proud Wolf suddenly grabbed Lin Tu, causing him to jump in shock. "What are you doing?" Lin Tu exclaimed in panic. Proud Wolf remained calm, his eyes sharp and cold. "I can't detect any trace of spiritual energy on you." Lin Tu scratched his head and forced a smile. "Haha, well, that's because I'm not an awakener. I failed the awakening ritual a few months ago, so I can't become an awakened. The thunder ability I use actually has a different origin." He hesitated, about to explain further, but it would take too long. Suddenly, Proud Wolf's gaze turned fierce, his eyes piercing as if they could see through the soul. He suddenly remembered a battle from the past, and the image of a woman who had desperately tried to stop him flashed clearly in his mind. Her voice echoed, "Don't move forward, it's not too late to turn back now. The deeper we go into this secret realm, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, and the stronger the monsters we encounter. We can't possibly be a match for these kinds of creatures." The man growled, his voice resolute. Lin Longzun stood firm, his gaze blazing with intensity, his will unyielding. "How would we know unless we try? Our goal is the origin of the secret realm." Proud Wolf frowned, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you so determined to reach the origin of the secret realm?" The rain poured down, soaking Lin Longzun, but it could not extinguish the fire of determination within him. He replied, his voice deep but full of strength, "Because I want to create a blue star, where even those who are not awakeners can live an equal life." Proud Wolf was taken aback, finally understanding. He spoke in a low voice. "Have you known from the start that your son's awakening would fail?" Lin Tu glanced at him, his eyes filled with slight doubt. Proud Wolf chuckled hoarsely. "Ah, go on. I may agree to help you find your father, but first, you must answer one question of mine." He paused, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through the soul of his companion. "Do you see the world's lack of recovered spiritual energy as an opportunity or as a challenge for mankind?" Lin Tu hesitated, then waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. After we deal with the danger on Jiyuan Island, you can answer me then." Lin Tu mumbled in confusion. "Is that supposed to be a question?" Proud Wolf calmly replied, "It's a question someone asked me long ago." Su Lingyu furrowed her brows, clenched her mouth shut, then turned to ask, "How much longer?" Fang Tianji replied confidently, "According to the directions, it should take about 2 hours by car." Su Lingyu sighed anxiously, "Are you sure Lin Tu is over there?" She shook her head, "Not certain, but based on the response of the spiritual energy, at least the probability is kneeling dragon." Fang Tianji frowned, her tone frustrated. "But Miss Su, this is not acceptable. You're still talking about some secret exploration or whatever." The two of them began arguing again, their voices clashing amid the pouring rain. Su Lingyu pouted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Damn, you should at least check how you're driving yourself." Fang Tianji immediately shot back, her gaze sharp. "I'm a pilot, and to be able to fly a plane on the ground like this is already impressive. Why don't you ask why no one is letting us fly there?" She pointed at herself, exuding confidence. "Besides, the old man hasn't said a word, and he's the real explorer of the Great Righteous Alliance." Su Lingyu turned her head, and suddenly noticed her father fumbling with something behind them. Curious, she asked, "What's Dad doing?" Seeing he didn't respond, she patiently asked again, "Isn't this the treasure we just collected? Is there a problem?" Su Ling Yu carefully plugged the two plugs into the sockets, completed the task, and then slowly replied, "These are not ordinary corrupted soil." Su Ling Yu bent down, focusing intently on the pile of mud on the floor. Suddenly, the mud stirred slightly, trembled, and gradually formed into a small monster. She jolted, horrified, and exclaimed. It turned into an angry insect. Her father squinted, his voice calm. "Just as I suspected. The angry insect you all mentioned is actually the malignant in the ancient texts." Su Ling Yu was still confused, muttering, "Malignant." Her father, with his profound knowledge, slowly explained, "According to the records in ancient books, malignant is a life form that forms after corrupted soil is nourished by spiritual energy. It can grow endlessly. The more you dig, the more it multiplies. It is said that in the ancient times, when a great flood submerged the world, the gods created the malignant to block the floodwaters and eliminate the deluge." Su Ling Yu wrinkled her brow, her voice filled with disdain. The gods? Why would they create such a disgusting thing? Her father smiled faintly and continued. "It's said that the form of an angry insect changes according to the nature of the spiritual energy it contains." He paused, his sharp eyes thoughtful. "Which means there is likely a very powerful and evil monster hiding on Jiyuan Island. Just made the corrupted soil here turn into an angry insect with a face like that." Su Ling Yu fully understood her father's meaning, and, in a panic, asked, "Could it be the legendary monster from Jiyuan Island?" Her father fell into deep thought, his voice cautious. "All I know is that Xie Mu, 16 years ago, had already started researching the monster of Jiyuan Island." He furrowed his brows, his gaze resolute. "Whether it's the same or not, I must stop him." Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the ground. Yuan Bai shouted angrily, "You have no idea about the power of the Jiyuan Island monster." Her eyes were cold as she affirmed, "It doesn't need to do these strange things." Su Ling Yu's father stepped forward, his voice stern as he asked, "Do you know about the monster from Jiyuan Island?" Su Ling Yu, equally curious, with sparkling eyes, asked, "Did you come to this island because of the Jiyuan Island monster?" Yuan Bai shook her head vigorously, denying it. "What monster from Jiyuan Island? I don't understand anything you're saying. I came to capture that brat Lin too." Su Ling Yu fell into deep thought, as though pondering something profound. Suddenly, Fang Tianji cried out in panic, "Damn it, it's fake, right?" Before her eyes, the island was split in half by a sword strike, leaving behind a massive gash. She shouted in frustration, "Why is there suddenly such a huge ditch here?" Su Ling Yu turned to scold, "I just looked away for a few minutes. How could you cause such a huge disaster?" Fang Tianji helplessly shouted, "Miss Su, you really overestimate me. Could I have caused this?" Su Ling Yu anxiously ordered, "Quickly pull the plane up." "You're driving a plane, not a car," Fang Tianji retorted, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "Do you think I don't want to? The plane's tow equipment just broke." Yuan Bai's face darkened, her hands clenched tightly, her voice as cold as ice. "You're all a bunch of useless idiots, making everyone worry." Yuan Bai leaped out of the plane, unleashing a tremendous burst of strength. With one hand, she grabbed the tail of the aircraft, her feet planted firmly on the ground as she let out a furious roar. She spun the massive machine like a whirlwind. "Who told you to bring my son to such a dangerous place?" With a powerful throw, she hurled the plane high into the air. The three people inside screamed in terror simultaneously. "Oh, ah, 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 ah." The plane shot through the sky, slicing across the island from one end to the other, before making a safe landing, accompanied by a high-pitched screech. Yuan Bai furrowed his brows as he jumped down from a high place, landing lightly on the ground like a shadow. The three people in the plane hurriedly rushed outside, the thick smoke and dust causing Su Ling Yu to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Tianji squinted his eyes, warily observing, "Where is this?" The two girls stood frozen, stunned by the scene of devastation and ruin before them. Shang King, though confused, mumbled, "We must have lost a portion of it by now." The two girls widened their eyes and looked at each other bewildered. Su Ling Yu, though unsure, felt that we had definitely arrived. At a massive research facility, Shimu's team was using a lift to move. Hippo cautiously asked, "The Jiyuan Island monster above has no effect." Tino replied calmly, "No need." "Do you think I'm researching what?" This research facility is made of steel and concrete. As long as we don't open the doors ourselves, not even a 100-ton beast can break through. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning tore through the sky. Shimu briefly paused, confused. Did I just see a flash of light? Or was I mistaken? Hebo frowned, sensing a familiar aura, a familiar breath. It was the wolf they had encountered when they passed through here. Ling Qinjia stood in shock, astonished. How is that possible? The professor already said that this place is made of steel and concrete. Suddenly, the electrical system exploded and the lights went out. Hebo jumped in shock. What happened? The power's out. Simu immediately denied it, his voice firm. No, the research institute has 2 backup power sources. It's impossible for the power to go out. The circuit's broken. Hebo angrily growled, grabbing Simu by the collar. Didn't you say this research institute was like a steel fortress? He was powerless. For the time that day, when the opponent struck at the core of the electrical circuit buried deep underground, the system suddenly emitted an announcement, the cold, mechanical voice echoing. Urgent announcement. The Research Institute's central electrical circuit has suffered severe sabotage and cannot recover automatically. The evacuation passage has been forcibly opened. All personnel are requested to evacuate immediately. Repeating, all personnel are requested to evacuate immediately. Simu was panicked, his face turning pale. This is bad. They really have opened the exit. Kneeling Dragon stepped up to the gate of the Research Institute, his eyes wide as he looked inside. A massive empty circle emitted a faint red light as if it were dying in the darkness. On Lin Tu's side, a large portion of the island had lost its massive force, leaving behind a deep crater. Proud Wolf managed to climb up to the edge of the hole, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, we're out. Lin Tu looked gloomy, muttering, assuming everything I saw earlier was real, then this island has truly been infiltrated. Proud Wolf turned to him, his eyes cold and sharp. Tell me, what exactly happened on this island? Lin Tu slammed his fist into the ground, grinding his teeth. It's all because, back then, I foolishly softened and saved that woman. Proud Wolf furrowed his brows, curiously asking, who was that woman? Lin Tu sank into his memories, his voice growing heavy. Back then, the Ji-Yuan Island hadn't flown yet. I found a woman stranded on the beach, a victim of a shipwreck. The image is so vivid in my mind. I held her in the palm of my hand and gently called out to her. Proud Wolf quickly justified. Lang Uncle, you've said before that beasts and humans could become great friends. That's why I saved her, healed her wounds, and then helped her leave the island. Lang Uncle lowered his face mask, silent, not knowing how to respond. Lin Tu continued, his voice filled with regret. Who would have thought, 6 months later, that woman turned into a strange bird and brought a man here? Suddenly, Lin Tu realized something. His eyes brightened. It was them after all. Shimu and Jiaoling Qin. Owling continued, his voice dark and sorrowful. But they built a laboratory on the island. After that, the angry insect spread like an infectious disease, infiltrating every corner of the island. He collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked with deep regret. I'm sorry, Lang Uncle. I couldn't protect Ji-Yuan Island, and the responsibility has been passed to me. Proud Wolf hurriedly knelt in return, but almost bumped into the other two. Lang Uncle quickly stepped aside, shouting, Don't suddenly rush over here. Lin Tu looked at him, his eyes brimming with tears, his voice trembling with a hint of sorrow. Everyone calls you Lang Uncle, yet when I needed comfort the most, you ran away. Lang Uncle frowned, scowling, If you want to comfort him, you go. I don't want to be pressured by him. Finishing his words, he turned and gently patted Proud Wolf's head, as if soothing a child. Don't cry, don't cry. You only had good intentions in helping mankind. No matter what anyone says, it's not your fault. Lin Tu suddenly spoke in a stern tone, his eyes firm. The ones at fault are those who took advantage of your goodwill, and you released the angry insect, which polluted the entire island. Don't worry, I've defeated him before, and I won't spare him this time. Proud Wolf was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Tu, unable to follow his train of thought. Release the angry insect of humanity. We feel as if you have misunderstood something, haven't you? Lin Tu confidently and firmly asserted. That's right, I know that man. His name is Simu. Lang Uncle crossed his arms, his gaze stern. That's correct. The angry insect is absolutely not something a being like you can casually obtain. Tell me, what exactly happened on this island? Proud Wolf was aggrieved, his voice lowering. You say that the person named Shimu is probably just one of the creatures polluted by the angry insect. Bringing the angry insect into this world is the terrifying beast he worships. When I became aware of the existence of the angry insect, I immediately began searching for its whereabouts, and discovered the research facility of Shimu. Proud Wolf sank into memories, recalling the moment when he descended from the clouds to the research institute. He roared, his voice full of power. At this level, you want to stop me? Dream on. Quickly hand over the source of the angry insect. His hand tightly gripped the huge staff, and he roared, "Ah!" A powerful strike to the ground made the surrounding monsters tremble, the echo reverberating far and wide. He laughed triumphantly, "Heh!" and suddenly the ground shook violently as if the entire island was screaming. A gigantic monster rose from the earth, causing Proud Wolf, who was clinging to his staff, to panic. Damn it! What the hell is this? The monster opened its enormous mouth wide, intending to swallow them whole. Chomp! It shut its mouth and swallowed Proud Wolf into its stomach. Inside the creature's body, Proud Wolf fell freely, screaming in fear. Finally, he landed in what seemed like the stomach of the beast. Panting heavily, he looked around in horror, only to discover a deep, bottomless pit beneath his feet. He couldn't help but marveled at himself at the sheer size of the creature's skeleton. The angry insects clinging to the flesh at the top of the monster's head twitched slightly. Proud Wolf pondered, wondering, what kind of monster is this? He was about to use the angry breath insects to escape. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the cluster of angry insects. How foolish! Another creature began to form from the mass of angry insects, growling. To charge in here like that, you really don't want to make it out alive, do you? It extended its massive hand and lunged toward Proud Wolf with lightning speed. He dodged, but his chest still collided with the angry insects, and a layer of sticky green slime immediately adhered to his body. Proud Wolf cried out, his heart heavy. This kind of monster was simply unbeatable. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazed with determination. Even so, I cannot abandon Jiyuan Island, which Uncle Lang entrusted to me. Suddenly, he noticed the white, bony frames beneath the monster's throat skin. A flash of insight crossed his mind, making his eyes gleam brightly. He smiled ominously. I'll let you know that sticking your head out to spy on Jiyuan Island is the biggest mistake you've ever made. His fist clenched tightly, small sparks of lightning flickering around his hand, gathering immense power. Before long, Proud Wolf was bathed in bright light, surrounded by a dazzling aura of electricity. The angry breath insect refused to stay still, charging at him fiercely. Proud Wolf swiftly dodged the attack and leaped into the air, keeping his distance from the monster. He gathered all his strength and pressed hard into its flesh. A gap slowly opened. Ao Ling, applying even more force, tore a part of the angry insect's body. He broke free, but immediately, a wave of other angry insects poured out after him, madly chasing him down. With no time to rest, Proud Wolf desperately fled. Elsewhere, Kneeling Dragon was connecting the screen with Lin 2. He tapped rapidly, his voice urgent. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Finally, there was some sound. Hurry up and get to my location. Kneeling Dragon casually smirked and replied, Mem, I'm not going anywhere. There's plenty of delicious food here. Why would I go looking for you? Lin 2, frustrated, pointed directly at the screen. What's wrong with you? You're my beast, of course, you should listen to me. I told you to come here, so hurry up and come. Kneeling Dragon coldly waved his hand, cutting off the connection, leaving Lin 2 calling out, Hello, hello. He frowned, deep in thought, quietly reflecting. Sorry, Lin 2, following me is too dangerous. Although I can't pinpoint where you are right now, if that person wants to save you, it means at least they won't harm you. Kneeling Dragon pushed the door open, his gaze sharp. The dangers on Jiyuan Island were far beyond imagination. Particularly, the research facility hidden a terrifying beast. He slowly approached the circular platform, with stairs leading down, stepping carefully. The spiritual energy ahead was thick, revealing a chilling truth. At least 100-ton beast was being concealed here. Kneeling Dragon pondered, still unable to figure out what it was. He descended the stairs, and as he stood before the elevator door, he heard a voice coming from inside. Why did it suddenly shut down? The power's out. Can't we switch to the backup power? Think of something quickly. If this continues, we're going to suffocate in here. Kneeling Dragon pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. Inside, the sound of bickering continued relentlessly. How do we solve this? This is a specialized laboratory designed to imprison experimental beasts. The beasts can't escape. What can we possibly do? Kneeling Dragon glanced around and noticed that the door had been blown apart. Nearby, the damaged power supply was emitting thick smoke. He gathered strength into his hands, clenched the switch, and pulled it down hard. The elevator door opened. Kneeling Dragon curiously peered inside, stunned by the sight before him. A gigantic creature, its body covered in numerous tubes, its eyes hollow and lifeless. A whisper echoed, "Use the beasts." Then suddenly, a loud shout followed, and the angry insects began to multiply rapidly. The angry insects were pumped into the creature's body through the tubes embedded in its skin. Witnessing this scene, Kneeling Dragon gritted his teeth, fury igniting in his eyes. How dare you, filthy beings, treat the beasts like this? The people in the research institute panicked and screamed. Ah, why is the beast here? It must be the assistant summoned by some other beast. Quickly, notify the doctor. Don't just stand there. Run! The creature on the lab table slowly opened its eyes, its crimson pupils flashing with a sinister glow. It chuckled hoarsely. You're the monster who was in the cave, robbing territory with me back then. Old memories flooded back, and Kneeling Dragon recalled the moment it had opened its mouth wide and bit down hard on this opponent. Kneeling Dragon squinted, and in a deep voice, asked, "Do you know who sent to capture you?" The beast replied laboriously, its voice hoarse and thick. "Release me from here, and I'll take you to find him. Otherwise, you won't be able to find them on your own." Kneeling Dragon nodded seriously, its entire body surging with a terrifying force. It swung its arm, shattering the machines around the beast, the sound of breaking metal ringing sharply in the air. The people below, not having had the time to escape, screamed in panic as the chains that had bound them exploded. They hurriedly fled, stammering, "Don't eat me!" What? The beast broke free from its restraints, glancing at the group of people, who were so terrified they could hardly move. It let out a roar, startling everyone into regaining their senses, before they scattered in all directions. Kneeling Dragon raised a hand to stop them, its voice firm and resolute. "Stop!" The beast furrowed its brow and challenged. "Why would you want to help these loathsome humans?" Kneeling Dragon replied calmly, "I don't, but perhaps you should fulfill your own promise." The beast shot at a glare, but eventually relented. "Come here, I'll take you to the ruin of humankind." It signaled readiness to depart. Kneeling Dragon wondered, "How do we go?" The beast grinned, "Just hold on tight." With that, it lowered its head to the ground, pulling Kneeling Dragon to race deep underground. Kneeling Dragon thought to himself, "I'm determined now. Lin too, just wait a little longer. Once I deal with this research institute." Sumu's group was hidden near the bottom of Ji-Yuan Island, while Kneeling Dragon and the beast drew closer. He both stood frozen, cold sweat pouring down his face. He hadn't expected there would be a research institute hidden so deep on Ji-Yuan Island, let alone so many levels of defense. Sumu smiled proudly, "It's all for safety. The security here is on a 100-ton level." Hebo looked at the scene ahead, feeling uneasy. He was sure this was the beast from Ji-Yuan Island, wasn't it? Sumu nodded, his voice firm. "Yes, I obtained blood from Lin Tu's beast during the trials of the Great Righteous Alliance. This is the beast from Ji-Yuan Island, the one from legend." The beast slowly opened its eyes, its sharp gaze sweeping over the group. Hebo frowned, his voice full of doubt. "I don't understand what this madman next to me is thinking, but to recklessly revive such a large beast? Are you really out of your mind?" He lowered his voice with concern. "This is no longer the level of a regular panga beast. Do you want the tragedy of 7 years ago to repeat itself?" Simu immediately retorted, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Only you awakeners would think like that. But for those of us who haven't awakened, living in your world of superpowered individuals means every day feels like living in a world overrun by beasts." Jia Ling Qin pondered deeply, as if considering something profound. Hebo murmured in surprise, "I'd never imagined that a monster expert like you could say something so meaningful." Inu continued, his gaze sharp. But all plans have been disrupted by that giant ape. It moved the island into the sky, causing the beasts to not easily revive. And now they've become like this, with their bodies and heads separated. He paused and then made a suggestion. So, I want to propose a deal with you. You help me control that giant ape so that the G-Yuan Island can land. I can only hand over this laboratory and the beasts of G-Yuan Island to you. Hebo remained calm, his voice low. You really overestimate me. There are only 5 of us, and we're not even close to being a match for that giant ape. Simu smirked and shifted the topic. No, I'm not talking to you. How do you feel about this transaction? Commander Chen Hebo was startled, his gaze shifting down to the walkie-talkie that was still connected to the headquarters. The control panel was flashing, indicating that it was functioning normally. A voice then came from the walkie-talkie. How is it, Commander Chen? Chen Kai Liang's face darkened as he listened to Ximu's proposal. If you do not agree, I will have no choice but to hand over the research materials of G-Yuan Island in their entirety to the Human Council. 64 years ago, G-Yuan Island was just a small, peaceful island drifting on the surface of the sea, protected by Mother Nature. That was until one day, during a high-level conference, a group of people sat around a table, engaged in a heated discussion. The person seated in the command chair spoke with an authoritative tone. Within G-Yuan Island lies a massive, unprecedented secret realm, yet we are still unable to make contact with it. He turned and asked, "Do you have any way to reach it?" A person, filled with envy, laughed loudly. "I've found a plant-based esper from the ancient East. They arranged for him to use this ability to sneak onto G-Yuan Island." She followed up with confidence. "As long as they respond, we can strike at any time and seize G-Yuan Island." But unexpectedly, they encountered the island's monstrous beasts, the earliest awakening organization of humanity, the Human Council, completely destroyed. Not long after, a soldier who was fortunate enough to survive trembled as he surfaced from the sea, clinging to the wreckage of a warship. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a gigantic head, frantic and roaring. "Damn it! What is this?" The massive head emitted a low, contemptuous voice. "I can't believe the entire army was wiped out so easily, and what's left is nothing but trash, lacking any strength or spirit." The soldier trembled, panic-stricken, and knelt, pleading. I'm sorry. I'm not here to beg you. Please spare my life." The giant head paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "Enough, shut up. I can help you escape from here, but you need to do something for me." The soldier hesitated, his voice shaking. "What is it?" The giant head opened its mouth, and a small incubation chamber suddenly appeared. Inside, a child lay silently, gazing at him with clear eyes. The head continued, "Don't ask too many questions. Just promise me that you'll take this child to a safe place. You don't need to worry about anything else. It's a deal. I'll provide you with a lifeboat to escape." With that, the entire face melted away, gradually transforming into a small canoe. The soldier, startled and terrified, exclaimed, "Damn, this canoe is her. How did I use my brain to create this?" Trembling, he placed the steamer basket on the boat and held the child, feeling it clutch tightly at his collar. He silently lamented. For the sake of a child, he had gone this far. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could this child be her offspring? The boat swayed and drifted on the vast sea, and he thought to himself, even the 7 major crimes of the Human Council have been pushed to this extent. What kind of divine beast is the monster of G-Yuan Island? Suddenly, another monster shot up from the water, sending waves crashing furiously. The soldier's face turned pale, and he hurriedly shielded the child behind him, unable to cry. Damn it! It was this one that defeated their cavalry, defeated the Human Council. The monster loomed in front of them, its growl resounding. From that moment, I knew that if it could control such power, it would open its mouth, gather its strength, and prepare to attack. It could reverse the balance of Tianhai City, us, and the Human Council of the West. Chen Kai Liang sank into memories, his eyes filled with sadness. But he hadn't expected such a crucial power of the beast to be taken away by Lin Longzhen right before his eyes. Chen Kai Liang pondered deeply, his gaze sharp and cold. He never imagined that he would give such world-altering power to his useless son. Moreover, this kid's name just happens to be closely associated with that little girl. He snorted coldly, his voice decisive. I will definitely capture the monster from G-Yuan Island. He snapped his fingers, and the radio connected to Hebo immediately exploded with a deafening screech. Chimu smirked proudly. Humph, it seems Chief Chen has accepted my terms. Hebo raised 2 fingers to his ear, his tone firm as he issued orders, announcing to everyone, all ships waiting outside at sea to follow commands, cancel previous orders. Immediately, planes roared one after another, soaring into the sky. Chen Kai Liang contacted Kong Ye over the radio. A 10-ton monster has been spotted on Jiyuan Island. You lead the team to capture it. Hurry. Kong Yi stretched and loosened his body, a sneer crossing his face. Haha, that fool Hebo is exactly as I expected. He's messed everything up, and now it's my turn to work for the chief. A soldier hurriedly reported. Captain, we found it. He stared intently at the 2 small dots on the radar, confirming the target's presence. Kong Ye gave the order in a cold tone. All units, form up. The soldiers replied in unison. Understood. On the ground, the group of people led by Lin Tu were sitting and discussing. Kong Ye was analyzing, its sharp gaze focused, first ensuring to maintain a high altitude, not letting it drop. It was said that this enemy possessed a gravitational anomaly, making him extremely difficult to deal with. The first step was to test his strength. A plane shot out an iron arrow, swiftly diving toward Lin Tu's group. Lang Uncle, with sharp eyes, immediately leaped up, swinging his sword to split the arrow in 2. Yet the arrowhead still locked onto the target, piercing through Proud Wolf's body. He groaned in pain. Lin Tu was worried, quickly rushing over. Are you all right? Proud Wolf, gritting his teeth in pain, could only let out a faint groan. Frowning, his gaze showed confusion. Clearly, his sword strike hit the arrowhead, yet it still flew fast, without slowing down. Could this be the special ability of a supernatural being? On the plane hovering in midair, Kong Ye laughed arrogantly, his tone frantic, as if he had lost his mind. Haha, as long as my supernatural arrows are shot, even the Heavenly King himself could not stop them. Kong Ye proudly boasted, his eyes flashing with a confident gleam. My eyes are the most accurate in the world. Nothing I see can escape my aim. He shouted down below, his voice filled with contempt. You should surrender soon. It might allow you to die a little later. Lin Tu clenched his fists, the fire of anger burning in his chest. To think you would resort to an ambush, how despicable and shameless. He turned around, his voice urgent. Hurry, use the power you used earlier to bring down that plane to teach these hateful people a lesson. Proud Wolf's body trembled as he propped himself up on the ground, trying to respond with pain evident in his voice. Previously, I used all my strength to lift Jiyuan Island into the sky. The island is stuck, my power has nearly been depleted, and now I am severely injured. I have no strength left to use. Lin Tu suddenly froze, his eyes flashing with a moment of realization. I remember now. This seems to be the unique beast core Dr. Xi Mu once used to control monsters. He frowned, deep in thought. Why would a beast core appear on the arrow from the Strategy Bureau? Could it be? He shouted loudly, his voice full of alertness. Be careful. The beast core is on the arrow. This is Xu Mu's tactic. Chen Kai Liang may have joined forces with Xu Mu. He quickly analyzed the situation, his voice low yet sharp. The only reason they used this arrow to attack Proud Wolf is to prevent him from returning the island to its original position, stopping that terrifying monster from being revived. Lin Tu shook his head, his gaze full of confusion mixed with anger. What are these people thinking? The Strategy Bureau is actually helping a wanted criminal, wanting to set free the legendary monster of terror, Chen Kai Liang. What exactly do you want to do? Lin Tu's expression turned serious, his eyes gleaming with concern. If that terrifying monster is allowed to be resurrected, it will be an unstoppable catastrophic disaster. Lang Uncle furrowed his brows, his eyes cold as he looked at Lin Tu. You said, as long as we help you find Kneeling Dragon, you and Kneeling Dragon can solve this danger, right? Lin Tu scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Yes, as long as we have thunder from Kneeling Dragon, we can completely eliminate these angry insects. He sighed, his voice filled with worry. But I've been calling him since earlier. He hasn't answered at all. I don't know where he's gone. Lang Uncle pondered for a moment, then quickly made a decision. In that case, let Proud Wolf escort you to find Kneeling Dragon. I saw that dragon leave here with cloud-treading step, Maybe Proud Wolf can trace the whereabouts of Cloud treading step. Proud Wolf hurriedly waved his hand, his face pale with pain. Don't. You won't gain any advantage from his ability. He has the power to pinpoint his vision and strike with absolute accuracy. There's no way to dodge. He gritted his teeth, clutching the wound on his body. My body is so tough. Yet it still got pierced. A soft groan escaped as a sharp pain shot through the wound when he moved too quickly. Lin Tu anxiously glanced around at the Ji-Yuan island, which was swaying violently. Suddenly, Kong Ye's frenzied laughter echoed from the aircraft above. Haha! Just as Director Chen said, this island can float in the sky, and it's actually the power of that monster. As long as I control you and make the island return to its original position, I'll become the greatest benefactor in front of the director. He yelled, giving a firm order. Fighter jets, continue attacking the giant ape for me. Lang Uncle lifted his head, watching the sky with a cautious gaze. Listen to me. Escort Lin Tu to find Kneeling Dragon. He's just an angry insect from the cave. Can't we deal with him? If we let that monster revive, as you said, the consequences will be unimaginable. Proud Wolf forced himself to rise, his hands trembling, but resolute. He reached out and grabbed Lin Tu's shoulders firmly. Lin Tu shouted, his voice brimming with determination. Lang Uncle, be careful. We will find Kneeling Dragon and return immediately. From above, Kong Yi roared, his eyes sharp and cold. Do you think I would ever let those two go? I won't let you escape. Kong Yi bellowed again, his gaze cutting like a blade as he issued a decisive command. Aircraft number 1, pursue them for me. Lang Uncle snorted coldly, a murderous aura igniting like wildfire. Hemph, I'm not so old that a little brat like you should worry about me. Swift as lightning, he lunged toward the aircraft, his figure gliding like a ghost. Who gave you permission to follow? A razor-sharp blade swung down, slicing the aircraft cleanly in two. Before anyone could react, the iron machine exploded, turning into a heap of twisted metal plummeting to the ground in a cascade of flames. Kong Yi narrowed his eyes at the explosion, a grin of excitement tugging at the corners of his mouth. So this must be the swordsman Hebo mentioned, isn't it? He laughed heartily, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Wonderful! I never expected that taking a random mission would land me a golden opportunity. Hebo, since you can't handle it, I'll take care of it. He immediately gave an order, his tone dripping with arrogance. Aircraft number 2, tail that swordsman closely and keep all his movements under control for me. The planes shot forward, roaring through the sky. Kong Yi was confident, his eyes glinting with a cunning gleam. No matter how quick your movements are, as long as the fighter jets maintain a safe altitude, you won't be able to do anything. He laughed maliciously, like a seasoned villain laying a trap. When you get tired of dodging, I'll send you to meet your ancestors with one of my shells. The launch system on the plane suddenly flashed, surrounded by thick bolts of lightning, as if signaling a terrifying attack was about to be unleashed. Sure enough, dozens of energy arrows shot out, tearing through the air. Kong Yi laughed maniacally, his voice crazed, like a true villain. Outside, there's the fighter jet's screen net, and in the middle, there's my death arrow. Let's see how you escape my heavenly net. But as soon as his words ended, reality slapped him in the face. Lang Uncle, with the grace of a breeze, leaped onto the tip of his arrow. He moved nimbly, dodging one arrow after another, not losing a single hair. In the sky, Lang Uncle took his stance, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and with a mighty swing, he unleashed a devastating slash, clearing the planes surrounding him, causing them to explode in a dazzling blaze of fire. Kong Yi still maintained his arrogant optimism, raising his middle finger, a sneer curling on his lips. Useless control. As long as I can see, the arrows will immediately change their trajectory and turn back. Uncle Lang glanced at him, his eyes cold as ice. He snorted lightly. So you really won't stop until you hit your target. Suddenly, his figure vanished into the air like a ghost. Kong Yi was startled, his eyes widening as he quickly observed his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, he realized that Uncle Lang had appeared right above him. A series of energy arrows shot out, following closely behind him like a pack of hunting wolves. Uncle Lang landed on an aircraft, pulling the arrows along, ready to strike. He spoke coldly, "Your arrows, I'll return them to you." But just before the arrows could strike the hull of the aircraft, they suddenly wavered and paused for a brief moment. An invisible question mark appeared in Uncle Lang's mind. Well, if the arrows can't pierce, then let me take care of it myself. He swung his sword, the blade sharp as lightning, immediately slicing the aircraft in half with a clean cut. Uncle Lang squinted as he peered inside, only to find the cabin empty. Suspended in midair, his brows furrowed tightly, as if lost in deep thought. It turned out that Kong Ye had used his own arrow, silently rushing to find Proud Wolf. He held a pair of binoculars, observing while muttering to himself in a self-satisfied tone. "Sorry, swordsman. I'm Ma Bo, a fool with only muscles in his head." Kong Ye glanced over his shoulder, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Fighting you longer would just be a waste of time." His eyes narrowed, a glint of cunning in them. "My real target is right in front of me." In the distance, he had locked onto Proud Wolf and Lin Tu, the two figures rushing forward. Sharp arrows shot rapidly toward Proud Wolf and Lin Tu. Below, in the basement laboratory, a dark maze stretched out, where Kneeling Dragon was drawing closer to Dr. Ximu's group. Mounted on a beast, Kneeling Dragon mumbled, his eyes flashing with deep thought. As expected, the deeper he went, the more intense the ominous spiritual energy became. If it wasn't from Wind Tusk, then what other secrets did Jayuan Island hide? Suddenly, Kneeling Dragon's body tensed, his senses sharper than ever. He scanned the surroundings, spotting several angry insects lurking. He curled his lips slightly, recalling, "I've encountered this strange insect before in the gym, but why do they tremble as if they are afraid?" A smug smile spread across Kneeling Dragon's face. "Could it be that I've become too strong now? Ha!" Under Wind Tusk's guidance, the group gradually ventured deeper into the darkness. Kneeling Dragon, excited, shouted loudly, "Good! Keep this momentum going and strike straight into the enemy's lair." The loudspeaker suddenly screeched. "Warning! Spiritual energy reaction from the monster detected. Warning! Spiritual energy reaction from the monster detected." Ximu anxiously shouted into the mic, "The enemy's here. Get ready." He hurriedly pressed the control button, switching to Mode 1. The angry insects suddenly writhed, transforming into humanoid monsters, charging aggressively toward the colossal Kneeling Dragon and Wind Tusk. Kneeling Dragon clenched his fists, his voice tense yet full of challenge. "It's not as easy as it seems. If that's the case, then you could taste my power." Wind Tusk, on the other hand, remained calm and replied, "No need for such trouble. Whether it's spiritual energy or any other influence, clay is still just clay." Suddenly, Wind Tusk let out a deafening roar, causing the angry insects to panic and scatter. Kneeling Dragon was stunned to realize that they were actually afraid of this guy. Ximu, panicking, shouted over the loudspeaker, "This is bad. The Wind Tusk in the research room has broken free." Hebo furrowed his brows, his voice low and grave. "Could it be that the one I caught in the A86 secret realm before is the one we're talking about?" Ximu nodded in response, "Of course." Hebo's brows knit in confusion. "Then what's there to worry about?" Ximu hurriedly explained, his voice urgent, "Because Wind Tusk is the natural enemy of angry insect. The life energy of the angry insect comes from spiritual energy, while Wind Tusk, due to its unique physical structure, can sever the flow of spiritual energy. Therefore, if the angry insect is swallowed by Wind Tusk, it will truly die." He paused for a moment, then added, "That Wind Tusk is no longer the same as before." Hebo's expression turned serious, his eyes sharp and cold. A defeated subordinate, he grabbed the radio, thinking to himself, "Director Chen, what exactly are you trying to do? I need to find him and get to the bottom of this." Unfortunately, the radio was broken. He tossed it aside and strode toward the door, muttering as he walked, "Looks like that foolish pig has arrived." Suddenly, his body erupted with spiritual energy, transforming into a massive, powerful form. His cold eyes radiated a terrifying killing intent. The Wind Tusk monster charged toward the iron door, a strange spiritual energy emanating from behind it. It roared as if it had sensed something. "It must be here. I can feel that spiritual energy." He ordered Kneeling Dragon to hold tight, and Wind Tusk gathered all its strength to slam fiercely into the door. But unexpectedly, the door remained steadfast, as Hebo held his ground from within, like an immovable mountain. He sneered, "The doctor didn't deceive me. On the contrary, you've gained some strength." Hebo gathered his momentum and launched a thunderous punch at the door, severely injuring Wind Tusk on the other side and forcing him back several steps. Hebo pushed open the dented door, stepping out with overwhelming authority, coldly declaring, "I didn't expect you two to be together. Before I resolve some troublesome matters, neither of you are allowed to pass." Kneeling Dragon jumped down, his gaze sharp and cold, urgently warning, "Get out of the way. There's a terrifying monster hidden in this basement. If it revives, not only Ji-Yuan Island, but even Tian High City will face a great disaster." Hebo growled, his voice full of fury. "Monster, do you think I'll believe you? No one is allowed to pass before I finish my work with Director Chen." Kneeling Dragon curled his lips, a mocking smile flashing with disdain. "Oh, it seems your Director Chen doesn't intend to explain the monster down there, does he?" Hebo furrowed his brow, his eyes flashing with suspicion. But his tone remained firm. "I don't need you to worry. I'll ask him myself." Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, startling both Hebo and Kneeling Dragon. Ling Qinjie staggered out, his face twisted in pain. "This is bad. The doctor has been swallowed by the beast." Kneeling Dragon gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn, it's too late. He poured all his strength into a brilliant sphere of energy, his voice urgent. "There's no time for words. Move aside quickly, or I'll strike you too." Hebo stood motionless, his gaze icy. "Sorry, I'm not in the habit of taking orders from monsters." Kneeling Dragon exploded with fury, and without hesitation, launched an attack. Then, there's no other choice. Explosive earth breath erupted like the flames of hell. In a flash, Ling Qinjie flew forward, scooped Hebo up, and pulled him out of the path of Kneeling Dragon's terrifying strike. The blow was so powerful, it collapsed a corner of the island, agitating the monster below. It roared and transformed into a colossal dragon, its burning eyes fixed on Kneeling Dragon. It roared, "What kind of skill is sneaking attacks? If you are truly dragon brilliance, would you dare to face me head-on?" A gigantic dragon skeleton crashed onto the water, its angry insect-like tendrils thrashing wildly. Kneeling Dragon clenched his fists, sweat trickling down his forehead, and worriedly said, "Things are getting more difficult by the minute." Kneeling Dragon shouted, his voice full of warning, "Get out of the way. There's an extremely terrifying monster down in this basement. If it revives, don't even talk about Ji-Yuan Island. Even Tian High City will be in danger." Ling Qinjie shouted in fury. "Why did not only Wine Tusk, but even that Kneeling Dragon rush in here? Isn't this place supposed to be able to hold back monsters?" Shimu replied in a deep, steady voice. "It seems the flower just now was it. Although we don't know how it did it, it succeeded." Ling Qinjie was bewildered, her voice trembling. "Are you joking? That kind of monster couldn't be defeated even by Hebo, right?" Shimu answered coldly, "There is no hope that it will win." Shimu stepped closer to the monster, his voice firm and resolute. "Chen Sa Liang has probably dispatched an elite team to deal with that giant ape. All he needs is to hold out for 20 minutes. The monster curled its lips, eyes full of contempt. "You greatly underestimate the dragon's bloodline," it said. "It cannot last even a minute." It stared at Shimu, its voice low and grave. "Only a dragon can contend with a dragon's bloodline." "But I no longer have a body," Shimu said, "so I need to borrow a little of yours." The enormous monster roared and lunged at Shimu, tearing at him with its jaws, spraying blood everywhere. Ling Qinjie was horrified by the brutal scene and screamed, "Doctor!" A notification board flashed, displaying the words, "Devouring gained surgical ability." The images of the past flashed in Shimu's mind, and his voice came out, tinged with bitterness. "This is my supernatural ability. It can only be used for some basic surgical procedures and grafting, and it's no different from not having any at all." Ling Qinjie, his entire body wrapped in bandages, thought bitterly to himself, "This person looks like a scientific monster, yet he's still trying to comfort me." Another image appeared, when Ling Qinjie was with Shimu. He spoke in a deep voice. "The legendary beast of Ji-Yuan Island can absorb the abilities of its enemies through devouring them. As long as you solve the riddle within, everyone can choose their supernatural ability based on their own desires." Back to reality, Ling Qinjie panickedly rushed outside, shouting, "Doctor, it's bad. The doctor has been eaten by the beast." The beast, on the other hand, replied calmly, "Next, as long as I stitch the head and the island together, I can temporarily move freely." It smirked, its eyes flashing with smugness. It never expected that human abilities would be so convenient. Suddenly, it noticed a bright red light flaring up from the door. The beast's eyes widened in shock as it realized that it was an attack from Kneeling Dragon, aimed directly at its body. The island trembled, a large section destroyed by the terrifying force. From the wreckage, a scream full of doubt echoed. "No, that's not right. I can sense that you're not the beast from G1 Island. You tricked me." The monster grinned triumphantly. "Now you realize it, isn't it a bit too late, Professor? But no matter what, I still thank you for your ability." Simu screamed frantically from within. "You lied to me! You lied to me! You lied to me!" The monster laughed in satisfaction, its voice echoing. "Why didn't I think of this sooner?" It continued, its tone full of glee. "Ha ha! Now no one can stop me from linking the head and body together." Arrows shot forward with terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, they caught up to Proud Wolf and struck his body forcefully. Kong Ye advanced step by step, a savage smile on his face. "Ha! How about that? As long as the target is within my sight, no matter how far they run, each of my arrows will pierce through." Lin Tu helplessly watched the scene and muttered, "How did he follow them here? Could it be that even Uncle Wolf can't stop him?" Kong Ye smirked, his face filled with arrogance. "It seems like you're quite concerned about that swordsman. I've told you before, I use my eyes to lock on the target. No matter how fast someone is, it's useless against me. So I advise you to stop resisting and stand there obediently to become a sieve." Lin Tu silently calculated in his heart. The projection ability of Kneeling Dragon had not yet recovered, and now there was only the sudden release of Kong Ye's farewell arrows. But unexpectedly, the one under attack was its master. Kong Ye fell, utterly confused. What on earth was going on? He froze when he saw a figure identical to himself, from the movements to the appearance, as if reflected in a mirror. From above, a shout rang out, full of worry and irritation. The wolf-headed swordsman had caught up. Kong Ye panicked and hurriedly fled, without looking back, his voice filled with a vengeful threat. "Remember today, and remember it well." When Lang Uncle arrived, he was taken aback, unable to find his enemy, only encountering Lin Tu in an unusual state. Lin Tu sighed in relief, silently thinking. Luckily, a flash of inspiration came to me, using my visual ability to create an illusory projection and hide, fooling Kong Ye. Lang Uncle furrowed his brows, his voice filled with doubt. "Are you Lin Tu? Why do you look like this?" Lin Tu responded, a hint of concern in his eyes. "It's a long story. Let's check on Proud Wolf first." Proud Wolf lay unconscious in a pool of dark red blood, his breathing faint. Lin Tu and Lang Uncle quickly rushed to him, calling out, "Proud Wolf! Proud Wolf!" He frowned and let out a soft sigh. Lang Uncle's voice grew stern. "You're telling me the beast core used to control the monster has been embedded in its back?" Lin Tu anxiously asked, "Then, what should we do?" Lang Uncle did not respond. He immediately jumped up, shouting loudly, "Move aside." The sword in his hand swung down, creating a tremendous explosion. Lin Tu screamed in shock, Uncle, what are you doing?" Lang Uncle replied, his voice sharp and firm, "I want to see if I can cut the beast core out of this monster." Lin Tu quickly warned, "Proud Wolf, move away." Suddenly, Proud Wolf sprang to his feet, but his eyes and body emitted an unusual aura. Lin Tu murmured, his eyes filled with doubt, "Something's wrong. His condition looks very strange." Proud Wolf roared, his body charging straight at the colossal monster. Lin Tu shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" Suddenly, Lin Tu realized, his voice filled with panic. "This is bad. Proud Wolf has been controlled by Ximu." The giant monster chuckled arrogantly, its voice echoing with self-satisfaction. "Ha ha, the moment has finally arrived. No one can stop my head and body from reconnecting." Suddenly, its body trembled, and wriggling creatures began to pour out from within. An angry voice rang out, "You're clearly not a monster from Ji-Yuan Island. How dare you deceive me?" From the remaining part of the monstrous creature, Chimu's face appeared, questioning fiercely. The monster smirked and responded, "I never claimed to be the Ji-Yuan monster. You chose to believe it, and rushed to prepare for my resurrection." Simo screamed, his voice filled with rage. "Damn it," he panicked, realizing that his body had become immobile. "Damn it, why can't I move all of a sudden?" The monster laughed maliciously. "Stop wasting your energy. You and I are now one. But as for control over consciousness, How could petty creatures like humans ever surpass the Pango Beast, the ruler of Blue Star for tens of billions of years? It watched Heximo struggling and continued. If it weren't for your convenient special ability, I would have long since devoured your consciousness. Shimu was gradually pulled into the darkness inside the monster, helpless and unable to resist. The monster laughed triumphantly. Haha, thanks to you, I've cultivated enough angry insects. Keeping you around now is meaningless. Shimu screamed one last time. Damn it. But suddenly he fell silent, his eyes flashing a strange light. In that moment, Shimu saw Proud Wolf, Lin Tu, and Lang Uncle, and he thought to himself, they really have implanted the monster's beast core into the body of the giant ape. Proud Wolf roared. The power erupted like a blazing flame, charging toward the monster with unwavering determination. Yuan Bai, save Ji Yuan Island. Ji Yuan Island is entrusted to you. The monster narrowed its eyes, its gaze cold and sharp, responding in a deep voice. It's this fool again, thinking too highly of himself. It gathered its strength, forming a brilliant energy sphere, ready to strike at Proud Wolf. Earlier, Shimu had shouted in fury, "You damned monkey! Listen to me, right now!" Proud Wolf, not understanding what was happening, continued to fly upward. Lin Tu panicked, shouting, "Wait, where are you going? It's bad. He's been controlled." As Proud Wolf flew toward the monster, he suddenly noticed Su Ling Yu's group hidden in the dense forest. He muttered, "That's Yuan Bai. She's here too." Shimu saw Proud Wolf stop and roared, "Why are you stopping? Go on, charge." The monster, realizing Proud Wolf was charging toward it, growled angrily, repeating, "This fool again, thinking too highly of himself." It created another energy sphere, aiming directly at Proud Wolf. But suddenly, fiery red threads appeared around its mouth, tightly intertwined, so tight that it snarled in pain. Shimu smirked, his voice full of self-satisfaction. "When it comes to the force that governs consciousness, perhaps I truly cannot match you. But in the life cycle of a beast, it has evolved for tens of thousands of years, and still hasn't developed any supernatural abilities. In other words, when it comes to manipulating supernatural powers, you're still just an elementary school student." The beast, though trembling with rage, was still controlled by Ximu's supernatural power, and could not resist. It howled a warning, "Let me go. We are one. This is suicide." Ximu burst out laughing. "Who's one with you?" The beast, not submitting to human will, was deemed unworthy of further cultivation. Its eyes turned vicious, but Ximu continued to mock it. "The insect I've cultivated doesn't deserve to be something as fake and fabricated as you. You're not worthy." Proud Wolf, in a frenzied state, charged towards the beast. In an instant, he swung his weapon fiercely, cutting the beast's body in half. Shimu, seeing his plan succeed, let out a loud, triumphant laugh. On one side, Angry Insect held Shimu tightly against the island, while the rest of the beast's body hovered on the verge of falling. Su Ling Yu sensed something was wrong, and, with concern, shouted, "This is bad, the island is falling." Lin Tu's mother's eyes blazed with fury as she shouted, "All of you are a bunch of people making decisions on your own." Su Ling Yu quickly asked, "Auntie, but with the current situation, do you have any suggestions?" Mother Lin Tu turned back, her gaze sharp as a knife, causing Su Ling Yu to shudder involuntarily. She jumped up and snarled, "Remember this. Never trust those men whose heads are only filled with thoughts of danger." Su Ling Yu, after hearing this, was left confused and speechless by her words. She shouted loudly, and everyone immediately turned back to the cabin. But then she froze when she saw her father and Fang Tian Qi. One was immersed in research, and the other was busy panning for gold, even in this critical situation. Su Ling Yu, frustrated, yelled, "Stop digging. Life is more important." Fang Tian Qi, his eyes sparkling with excitement, raised a golden nugget in his hand and shouted, "Another one." But then she frowned, realizing her father, Su Ling Yu's father, was still engrossed in collecting specimens for research, not moving an inch. Su Ling Yu shouted again, her gaze sharp like a blade. "Dad, stop playing around, let's go now." She gritted her teeth and repeated what Mother Lin Tu had said. "Ond is right, never trust those useless men whose minds are only on danger." Su Ling Yu used her supernatural power to make the objects around her father and Fang Tian Qi float in the air. Fang Tian Qi quickly reached out, shouting, "Give it back to me, I need to pry another one. Su Lingyu's father stood there, stunned and unable to understand what was happening. Su Lingyu didn't bother to argue, pulling both of them forcefully, her voice urgent and cutting straight to the point. Hurry up and follow me. They rushed to the heavily damaged airplane. Once inside the cabin and the door securely shut, Su Lingyu let out a sigh of relief, her voice still tense. Quick, get the plane airborne. Ken Hu, you follow, panicking as you ask. Damn it, what's going on? The two of them hid in the cabin. Su Lingyu quickly replied, the island is about to fall. We have to run now. Fang Tian Qi pointed to the wrecked control panel, smirking. Miss Su, did you forget something? The plane just flew close to the ground in the forest. The flight system has been down for a while. The other two were stunned, both shouting in unison. What? The shrill screams echoed through the forest and the cabin. They were frantic. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Think of something. Quick. Su Lingyu sat down, trying to reassure them. It's okay, as long as we're inside metal, my abilities can handle it. She focused all her energy, activating her powers. Fang Tiankai yelled in worry. Stop, your body can't handle it. But Su Lingyu stubbornly shouted back. Stopped. Stop. She kept going until she was exhausted, her eyes filled with determination. Then, she collapsed, rolling onto the airplane floor. In her delirium, Su Lingyu saw a kind-hearted woman approaching her, with a gentle voice. Have you never met your parents? You were such a child with a hard fate, but from now on, you can call me your mother. Su Lingyu joyfully exclaimed. Really? But immediately after, she broke down in tears. Mother, I will come to help you. Please don't let go. Don't abandon me. Her father appeared, his voice warm and deep. From today onwards, you can call me Dad. Lingyu hesitated, returning to reality. Su Lingyu thought to herself, tears streaming down her face. If her abilities didn't manifest, the important people in her life would gradually drift away from her. She cried out in frustration. Damn it! Why is my ability useless at such a critical moment? Suddenly, a voice echoed, deep and distant, like from another realm, an enormous illusion. It was because she still hadn't understood the true nature of human powers. Su Lingyu was startled, the true nature of human powers. Before she could process it, the voice of Fang Tian Qi called out, Miss Su, Miss Su. He held Su Lingyu tightly, repeatedly calling, Miss Su, wake up. Chen Hu panicked, shouting loudly, it's over, even Su Lingyu has fainted, she's definitely going to die. Ken Hu's phone buzzed incessantly. He quickly picked up the call, his voice urgent. It's great that Dad's calling. Hurry up and save me, I'm on a plane that's about to crash. Chen Se Lian, his voice calm and unwavering, as if untouched by any disturbance, responded. Don't worry, several warships have been stationed beneath Jiyuan Island. But listen carefully, the aircraft of the Great Righteous Alliance and the members on board will not be rescued. The only one who will be saved is you, understood? He continued coldly, after the plane crashes into the sea, you will have 5 minutes to seize the research results of the Great Righteous Alliance and escape from the aircraft cabin. After that, the plane will explode due to the collapse of the energy system, sinking forever to the bottom of the sea. Chen Hu panicked, stammering. But Gong Tianyu and Su Lingyu are also on the plane. Ken Se Liang cut him off, his voice vague. What are you saying? The signal here is poor. If there's nothing else important, I'll hang up now. Chen Hu urgently shouted. Dad, where are you right now? He replied, his voice deep, I'm somewhere very close to you. When the angry insect fell into the sea, it created an opening leading into the research room. Ling Qinjia exerted all her strength, rushing quickly into the room. She plugged the USB into the system, her fingers flying across the keyboard, muttering, Doctor's documents, I will definitely protect them. The system emitted a notification. Data is being stored, please do not turn off. Suddenly, a strange object shot toward her, with terrifying speed, piercing through Ling Qinjia's body. She groaned in pain, whispering, Who is it? Why are you here? Chen Se Liang stepped out of the shadows, his gaze cold and sharp. I never expected that I would indulge you all, only to be met with complete betrayal. Shinmu wants to destroy my monster, and you want to steal my research materials. Ling Qinjia panicked, stuttered. Director Chen, how are you here? He smirked and replied, Of course, I came using my teleportation ability. I was worried my allies might deceive me. Kneeling Dragon hid behind the door, silently observing everything. Its sharp eyes showed no sign of action, when suddenly, a hand gently tapped his shoulder. Kneeling Dragon turned around and whispered, "Don't cause a scene here. It's too dangerous." The small monster in front of him suddenly transformed, turning into Lin Tu. He asked urgently, "Where have you been running off to? I've been looking for you all day." Kneeling Dragon was startled, his eyes wide. "What the hell? Why did you turn into this?" Lin Tu smirked and replied, "If I hadn't turned into this, how else would I find you?" Kneeling Dragon frowned, his voice deepening. "This place is too dangerous. Why did you come here?" Lin Tu snapped, his gaze resolute, cutting to the chase. "Isn't it obvious? I came to find you." Kneeling Dragon pointed at Lin Kinja, his sharp eyes asking, "So, should we help or not?" Lin Tu immediately responded, his voice firm, "Help. We must help. But first, look at this." He opened the system on his device and continued, "Hard to believe, right? That guy holds at least 10 types of supernatural abilities." Kneeling Dragon was stunned, his voice filled with panic. 10 types. I've met Chi Ba and Calm Ye before. One was in the late stage of divine transformation, the other in the early stage of void reversal. Chen Se Liang's abilities clearly surpassed theirs. Lin Tu nodded, his gaze serious. "Moreover, my father was once called the #1 hero of Tianhai City, perhaps even having reached the Enter Saint realm. Chen Se Liang now holds the position of director at the Strategy Bureau. He most likely has reached that realm too." Kneeling Dragon furrowed his brows, puzzled. "What is the Enter Saint realm?" Lin Tu explained in a deep voice. "Right now, your weight is 22 tons. Enter Saint is equivalent to a 100-ton beast, 5 times your size. Therefore, without understanding the opponent's methods, recklessly confronting him would be like throwing an egg at a rock. You'll definitely be unlucky." He paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with determination. "The key now is to attract Chen Se Liang's attention, save the person, and then retreat immediately." Lin Tu waved his hand and released a swarm of small monsters. One with a single eye flew and laughed loudly. "Leave it to me here." Chen Se Liang walked forward from afar, exuding an overwhelming aura, his voice cold as he said, "Therefore, I must take matters into my own hands." Ling Qinjia, blood pouring from the penetrating wound, groaned in pain and whispered, "You really are bored. That monster is not a beast from Ji Yuan Island, and it just killed Dr. Kexi Mu. It's extremely dangerous." Chen Se Liang sneered, showing no concern. "Of course I know this. Otherwise, how could I have let you all wreak havoc until now? But the situation is different now. That is a real dragon, capable of devouring to enhance its strength." Suddenly, Lin Tu lunged out, attempting to attack Chen Se Liang. He shouted, "Old man, you're looking at me." But Chen Se Liang merely swung his hand, striking with a thunderous slash. However, it was only an illusion of Lin Tu, vanishing immediately upon being struck. Chen Se Liang frowned, irritated by the series of Lin Tu's illusions taunting him. Their voices rang out in unison, filled with mockery. "Old man, you're looking here. Ha ha, come and hit me. Are you angry?" Chen Se Liang remained calm, his voice deep. "Is that you, Lin Tu? I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability." At that moment, Lin Tu silently hugged his backpack, standing behind Chen Se Liang, whispering, "Well done." Ling Qinjia was caught off guard and couldn't finish her sentence. "Who is it? Why is this happening?" Lin Tu quickly shoved her into the backpack, his voice firm. "No matter what, you're the beast who made a pact with me, and I won't let you die at that man's hands." Chen Se Liang gritted his teeth, his eyes cold as ice. "Too bad it's useless against me." He took a step back and launched a series of tentacles like an octopus, slicing through every illusion of Lin Tu. The one-eyed little beast, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Chen Se Liang stepped forward, his tone arrogant. "So this is the trick you're using. Impressive." Chen Se Liang noticed Lin Tu clutching the backpack, sneaking away, and he smirked maliciously. "So you dare to run right under my nose." Lin Tu, drenched in sweat from the tension, moved cautiously. Chen Se Liang's voice rumbled, "Young Master Lin." Lin Tu jumped in surprise, threw the backpack aside, and shouted, "Kneeling Dragon!" He dove into the backpack. Kneeling Dragon, receiving the signal, immediately rushed over, grabbed the backpack, and ran off like the wind. Unexpectedly, Chen Se Liang didn't chase after them. He just stood there, a wicked smile spreading across his face. He bent down to study the map, muttering to himself, "This lab isn't that big after all." He walked while uttering, "Let's see how you managed to escape from the palm of my hand." From his distorted arm, countless sharp blades shot out, chasing after Kneeling Dragon and Lin Tu. These blades, as sharp as razors, would sever limbs with even the slightest touch. Ling Qinjia, in panic, stammered, "It's that dragon. You are Lin Tu." Lin Tu quickly pulled her down, whispering anxiously, "Don't stick your head out, it's still very dangerous." One of Chen Sa Liang's blades skimmed through, striking Kneeling Dragon's body. Lin Tu's heart tightened in fear. Despite the pain, Kneeling Dragon reassured, "I'm fine." Suddenly, a massive mouth appeared and devoured Kneeling Dragon. It was Wind Tusk, acting to protect everyone. It carried them into a safe cave and then released Kneeling Dragon. Ling Qinjia, stunned, asked urgently, "What was that just now?" Lin Tu let out a sigh of relief and replied, "Not sure. Maybe it's one of Chen Sa Liang's abilities. Thankfully, we had this cave." He turned to Wind Tusk, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Giant Wind Tusk, for saving me once again." Outside the laboratory, the peaceful atmosphere lasted only a few minutes before Chen Sa Liang's blades suddenly upheaved the entire area, turning it into rubble. Hebo, witnessing the scene, stared in disbelief, as though he had never seen such a horrifying sight before. Everything gradually calmed down. Chen Sa Liang clicked his tongue. Tick, tick, tick. To think he managed to escape the research center in such a short time. He smiled faintly. Just lucky, I suppose. Not sure what tricks that little brat has left, but I don't think he could have left Juyuan Island this quickly. Standing on the wall, Chen Se Liang gazed at the clear blue sky, muttering, "Is this really the power of the Pangu beast? How disgraceful." The beast roared, "As long as my head is attached to my body, I will reveal the secret of my devouring power." Chen Se Liang replied coldly, "Don't worry, I already set up the heavenly net on the sea." Beneath the vast ocean, a ship appeared, carrying a strange skeleton, with the beast's head falling down. Chen Se Liang was satisfied and ordered over the intercom, "All units, pay attention. The beast is falling behind the warship. Its head is off course. It might have landed in the southwest within 5 nautical miles. Accelerate. One soldier activate the missile and prepare to lock onto the target." Sharp arrows shot out simultaneously, locking onto the beast's head from every direction, hitting the target precisely. Despite the beast's frantic resistance and furious roars, the warships remained steadfast in their formation. Panicked announcements echoed from the base. "The base has fallen. The base has fallen." The employee repeated, his voice trembling, "The monster has been confirmed captured," requesting instructions for the next steps. Chen Se Liang stood amidst the rubble, a satisfied smile on his face. "Well done." He glanced around at the devastation, then said calmly, "Mom, seems like I may have used a bit too much force earlier, shattered the entire research base." Meanwhile, Lin Tu was tightly held by Kneeling Dragon, panting heavily, complaining, "Damn it, what kind of monster is this?" Ling Qinjia was also stuck in a similar situation, muttering, "This is a research lab. Even a 100-ton monster couldn't break through here." Suddenly, an angry insect with the face of Chen Se Liang appeared, his voice low. "Grandson Lin Tu, following the scent of blood, I finally found you. Your growth truly astonishes me, but the real challenge has only just begun." The underground laboratory was on the verge of collapse, and Jiyuan Island was swaying, about to fall. Lin Tu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury as he stared at the enemy. The warships hastily reported, "Director Chen has confirmed the monster's capture, requesting instructions for the next steps." "Director Chen, do you hear me?" Chen Sa Liang, gleaming with self-satisfaction, responded in a voice full of pride. "Soon, the entire island will become the body of the monster. Good luck to you all." In another corner, Chen Sa Liang spoke slowly over the radio. "This is Chen Sa Liang. I have received the situation. The family order is to direct that monster with full force toward the center of the vortex." The warship crew hesitated as they headed toward the vortex. He smiled coldly, his voice resolute. "Yes, exactly. Steer straight into the vortex." "No way. From another side came a triumphant voice. Director Chen, our side has taken control of all the ships. We are now accelerating straight toward the center of the vortex. He let out a sinister laugh, but suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. System report is out of control. What's happening? Quickly maneuver out of the vortex range. The other ships are calling for help too. No, the currents are too strong. They're being pulled in. A crew member shouted, "Quick, activate the emergency propulsion system." But immediately after, the ships collided with one another, causing a catastrophic explosion. Desperate cries echoed. No, it's impossible. At this moment, the monster's eyes flashed with extreme ferocity, baring its teeth in a savage grin. Haha, humans, you are even more interesting than Ximu. I will definitely claim your heart. Tell me, what reward do you desire? I can satisfy you. Chen said. Leon staggered through the crack in space, limping back to his office. He was panting heavily, leaning against his desk. Suddenly, an ugly, distorted face appeared on his shoulder, reproaching him. You killed us. Just take our powers. Another face emerged, full of accusation, even mocking him with the powers they once had. Other hateful faces followed one by one. You trampled on our dreams like this. Chen Saint Leon. Chen Saint Leon. The hatred was overwhelming, and it caused him excruciating pain. Damn it, the backlash was happening more and more frequently now. He growled in fury and crushed those faces. Shut up! He continued to rip them apart, blood splattering everywhere. Gritting his teeth, he yelled, I don't care about your righteousness. Only I can stop the human council from invading. As he spoke, he forcefully tore those grotesque faces off his body. Even crushed and deformed, they still mocked him. Too amusing, human. Tell me, what you want? Chen Se Leon gasped, replying, You're overpraising me. You just need to tell me how to consume the powers and erase the original owner's consciousness. Then, he stared fixedly at the pieces of human skin lying motionless on the floor. Suddenly, a noise from the screen echoed, causing him to quickly turn his head. The warships were in grave danger. The enemy was launching an ambush. The enemy was launching an ambush. The captain of the warship, frightened, collapsed to the ground. Damn it, what the hell is this? Right in front of them was a ferocious gorilla-like monster. It leaped up, stomping fiercely on warships, shattering them into pieces. The captain of the warship urgently shouted, Fire the cannons now. Immediately, the warship shot out sparks and shells, firing in all directions at the gorilla, but it seemed as ineffective as mosquito bites on stainless steel. The captain of the warship, panic-stricken, exclaimed, Damn it, it still doesn't work. This is not a weapon that can be fought against. Now it was their turn to experience hell. The creature used its strength to pull stones toward itself, then formed a massive block and smashed it down on them. The dragon, seeing this, asked in astonishment, Are there bananas here? The skeleton also nodded in agreement. Why is there a meddling gorilla here? Hearing that, the gorilla retorted, What do you mean meddling? You're the ones causing trouble on my turf. Have you asked me first? Then, the dragon roared, If you come at me like that, go die. The gorilla used its hand to block the dragon's attack. The dragon scowled in annoyance. The monkey immediately swiped its hand, sending the dragon flying far away. Get lost. However, the stone in his hand began to change. Not good. The motion was too large, causing it to crack. A piece of the stone broke off and fell. The dragon laughed loudly in mockery. Haha, it still fell. The monkey panicked and said, Be careful, don't let those pieces fall into the water. Suddenly, someone struck the stone, shattering it even more. The dragon, seeing this, growled in anger, seeking death. It gathered its strength to form a large ball. Then it shot it out with an overwhelming force. The blast of energy aimed straight at the one who had destroyed the stone, but it seemed to miss the monkey. With a face full of determination, and shouted for Lang Xuan, the cactus skeleton, sensing the perfect opportunity, immediately prepared itself in an angry insect stance. The head of the sky-rolling ancient dragon flickered with a mysterious light as it soared forward, blending seamlessly with the skeleton to create a magnificent form. Haha, I've waited for this day for so long. Then, like a tornado, it shot up into the sky, its power exploding twice over. The dragon, now called the sky-rolling ancient dragon, grinned wildly, full of pride. Ha! Even though I only have half a body, it's still not bad. After all, a mere Pangu-level monster, how could it be a match for the bloodline of the dragon race? According to the records in the asterisk, Shanhai Jing asterisk, the inner sea scripture, the sky-rolling ancient dragon, once used the earth to control water, constantly swimming toward the mysterious darkness. It coexisted with the primordial earth's golden soil, possessing the power of the land and the vitality to fill deep chasms and support the heavens. On Su Lingyu's side, a giant face suddenly appeared, pressing close to her, causing her to startle. The face spoke in a deep and melodious voice, flowing like a long river. The essence of human abnormal abilities. The recovery of spiritual energy has changed the world, causing animals to evolve into monstrous beasts. But it is also humans who absorb this energy. Why don't they turn into giants, but instead evolve into people with extraordinary powers? Without waiting for an answer, it continued, its voice full of persuasion. That's because animals prefer to continue the past, while humans are always eager to seek the future. In change and negation, abnormal abilities are the way humans channel their dreams of the future, crystallized through the form of spiritual energy becoming gigantic. Therefore, abnormal abilities are not crude spiritual energy. The greater the power, the better the effect. The key to controlling these powers lies in letting the soul free, allowing the imagination to soar, remaining steadfast in one's dreams, and having confidence in the future. Hearing those words, Su Lingyu felt as though she had fallen into a class on mystical philosophy. She vaguely sensed something about imagination, dreams, and faith in the future. Raising her hand to chant, she had just finished the incantation when the giant robot suddenly rose, its mouth agape in astonishment. Su Lingyu was so absorbed in listening that she didn't notice its massive, dark, and foul-smelling body, which left her stunned. Before she could collect herself, another surprise came. From the robot's throat, wriggling tubes shot out, briefly revealing the figure of a woman. She was a beautiful, radiant lady with hair as red as fire, leaving Su Lingyu shocked and bewildered. She stammered, "Who are you?" The red-haired woman seemed mesmerized by Su Lingyu's beauty, dazedly replying. Then, unable to control herself, she rushed forward to embrace her tightly, whispering intimately, "I am the awakener of power from the Force, your former mentor." When Su Lingyu heard the words "your former mentor," her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth hanging open in surprise. The red-haired woman, with eyes sparkling like flames, continued in an enchanting voice. "Under this sea, I left behind a generous legacy for you." A shining silver crown suddenly appeared and gently settled onto her head. The red-haired older sister smiled, her voice deep and warm. "This headband, imbued with the secret power of the hidden treasury, can compensate for the lack of strength you currently have, helping you adapt quickly. Use your imagination and faith in the future, manipulate them, and save your friends." Her words were like whispers from the depths of the ocean, echoing in Su Lingyu's ears, deeply etched in her mind. She repeated them in her subconscious, her voice firm, resolute, and full of confidence in the future, allowing her imagination to take flight in pursuit of her dreams. Those words resonated like a chant, a call to the soul. Perhaps due to chanting too much, the robot at the bottom of the sea suddenly opened its eyes, coming to life. Yet deep within its subconscious, Su Lingyu's voice echoed, questioning where it was. Suddenly, she glimpsed a familiar figure lying scattered in the distance. She muttered, her voice full of doubt. "Wait, that's..." At the same time, on the ground, a world-shattering battle was unfolding. Rocks shattered, and the heavens trembled. A surge of electric light from the sky-rolling ancient dragon erupted, piercing through the layers of air, heading straight for Lang Xuan. Lin Tu's mother watched in horror, worried for her son. Fortunately, Hai Kang, moving with the speed of a falcon, rushed in just in time to catch Lang Xuan, undamaged. Lang Xuan still maintained his calm and captivating demeanor, sighing with relief as he remarked, "Thankfully, I managed to dodge at the crucial moment. If I had taken that hit head-on, I'd have been reduced to nothing but minced flesh and shattered bones. I also have to thank you for your precise support. I told you we're destined to cross paths." Hai Kang, unwilling to back down, scoffed and retorted sharply, "I'm simply repaying the favor for saving my life earlier. Nothing more to say." Without pausing, Lang Xuan gathered all his internal strength and shouted a warning to Sister Yuan. "Sister Yuan, be careful. This monster's target is Ji Yuan Island. It can form its body from stones, but as long as this island remains, it won't dare to use dark fire. Having given his warning, Lang Xuan and Hai Kang shot forward like two bolts of lightning toward the sky-rolling ancient dragon with terrifying speed. The dragon roared, its voice filled with irritation. Here we go again, dreaming in broad daylight. But before it could make contact, the two of them skillfully veer off, causing the sky-rolling ancient dragon to miss its strike and grind its teeth in frustration. It howled in fury, its voice seething with rage. To use such a trick twice in front of a true dragon, how dare you? Before it could finish its words, Lang Xuan, with a cold and piercing gaze, charged forward and expertly leaped onto the dragon's back. As he approached the weak point of the sky-rolling ancient dragon, he smirked and mocked. "You foolish dragon, you've fallen for my trick. In reality, I was only waiting for the chance to get closer to you." His eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and with swift movement he swung his sword, teleporting a few meters and executing the golden light slash, a technique as dazzling as sunlight. Before it could end, Lang Xuan swung his sword again, sending several more brilliant slashes across the body of the sky-rolling ancient dragon, multiplying the golden light slash technique by several times. Unexpectedly, after the fiery slashes, the thick, concrete-like hide of the dragon quickly sealed the wounds. This caused Lang Xuan to be taken aback, his voice filled with surprise. It healed already. Nonetheless, he did not relent, silently plotting in his mind. As expected, just as the village elder had said, the bones and muscles of this beast were incredibly tough. Even using spiritual energy and a blade, he could only wound its outer layer. However, it was not entirely without solution. But the opportunity was only a fleeting one. Despite the painful wounds, the sky-rolling ancient dragon still maintained its haughty demeanor, mockingly saying, "How interesting, a beast like me using human combat tactics. But what a pity, your most powerful strike is too weak. It doesn't even hurt or itch." Lang Xuan did not get angry at being underestimated. Instead, he burst into laughter, his voice full of challenge. "Ha, is that so?" A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Taking advantage of his enemy's momentary lapse in the blink of an eye, Lang Xuan unleashed his half-human, half-beast form, transforming fully into a wolf. At the same time, he resolved to charge forward, aiming a single strike at the back of the head to directly shatter the monster's spiritual crystal within its brain. Unexpectedly, a further surprise awaited. The sky-rolling ancient dragon suddenly sprouted two additional horns on its body. Without hesitation, it attempted a daring move. Opening its jaws, it lunged to bite the sword that Lang Xuan thrust forward as if swallowing prey. Before Lang Xuan could pierce its throat, the sky-rolling ancient dragon snapped its jaws shut, clamping onto the sword. This time, it spoke with an arrogant, threatening tone. "Monster Lang, there is no Jiyuan Island behind me. Rushing to your death like this, I will gladly oblige." Before it could relish its triumph, a lightning-fast punch streaked through the air like a bolt. The owner of the fist was none other than Lin Tu's mother. From afar, the lady surged forward, smashing the dragon's jaw and deflecting its energy sphere. A dark beam of light sliced through the air, tearing apart the previously serene water surface. As if that were not enough, Lin Tu's mother delivered another thunderous blow, leaving the dragon dazed, as if lost in a dreamlike realm. Lang Xuan took advantage of the opportunity to swiftly escape, decisively leaping onto Hai Kang's blue bird. After delivering the blow, the aunt still had to carry the island on her shoulder, struggling and breathing heavily with exhaustion. The sky-rolling ancient dragon, stunned by the painful blow, angrily cursed to release some of its frustration. That damn monkey! It took advantage of the moment when Mother Lin Tu was exhausted and rushed in like an arrow, with an unexpectedly fierce attack. Fortunately, Mother Lin Tu managed to leap up just in time to avoid the strike. However, with the good came the bad. In trying to avoid that lethal blow, the aunt accidentally dropped the island. As the island hovered in midair, Mother Lin Tu panicked and screamed, "This is bad. I don't understand how the island flew so far away," causing the aunt to angrily curse, "Damn it." The ancient dragon nearby burst into laughter, its voice full of smug satisfaction. "Ha ha. The Jiyuan Island is mine now." But before it could celebrate for more than 10 seconds, the island was suddenly controlled by another force and came to an abrupt halt. Owl Ling panted heavily, his chest heaving as if he had just run 1,000 miles, and his mouth let out dry, rasping laughs. Haha, I finally caught up. Luckily, there's only half left. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to handle that giant robot lifting O Ling in its iron grip, leaving the whole crowd stunned. Below, stunned and horrified, someone exclaimed, "Are you jealous?" Su Lingyu, after merging with the previous psychic, had successfully taken control of the super combat body. Her cold, sharp gaze swept around, exuding an unassailable dignity. Lin Tu's mother, in the form of a giant ape, was taken aback, muttering in envy. Su Lingyu quickly surveyed her surroundings, her sharp eyes assessing the situation, then spoke in a deep voice, "So many monsters, and all of them are at the Pangu level. But it seems the giant ape and the wolves are on our side." Although she too was stunned by her current appearance, she mumbled, "But why did I end up looking like this?" Commander Chen stood there dazed, softly murmuring, "Is this an enemy or an ally?" Lin Tu's mother, the memories of the fierce battle from years ago, flooding back, responded with suspicion, "It was an opponent we fought before. As for now." She paused, her eyes filled with doubt. The person Lin Tu referred to as Uncle Lang spoke in a low voice, "But it seems she's not in her usual state," he decisively added, his tone thoughtful. "Up there." Although reluctant to take advantage of the situation, he did not hesitate any longer. Uncle Lang took a defensive stance, drawing his cold sword from its sheath, ready to strike down the stranger. But to avoid being surrounded, he had no choice but to proceed cautiously. Suddenly, Lin Tu's mother hurriedly stopped her, her voice urgent. "Wait, Lang Swan." It turned out that, with her sharp senses, she had already recognized the identity of the stranger. She firmly said, "The breath is different." Lin Tu's mother's eyes were bright, and she looked directly at the girl in front of her, asking straightforwardly, "Su Lingyu, if I'm not mistaken, you are Su Lingyu, the president of the student council at Lin Tu's school. How come you've turned up like this, dressed in the guise of jealousy?" Su Lingyu still had a look of astonishment on her face and replied, "So you are, auntie." Sky-rolling ancient dragon, noticing the chaos from a distance, immediately seized the opportunity. His eyes flashed with dangerous killing intent, and he growled loudly, "A good opportunity." He threw a powerful punch, soaring high into the air, aiming directly at Su Lingyu, roaring angrily, "I never imagined that the abilities of humans could go this far. But what a pity you still can't adapt to this body, can you?" With her weakness exposed, Su Lingyu quickly shifted to a defensive stance, thinking to herself, "He saw through me." Sky-rolling ancient dragon, with his sharp, snow-white claws, viciously swung the blow. Su Lingyu, fast as lightning, spun around to dodge. With a sharp, crisp sound, the surface of the sea surged violently. Just moments ago, it was roaring fiercely. But now, the sky-rolling ancient dragon had been sent flying hundreds of meters away. Su Lingyu's eyes gleamed with admiration, silently thinking to herself, "Such a counterattack, this can only be the mother of Lin Tu." With overwhelming momentum, she shouted loudly, "How dare you touch my future daughter-in-law? Do you have a death wish?" Hearing the words daughter-in-law coming from Lin Tu's mother, Su Lingyu was stunned, standing frozen for several seconds. Before she could collect her thoughts to settle the score with the sky-rolling ancient dragon, Lin Tu's mother had already gathered all her strength, charging forward with an imposing aura, determined to crush her opponent. She thought to herself, "Finally, I don't have to bear this island anymore. I can finally give you a good beating, asterisk." The violent blow from her shook the very space, sending the research team aboard the battleship into a state of extreme panic. The sky-rolling ancient dragon's murderous intent still burned hot, unwavering, as it roared, uncertain whether it would live or die. Lin Tu's mother, with explosive strength, delivered merciless strikes. The battle between the two sides erupted fiercely. Their terrifying strength collided head-on, causing the very space around them to seem as though it might crack open. Lin Tu's mother, with her commanding presence, relentlessly unleashed thunderous punches onto the body of the sky-rolling ancient dragon. After that, she pulled back her fists, creating some distance, her gaze sharp and cold as she observed her opponent. Her strength and aura erupted like crashing waves as she unleashed a martial art she had practiced long ago. Though it had been over 60 years since she last used it, she still wielded it with the same mastery as if she had never lost her touch. The sky-rolling ancient dragon's smoky veil gradually dissipated, revealing its battered body, resembling a broken basket. Yet its tone remained arrogant. I underestimated you, and yet you managed to leave me in such a pitiful state. What was even more astonishing was that just a moment later, all the wounds on its body completely healed. It roared, its eyes flashing with intensity. Now it's my turn to strike. Lin Tu's mother was stunned by the sight, thinking to herself, even with its body pierced, it can completely heal. The sky-rolling ancient dragon roared viciously. Die! From above, Uncle Lang, riding a divine bird, quickly offered advice. Sister Yuan, take this chance to attack its head and directly crush the heart core of the beast. Receiving the guidance, Lin Tu's mother immediately charged forward with blazing momentum. Leave it to me, she shouted, throwing a mighty punch aimed directly at the sky-rolling ancient dragon's head. Her fist accurately struck its crimson beak, but the result was not as expected. The monster dragon's skull was as hard as steel, causing her to falter for a moment. The sky-rolling ancient dragon smirked, its arrogant grin evident. You're right, it immediately counterattacked, unleashing its ultimate move, Evil Thought Protector, creating a terrifying force that sent Lin Tu's mother flying. She let out a long, painful scream. In her desperation, Su Lingyu shouted, Aunt. At this moment, the crew on the warship was still in chaos, unable to compose themselves. One crew member, panicked, yelled, It's finally gone. The warship suddenly surged forward, losing control. The captain helplessly responded, It's still here. It turned out that Lin Tu's mother had used spiritual energy to control both warships, turning them into a surfboard beneath her feet. She gave Su Lingyu a thumbs up, her voice full of pride. I told you, this young lady is not bad. The sky-rolling ancient dragon was still gathering energy, its entire body glowing with fierce aura, nodding approvingly and commenting, You are indeed very interesting, and strong as well. But you are no match for me. This is the difference in our species, for I am a dragon. The sky-rolling ancient dragon arrogantly began to explain, Unlike those wild beasts who can only draw spiritual energy from nature like you, in the bloodline of the dragon clan, we are inherently infused with spiritual energy. Therefore, as long as the core crystal remains intact, no matter how serious the injury, it can always be healed. Faced with this harsh reality, Uncle Lang gave a slight nod, reluctantly agreeing. The sky-rolling ancient dragon was not wrong. To shatter its monster core, one would need to pierce through its skull, as solid as a shield. Lin Tu's mother's face darkened as she responded solemnly. Even Lang Xuan has said this. Is there really no better solution? Suddenly, Su Lingyu's eyes sparkled, and a bold idea struck her. If it's just a lack of offensive power, perhaps I have a way. She declared with confidence, her voice sharp. As long as the attack power is at that level, we might be able to shatter the head of that monster dragon with a single strike. Lin Tu's mother scratched her head, looking thoughtful. I do believe your father has that kind of strength, but the problem is, who knows where he is right now? Su Lingyu, unwavering in her conviction, responded, Uncle Lin Longzun may not be here, but we have Lin Tu. I believe he can do it too. Lin Tu's mother, worried about her son, suddenly snapped, yelling, Are you still trying to drag my son into this? Lang Uncle smiled calmly, his voice soothing. Sister Yuan, please don't be upset. I've met Lin Tu. He certainly inherited Thunder's abilities, but his power is still far from his father's. Su Lingyu grew even more determined and added, I believe in him. He has that kind of determination. After fighting side by side with Lin Tu, she had placed all her trust in the young man. Even if the power isn't enough, I will help him make up the difference. To make the plan successful, Su Lingyu immediately decided. But before that, we need to find Lin Tu first. Please help hold off the sky-rolling ancient dragon. Lin Tu's mother and Lang Uncle responded in unison, their voices firm. No problem. You go ahead. Leave it to us. In Su Lingyu's mind, the plan was carefully mapped out. First, she had to find Lin Tu. Fortunately, she had the secret silver head ring, a treasure that acted like a compass. She concentrated, unleashing all of her power, quickly connecting and manipulating every piece of metal around her. Before long, Lin Tu's location was clear. He was here. At this moment, in the research room deep underground, Lin Tu was making full use of the modern machines in the room. Su Lingyu hurriedly connected with the secret silver head ring, her voice urgently echoing. Lin Tu, Lin Tu, Lin Tu, Are you nearby? Come here quickly. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Tu froze, muttering to himself, "Who's calling me?" When his gaze met Su Ling Yu's, she was stunned and shouted, "Damn it, what the hell have you become?" Lin Tu, equally surprised, responded, "You're the one to talk. Besides, how did you end up here?" Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Su Ling Yu spoke sternly, "First, don't talk about that anymore." The situation was urgent. Auntie and the half-werewolf were still out at sea. Lin Tu, filled with worry, blurted out, "My mother was on the plane with you all, wasn't she? How did she end up out on the sea?" Su Ling Yu frowned, looking troubled. "How am I supposed to explain this to you?" she murmured. Auntie had transformed into a giant gorilla. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Tu had vanished. Su Ling Yu called out, worried, "Lin Tu, where are you?" It turned out he had rushed toward the sea, looking like a pitiful, grime-covered figure, shouting, "Mom, wait, I'm coming to save you." Su Ling Yu, exasperated, called after him, "Lin Tu, wait, listen to me first." But his stubbornness left him deaf to her words, and he leaped straight into the sea. She immediately raised her hand, summoning rows of metal barriers to stop him. Lin Tu shouted anxiously, "Let me down there, I want to save my mother." Her voice remained firm. "Auntie is completely safe right now. If you jump recklessly, you're only risking your life." Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept over them, drawing their attention. The massive mouth of the sky-rolling ancient dragon opened wide, as if ready to swallow Lin Tu whole. Panicked, he cried out, "I'm standing up, I'm up." But at that exact moment, the sky-rolling ancient dragon froze, because Lin Tu's mother had just landed a powerful punch on its body. Lin Tu screamed in fear. Monster Dragon and Great Starling glanced at Su Ling Yu, who looked so intrigued that drool was dripping from her mouth as she muttered to herself. The metal fence formed a circular line along the cliff, still protruding, pushing Lin Tu further inside. He stared blankly and asked, "What exactly happened down there?" Su Ling Yu sighed and explained, "The situation is very complicated. Here's the thing. They discovered that the entire Jiyuan Island was filled with angry insects. But the sky-rolling ancient dragon could revive by taking the skull of an angry insect and become a true sky-rolling ancient dragon." O Ling might have noticed this, but none of her words had reached Lin Tu. He was confused and didn't understand anything. He was simply too exhausted. Su Ling Yu lectured while drawing an illustration. In other words, the giant ape and the wolf are allies, and that dragon is the enemy. At this point, Lin Tu nodded, finally understanding. So in other words, as long as they defeat the monster dragon, the problem will be solved, right? She answered, "Yes. But that monster dragon has extremely strong defense and regenerative abilities. The only solution we can think of right now is to deliver a powerful blow that directly shatters its core crystal. That's why I came to find you." Neely Dragon spoke up, his expression thoughtful. "If that's the case, it might be a bit tricky to handle. Actually, I just had a confrontation with that monster dragon earlier. At that time, I was ready to use the explosive earth breath to kill the opponent." He turned to them, his voice urgent as he reminded, "There's no time to waste talking anymore. Quickly move, or even you might get hit." But unexpectedly, the sky-rolling ancient dragon used such a powerful protective ability. After hearing that, Su Ling Yu fell into thought and replied, "But if the technique wasn't countered by a shield, it means it wasn't strong enough. We just need to increase the attack power a little." Lin Su, his eyes full of questions, asked, "Do you have a way?" She smiled confidently, her tone firm. "Of course. Do you know about the electromagnetic cannon? As long as we combine your thunder with my energy, we can unleash a powerful attack." Su Ling Yu eagerly explained. "The electromagnetic cannon uses the magnetic force of the electromagnetic field produced by the system, then accelerates metal projectiles. Any electrically charged object moving perpendicular to the magnetic field can create a force pushing the object forward. This force will continuously push the object to move faster." She drew up a series of complex formulas and illustrations, leaving the other two stunned. With such acceleration, it could produce enormous speed, firing from the electromagnetic cannon. Kneeling Dragon muttered in confusion, "Electronic cannon." Lin Tu frowned. Su Ling Yu wearily waved his hand. "All right, you guys just focus on using the thunder abilities well. The rest, leave it to me. Preparation is all that's needed. Lin Tu said, his voice deepening as he looked outside. In 2 hours, it will be night. By then, we can use it. Su Lingyu nodded. Okay, once I'm done preparing, I'll come inform you. The screen flickered and turned off. Suddenly, Ling Qinjia rushed in from outside. Your wounds, she panted, catching her breath before speaking. Do you have confidence in defeating that monstrous beast? Lin Tu replied with determination in his voice. I don't know, but I feel like it's worth a shot. After all, we teamed up to defeat the angry insect before. Though Qin family members moved with difficulty, she approached and handed over a treasure resembling a staff. Lin Tu marveled. This is... She answered. That's right. As long as this is inserted into the monster's core, it will directly disrupt the beast's energy, causing it to explode. Outside, Su Lingyu had returned, controlling the massive robot with great strength. I found Lin Tu. Everything is ready. Lin Tu's mother sounded impatient. Where is he? She replied. He's on Jiyuan Island. Everything is ready. Su Lingyu continued. We will start the attack tonight, but we need to move a bit further away from the sky-rolling ancient dragon to give the shells some space to accelerate. She slowly stepped forward, but suddenly Lin Tu's mother reached out and scooped her up, causing her to gasp and shout. Aunt, what are you doing? Lin Tu's mother dashed forward like a gust of wind while explaining. We just need to move a little further. Leave this to me. She turned her head, her voice thundering. Lang Xuan, we're ready to go. It's time for battle. She yelled behind her. This side is troubling you. The sky-rolling ancient dragon grinned wickedly, attempting to flee. It lunged forward, its enormous, terrifying form slicing through the air. Unexpectedly, countless sharp slashes rained down from somewhere, shattering the bones on its body, sending pieces of it tumbling into the sea. The sky-rolling ancient dragon clicked its tongue, halting for a moment, and a wolf-like monster growled, its deep voice booming. Although I can't injure you, keeping you here is no problem. At that moment, Lin Tu's mother, now in the form of a massive gorilla, her arms tightly wrapped around her target, urgently fled from the sky-rolling ancient dragon's violent grasp. Meanwhile, Lin Tu was deep in a pit on Jiyuan Island. Full of worry, it was already 10:30, and there was just over an hour left before 12 o'clock. Lang Uncle was the only one left over there, and Lin Tu wasn't sure if he could handle it alone. In the distance, Lang Uncle, the werewolf that Lin Tu had mentioned, was in a fierce battle with a sky-rolling ancient dragon. He unleashed an ultimate slash, the sword's light flashing like it was tearing through space. But his strength was gradually running out. Panting, Lang Uncle commented that these moves were starting to show some effect, but relying on them alone would be difficult to sustain. When the sky-rolling ancient dragon shifted its focus to attack him, the nearby warship suddenly shook. Lang Uncle looked up in surprise and then down at the sea. Wait, where is that warship heading? Inside the warship, Hebo angrily shouted at the crew member steering the ship. What direction are you looking at? Didn't I tell you to head north, 36 degrees, where that row was last seen? The crew member nervously responded. But you also heard, Captain Chen has issued orders for us to rendezvous with the other ships and reorganize the formation. From the warship, a loud voice rang out to announce, all ships assemble and reorganize the formation. All ships assemble and reorganize the formation. Hebo, filled with doubt, muttered, could it be that Captain Chen only gave this order after seeing what's happening now? He paused, deep in thought. This beast may not be as powerful as the bamboo dragon of Tian, Hai Dumbu City from years ago, but it's at least at the Pangu level. If we let it fully recover, the consequences are unimaginable. What is Captain Chen thinking? Hebo immediately shouted, Director Chen doesn't understand the situation. Reverse course for me. The unit under his command instantly changed direction and turned back. On the other side, Lin Tu's mother planted her feet firmly on 2 warships, still clutching Gouda. Gouda spoke up in a steady voice. This distance probably won't be a problem, will it? Meanwhile, Lin Tu was discussing plans with Su Lingyu over the screen, his eyes sharp and focused. Filled with anxiety, he hurriedly asked, My mother and Uncle Lang, are they all right? Su Lingyu, her voice betraying uncertainty, replied, Not sure, which is why we must speed up. It's 11 o'clock now. I'll need 30 minutes to prepare the electromagnetic cannon's equipment. It will probably take about 10 minutes at the rear to sight and fine-tune. She continued sternly, controlling the barrel of an electromagnetic cannon requires an enormous amount of energy. With my current capacity, I can likely sustain it for only about 10 minutes. I'll activate it at 11:50. There's only one chance, so be well prepared. Lin Tu nodded, his gaze resolute. Kneeling Dragon and I will do well. Prepare in advance. We'll fire on schedule. Beside Lin Tu's mother, Gao Da requested, Auntie, I'm going to transform now. Please get ready. Gao Da used both hands to lift himself, standing on Lin Tu's mother's shoulders, and instantly transformed into a massive cannon. He shouted loudly, Lin Tu, hurry up. Through the scope, Lin Tu locked onto the target, raised his hand as a signal, and began to aim carefully. Suddenly, Gao Da exclaimed in panic. This is bad. Line Uncle is in danger. The sky-rolling ancient dragon braced itself, gathering energy in its mouth, preparing to fire at the warship where Lang Uncle was standing. It roared, come to die. A powerful shot from the sky-rolling ancient dragon rushed forward, obliterating the warship. Lang Uncle sank into the sea, cursing himself. Damn it, I was careless again. Just 30 more minutes and I would have been fine. From here on, it's all up to Sister Yuan and that little brat, Lin Tu. The sky-rolling ancient dragon arrogantly laughed. Ha! Feel the wrath of the true dragon. It turned and glared coldly at Lin Tu's mother, its voice icy. Now it's your turn. Lin Tu felt uneasy, speaking into his mind. Lang Uncle Su Ling Yu shouted, Focus, just 10 more minutes. We're being disturbed from behind. The cannon that Gao Da had transformed into started gathering energy, shaking the space around it. The sky-rolling ancient dragon noticed with a growl, what kind of trick is this now? Hemph. Why care about that? Just fire a shot first, and we'll deal with it afterward. Its mouth gathered energy, preparing to fire towards Lin Tu's mother and Gao Da. Lin Tu panicked and shouted, The fire has already shot over here. Hurry up. Su Lingyu's voice was urgent. 5 more minutes. A powerful artillery shot from the sky-rolling ancient dragon struck Lin Tu's mother. Lin Tu screamed, Gao Da also shouted in panic, Lin Tu. Kneeling Dragon quickly grabbed Lin Tu's head and slammed it to the ground, preventing him from witnessing the heartbreaking scene. A violent sound echoed. When the artillery strike ended, Lin Tu sighed in relief. She's still alive. Zhou Da yelled loudly, Aunt. Lin Tu's mother, although shot through by the artillery, leaving a large circular hole in her body, still managed to stand. Lin Tu couldn't keep his composure and asked urgently, Su Lingyu. Lingyu, how is my mother? The screen in front of Su Lingyu flickered, the signal unstable as if it were about to disconnect. Despite the blood pouring from her body, Lin Tu's mother roared, Su Lingyu, if you've made up your mind, then stop wasting time. I'm still here. You just need to focus on doing your part. Suddenly, the screen displayed an image of Lin Tu's mother. Lin Tu stood in stunned silence, staring at the giant ape scolding him through the screen. He belatedly realized, if you've made up your mind, then stop wasting time. Lin Tu murmured to himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. Could this monster be a familiar memory, rushing back like a tide, bringing him back to the days when he was with his mother? He clearly remembered the image of his mother skewering meat to prepare for selling the next day, smiling as she asked, Are you still skewering meat for tomorrow's sale? Should I help too? Lin Tu's mother looked at him suspiciously and questioned, I've never seen you understand things like this before. Tell me, what is it now that you want asked from me? While skewering the meat, Lin Tu hesitated before speaking. Mom, about high school, I made my decision. I still want to apply to the top high school in Tianhai City. After I awaken my abilities as an adult, I'll go explore the secret realms, just like Dad. Hearing her son stubbornly diving into danger, she sternly warned, Not the secret realms again. Your father, at first, went into the secret realms every day, and in the end, he disappeared without a word. He was gone for 7 years. But Lin Tu remained firm, his voice full of determination. I believe Dad didn't leave without saying goodbye. He must have been trapped by some unexpected difficulty, and that's why I want to go help him. Suddenly, his mother snatched the skewer from his hand. Fearing she was angry, Lin Tu hurriedly explained, Mom, please listen to me. It turned out she had no intention of stopping him, but was resolutely giving her advice. If you've made up your mind, then don't hesitate anymore. It was this very sentence that made Lin Tu realize, through the flickering communication screen, that his mother was entrusting everything to him. On this side, there was still his mother, her voice filled with determination, despite the unstable signal. All he could hear were 3 words, "Try your best," before the connection abruptly cut off. Lin Tu shouted, "Mom, aren't you okay?" The screen flickered with static, and the call ended, leaving him in a state of confusion and worry. Suddenly, Su Lingyu's face appeared on the screen, causing him to gasp in surprise. "Lingyu." She cleared her throat and urgently urged, "Lin Tu, it seems your mom has made things clear to you. The electronic artillery is ready. There's no more time left. We have to fire now." Lin Tu's eyes blazed with determination as she asked, "Are you ready?" He clenched his fists and replied firmly, "I have no problem, but my heart is still heavy." He turned to Su Lingyu, his voice anxious. "My mother is injured. Miss Su, please help take care of her." Knowing there was no time to waste, he called out loudly, "Kneeling Dragon, let's go." The massive artillery piece, carried on his mother's shoulders, began to roar to life. Energy radiated from its barrel, gathering into a tremendous force. A massive shell was fired, creating a shocking tremor at supersonic speed. The sky-rolling ancient dragon, still arrogant, roared, "The sky-rolling ancient dragon's orb dares to come here. Aren't you afraid of provoking the true dragon?" It ferociously unleashed its malevolent aura shield to counterattack. Kneeling Dragon gritted its teeth, gathering all its strength to close in with unmatched bravery, successfully breaking through the sky-rolling ancient dragon's malevolent aura shield. It smirked, its voice laced with sarcasm. "On the contrary, you do have some skill." Kneeling Dragon grew even angrier and charged forward. The protective barrier of the sky-rolling ancient dragon collided violently with the cannonball known as Kneeling Dragon, causing cracks to appear in the barrier. Su Lingyu caught Lin Tu's mother, cheering excitedly. "Looks like we're in for a show." Kneeling Dragon, having broken free from its cannon form, noticed the barrier blocking its path had already cracked and immediately charged forward, wrapping itself around the barrier. With a terrifying strength, it gently split the barrier apart, its mouth gathering an incredibly powerful gust of wind as it roared. "Die." Kneeling Dragon unleashed a violent explosive earth-shattering strike, sending a torrent of destructive power straight at the sky-rolling ancient dragon. But sky-rolling ancient dragon, with a confident and arrogant demeanor, was fully prepared, having predicted the 2 incoming attacks. "I've been prepared for this." It released a wave of energy to meet Kneeling Dragon's strike head-on, unfazed. Kneeling Dragon, even more ferocious, roared loudly, "This level of earth-shattering strike is nothing compared to me." The flow of the Kneeling Dragon was completely overwhelming, striking straight into the face of the sky-rolling ancient dragon with a full force, precise blow, without the slightest deviation. Su Lingyu cheered excitedly. It worked. Despite being hit, the sky-rolling ancient dragon still roared arrogantly, living up to its reputation as a beast with dragon blood. "After such a powerful attack, I'm still standing, unharmed." "How pathetic," it sneered, its voice full of provocation. "But, unfortunately for you, you managed to suppress my attack this time, but most of your energy has been spent, hasn't it? What's even more unfortunate is that I don't only have 1 strike a day. Can you withstand my next burst?" Su Lingyu stood stunned, whispering to herself. Could we lose?" Only the Kneeling Dragon maintained its determined smile, its gaze unwavering. Suddenly, Su Lingyu realized something unusual. She looked up. What was that in the sky? Sure enough, against the backdrop of the night sky, a mysterious and threatening object floated. It was Lin Tu's divine backpack. From inside, Lin Tu suddenly appeared and charged forward to attack. The sky-rolling ancient dragon immediately switched to a defensive stance, its eyes cold as it recognized the new threat. Lin Tu landed with domineering energy, laughing loudly. "Since it's come to this, I'll use my ability to transform into my dragon form." His fist raised high, the momentum surged explosively. "Well then, do you think you can guess this time?" A mighty punch descended, causing the space around the sky-rolling ancient dragon to shake violently. But Lin Tu, stunned, exclaimed, "What?" When his fist struck the body of the sky-rolling ancient dragon, it felt as if he were punching into a soft, slippery mass of stone. From within, a delighted voice rang out. This dragon had an incredibly strong vitality, and even the power of the Jiyuan Island beasts might not be enough to eliminate it. Lin Tu vaguely sensed the identity of this being, whispering, "Who are you?" The voice continued resolutely, "If you are willing to trust me, Ba." In the next moment, Sparrow Insect emerged from within the body of the kneeling dragon, speaking, "I have a pretty good idea." Lin Tu was stunned and shouted, "Sparrow Insect, what are you doing here? What evil scheme are you planning now?" Angry Insect responded briefly, "If you want to kill that dragon, I actually have a decent proposal." The two young men, each with a peculiar appearance, exchanged tense words. Lin Tu growled, "A ghost would trust you. Didn't you create this monster dragon? If you don't listen to me, you'll regret it." Before Lin Tu could escape, he screamed in alarm, "What are you doing? It's too late." The massive jaws of the sky-rolling ancient dragon snapped shut, swallowing both him and Angry Insect. Kneeling Dragon witnessed the chaotic scene and exclaimed, "Damn, we've been eaten." Inside the body of the sky-rolling ancient dragon, it was like a dark labyrinth, with a few dark spots flickering and moving. Angry Insect, clutching Lin Tu like a sack, made him powerless and scream, "What the hell? Where is this? You really tried to deceive me." Angry Insect, unfazed by the accusation, calmly replied, "Using force to amplify the abilities of the electronic cannon, and you guys still figured that out." He sneered and continued, "But unfortunately, an attack at this level can never kill sky-rolling ancient dragon Lin Tu." Furious, Lin Tu roared, "Are you looking down on others?" Sparrow Insect smirked, "Am I looking down on others? Just look, and you'll know." Suddenly, a scene left Lin Tu stunned. Before them were crystal-like essence cores, gleaming with vibrant, colorful light. Angry Insect pointed and explained, "These are the essence cores of this monster dragon." He continued with confidence in his voice, "The body structure of dragons is extremely unique. They can directly channel spiritual energy into their bloodlines, forming flesh and blood with an incredibly strong regenerative ability. To kill the sky-rolling ancient dragon, one must shatter these essence cores with a single blow. There's nothing you can do now." Upon hearing this, Lin Tu hesitated for a moment, then responded anxiously, "At such a size, it's very difficult to defeat it. Moreover, this creature looks absolutely disgusting." Angry Insect, though a villain, patiently explained, "This is because the monster dragon has been traveling around devouring all kinds of crystal cores. For example, this one here is mine. Has the monster dragon eaten you already?" Lin Tu, confused, reached out and gently touched the crystal core. Suddenly, it flared up brightly. Angry Insect shouted, "Stop!" Angry Insect transformed into a calculating machine, urgently saying, "The monster dragon is about to launch another attack. We cannot let it succeed. Your mother has already been severely injured. She won't be able to withstand another attack." Lin Tu panicked. "What should we do then?" Angry Insect, appearing nonchalant, laughed softly. "Wait, you charge through. Ling Qijio probably gave you a device, right? I can use that device to control the energy in the beast's crystal core." In the critical moment, Lin Tu still maintained a skeptical attitude. "Why should I trust you?" Angry Insect cursed inwardly, but still replied, "I don't think you have much of a choice. Besides, if I could control the beast's thoughts, would we have reached this point? Don't worry, I just feel that if I save the beast, I have rights, so I must take him along as well." Lin Tu listened, brooding for a long while, torn between reason and feeling. In the end, he chose to trust his heart, and granted the man one last chance. Having said that, without hesitation he drew the staff from his person, lifted it high to the sky with iron resolve, then proclaimed loudly, "If you dare deceive me, just wait." A gentleman of his word. Immediately he swung with force, thrusting the tip of the staff straight into the crystalline core. A vast surge of power erupted, merging the staff with the core and spreading ever more violently, engulfing the space. After a tense moment, as the situation began to clear, Lin Tu cried out excitedly, "Has it worked?" While Long unleashed his furious power, Shinmu suddenly spoke up. "What about my spray?" The kneeling dragon lurked beneath the water, his voice full of puzzlement. "What is Lin Tu doing?" But Heximu forced himself to sever the flow of that tremendous power, his crafty voice echoing, "I intend to release all the over in the core. It may trigger a massive explosion. You must flee quickly. Stay here, and you'll die. Lin Tu asked anxiously. What about you? What will happen to you? Shi Mu made a bold play, yet Lin Tu did not expect him to shove him forcefully away. A growling voice. You're still worried about me. Get lost. You'd better hope I die here. Otherwise, next time I won't hesitate to take your life. Kneeling Dragon Lin Tu sneered at those words and replied, Then come and take it from me. Without delay, he launched his attack, unleashing Thunder Iron Scroll, opening gate asterisk. He dove down decisively. The body of the sky-rolling ancient dragon quaked violently beneath the strike, a terrifying force ripping through its flesh, soaking the outside with a biting, acrid sting. The sky-rolling ancient dragon also felt a pain far from light. Lightning speared through its body as it roared in anger. You people are so troublesome. I've already told you this kind of thing is useless against me. It twisted its body, growling, I possess limitless regeneration. After spewing out a mist, the sky-rolling ancient dragon began to restore its body. But suddenly, countless tendrils sprouted. Writhing like maggots on its flesh, not only did its body fail to heal, it swelled and warped grotesquely, leaving the sky-rolling ancient dragon bewildered, crying out, What? What is happening? Shi Mu, clearly intrigued, spoke loudly, You certainly don't understand how fragile the life of a human is, or how deeply we fear pain, weakness, and death. So much so that we spawn cancer cells. I only learned this when I blindly replicated myself in order to flee from death. On the contrary, it leads life to its final point of existence. I've always been curious. What would happen if humanity faced the shadow of death, inside the body of a dragon filled with endless vitality? The dragon, weary of hearing such long words, let out a furious roar. You dare deceive me. Small and fragile humans, speak all you want while you still can. Suddenly, the sky-rolling ancient dragon rushed forward. How about I take you all into the hidden realm and keep you there with me? Strange growths began to rise across its head and body. It had truly lost control. It would be worth it to become my offering for eternity. All of you, vanish before me. Amid the raging waves, Su Lingyu swiftly caught Lin Tu's mother by the wrist, pulling her away before the current could drag her under. She shouted, her voice steady and filled with determination, Don't let go. On the warship, a panicked voice suddenly echoed, still no connection through the line. The commander, his face set in grim resolve, gritted his teeth and gave the order to continue the assault. A trembling staff member, voice unsteady, responded, Report, the command center of the Strategy Bureau is still unreachable. Hearing that, the commander tightened his jaw, murmuring lowly, This can't go on. If it does, the disaster of the bamboo dragon may happen again. Immediately afterward, an emergency notification echoed through Chen Ka Liang's radio. The situation on the front lines was extremely critical. The first reinforcement request prioritized the line facing the beasts without gaps, with most of the members having lost their combat effectiveness. Currently, the secret realm had cracked open, and there was a potential risk of the super-powerful beasts from the secret realm appearing in the real world. A call for immediate action was made, urging all forces to mobilize and combat the beasts. If left unchecked, the situation could escalate to the point where the entire city of Tianhai would be in grave danger. He immediately furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. Initially, he had only intended to use the Pangu impersonating beast to reveal the mysterious powers of the dragon that controlled beasts, which it had taken over. Who could have imagined that it would cause such a terrifying uproar? His gaze was now fixed firmly on Lin Tu and kneeling dragon, small in stature, but filled with a fierce, vibrant vitality. Chen Ka Liang ground his teeth and said, his voice laced with sarcasm, Lin Tu, you little brat, you really do have a charmed life. He then immediately picked up the phone, his tone serious. Hello, it's me. The situation near the waters around Jiyuan Island is extremely dangerous right now, and it could affect the safety of Tianhai City. Our Strategy Bureau must take immediate, desperate action. On our end, massive military forces and firepower are already prepared for the battle. The aircraft roared in, racing toward the heart of the battle. Lin Tu watched, speechless with astonishment, and blurted out in amazement. What a massive formation! Tianhai City's Strategy Bureau. Are they really going to commit their entire force this time? They seemed to be preparing to use overwhelming firepower to drive that monster dragon back into the sealed realm. At that moment, Kneeling Dragon suddenly spoke, his voice full of doubt. I doubt it will be that simple. Look over there. Lin Tu immediately turned his head and gaped. Damn! What is that? A swarm of beasts surged up from the sealed realm, emerging from the water, from strange to utterly grotesque, appearing all at once like a nightmare. Su Ling Yu recognized it too, and cried out, Aunt, look. Lin Tu felt a sharp sense of dread. This is bad. If those monsters from the deep layers of the sealed realm are allowed to come into this world, it won't be only Jiyuan Island. I'm afraid even Tianhai City will be doomed. She shouted, her voice booming like thunder, and immediately led Ling off Jiyuan Island while ordering Lin Tu to go find and gather everyone. Ling Yu, anxious and unwilling to leave her alone, hurriedly stopped her. Aunt, it's dangerous. But before the plea could take effect, she decisively dove into the water, swimming while roaring in fury. I'll send your little brat back this instant. Like an arrow, she shot up into the sky, intending to land a crushing blow on the sky-rolling ancient dragon. But she had underestimated this beast. It curled its lip, its voice dripping with mockery. Can you even make it here? Her strike was intercepted by the crafty creature, and its bizarre tentacles wrapped tightly around her limbs, rendering her immobile. She gritted her teeth and snarled, damn it. Seeing this, both Ling and Lin Tu were horrified. This is bad. Suddenly, the tentacles were sliced into 100 pieces. Lin Tu stood stunned, taken aback by the sight of the werewolf landing powerfully, accompanied by a group of elixirs. Lin Tu and Ling cheered in delight. Uncle Wolf, but Kneeling Dragon spoke up, his voice filled with caution. It's not over yet. Lin Tu asked in confusion. What do you mean? He looked up, his eyes wide in shock as he saw swarms of winged dragons in the sky relentlessly tearing through, disrupting Chen Kai Liang's warship. Not only that, they also saved Lin Tu's mother. The sky-rolling ancient dragon froze, momentarily stunned. I didn't expect it. Not only are the stupid dog and the monkey over there, but even you have shown up. A flash of light appeared, and the figure of a girl materialized, a mocking smile spreading across her lips. Haha, the dragon sneered. Perhaps you know my strength. You and those two together aren't even a match for me. The girl frowned and replied coldly, I know. My mission is only to stop you from continuing to destroy Jiyuan Island. She confidently declared, if you want to deal with it, there are others besides me. Upon hearing this, the sky-rolling ancient dragon scoffed. Others? Haha, no one else matters, except for that one. Her eyes darkened, sparkling with delight, as if watching an interesting drama unfold. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Immediately, the sky-rolling ancient dragon's eyes widened in horror, but it still stubbornly insisted, impossible. He's probably still in the lowest level of the spiritual vein's secret realm. Its voice grew more frantic. You can't deceive me. Moreover, given his body's quality, the density in the fundamental world is something he could never withstand. But just as the words left its mouth, a monstrous beast's giant hand rose from the water, submerging it. A new creature appeared, seemingly of an entirely different caliber. As expected, the one capable of restraining the sky-rolling ancient dragon had revealed itself. It was colossal and magnificent, far more so than the small sky-rolling ancient dragon. Lin Tu's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Is this the beast of Jiyuan Island? He then seriously speculated that it might know the whereabouts of his father in the city. At that moment, an alarm blared, and a voice urgently called out, Warning, warning, class is class. Please invite the surrounding residents to quickly take refuge. Warning, class is class. Please invite the surrounding residents to quickly take refuge. It turns out that Zhao Yu is working hard to evacuate everyone. Don't be afraid, everyone. Line up properly. Don't push. At the Strategy Bureau, Chen Kai Liang was momentarily stunned, not expecting such an unexpected harvest. He observed the monster from Jiyuan Island, commenting in a thoughtful tone, You truly can't let go of Tianhai City, can you? He then asked, with a hint of deeper meaning, But when the people you're protecting see this scene, will they thank you, or will they fear you? Looking around, Lin Tu pointed at the monster, shouting, Quick, follow the monster from Jiyuan Island and charge through there. He said seriously, It might know where my father is. Kneeling Dragon broke into a cold sweat, silently thinking to himself, I feel like you might have misunderstood something. The two-toned-haired girl spoke up, her eyes sharp. I didn't expect you to directly crawl out using the monster form. Aren't you afraid that the world won't be able to withstand being crushed? The monster from Ji-Yuan Island responded, its voice deep and resonant. In any case, the situation is urgent, and after I help, I will return. It looked up at the sky and asked, everyone has been saved, right? The girl with two-toned hair smirked and confidently replied, everyone who needed saving. And those who didn't, we've already saved. When I step in, there's never a mistake. Hey, it's so heavy, can't you transform back into your human form? She was speaking to Lin Tu's mother, who immediately realized her transformation had become that of a slender, exceptionally beautiful young woman. The girl with two-toned hair asked with concern, how is it? Are you seriously injured? Lin Tu's mother smiled gently, her voice soft. Luckily, I usually store a large amount of spiritual energy within my body. Just now, I used that energy to block the wound, so I managed to escape this calamity. The girl with two-toned hair nodded and continued. We won't wait too long. Once everything is settled, we'll leave. But before we go, would you let Winged Dragon take you to Ji-Yuan Island? Lin Tu's mother thought for a moment before replying, I've caused such a disturbance. I'm afraid I can't return to Tianhai City now. I've decided. I'll go with you. The girl with two-toned hair hesitated briefly. But suddenly, the beast from Ji-Yuan Island spoke up in a voice full of authority. Listen to her. She knows the situation here better than we do. If she says so, it chuckled, its eyes gleaming. As if there could only be one reason for its amusement. Someone could take over her duties. He looked down at Kneeling Dragon and Lin Tu below. Lin Tu looked up, his eyes blank with confusion. The two-tone-haired girl squinted her eyes shut and spoke. All right, if you've all said it like that. She cast a sealing spell on the hidden realm, and a brilliant light flared up. Lin Tu saw it and immediately shouted, Hey, wait for me. Turning toward the Ji-Yuan Island beast, he yelled, Beast of Ji-Yuan Island, I have something to ask you. It turned its head to listen, giving a thumbs up. Lin Tu was stunned, unable to comprehend what was going on. What did it mean by this? The wolf-shaped beast, sitting on the bird's back, looked at him and said, I have already fulfilled my promise to help you meet your father. Lin Tu frowned and muttered, I've already fulfilled my promise to help you meet your father. Your father. Your father. At that moment, he froze, as if struck by a lightning bolt. He pointed at the Ji-Yuan Island beast and screamed in shock, Holy shit, that's my dad. The wolf-shaped beast growled in frustration. Damn, you still don't get it. Then it smiled, its tone softening. All right, let it be like this. Seeing they were about to disappear, Lin Tu hurriedly shouted, Hey, don't go. Explain this to me. But everything had faded away. Lin Tu stood motionless in the middle of the space, his mind flooded with images of his parents, his heart growing even more tangled. How many more secrets did they hide from him? The events that had just unfolded were now within the surveillance scope of Chen Ka-Liang. His cold, sharp laugh echoed, and his eyes gleamed with cruelty. With scenes like these, even if you don't die, there will be someone who will make sure you do. Suddenly, the signal scrambled, the screen flickering, and the image blurred. He frowned slightly, startled by the unexpected malfunction. Before him, Zhu Ji, the director of the Strategy Bureau Imperial Capital, spoke sternly. Director Chen, I've received intelligence that an extremely serious incident has occurred around the city of Tianhai. The headquarters has decided to seal off all information related to this event. Chen Ka-Liang fell silent, his voice hardening. But this time, the situation is very serious, and there's even a chance it could escalate into a major disaster, much like the bamboo dragon incident 3 years ago. Zhou Jia responded, his tone both reassuring and sharp. Director Chen, there's no need to worry. The Strategy Bureau Imperial Capital will begin monitoring immediately. Currently, the Pangu-level beasts have disappeared, and the traces of the secret realm have closed. There will be no further danger. Chen Ka-Liang furrowed his brows, his voice laced with suspicion. But I still want to ask, what's the real reason headquarters wants to seal off information about this unexpected incident? Zhao Ji furrowed his brow, his voice deepening. You also know that beneath Ji-Yuan Island lies a high-level secret realm, and furthermore, it's the crucial spiritual vein of the southeastern part of Nation H. Many years ago, A human conference once explored Ji-Yuan Island, but because the beasts were too powerful, the entire army was annihilated, and they had no choice but to give up. Later, our Hua nation explored and turned it into the most important island, but I heard they never gave up on Ji-Yuan Island. Moreover, regarding this incident, it's said that the opponent has gone missing, and many traces have appeared. If this information leaks, do you think they will remain silent? Ken Se Liang thought to himself, his eyes flashing with suspicion. This was all just an excuse. It was rumored that he had a connection with Lin Longzun, and now that he had stepped forward like this, it seemed the rumors were true. Zhao Ji turned his back, his tone cold. It seems that Director Chen has no objections to the arrangements made by the headquarters. In that case, I shall take my leave. Ken Se Liang nodded, responding with a calm expression. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. The screen abruptly turned off. Chen Se Liang immediately revealed his agitation, slamming his hand down on the desk and growling. What's so impressive about that? It's just the strategy bureau of the imperial capital. Yet they dare to try to crush me beneath their feet. As long as I get my hands on that, whether it's the strategy bureau or the human congress, there will come a day when you are no match for me. A knock sounded from the hallway. He took a deep breath and regained his composure. Come in. Kong Ye entered, holding the large box tightly against his chest, speaking respectfully. Director Chen, the item you requested has been obtained. I will deliver it to you immediately. Ken Se Liang widened his eyes in astonishment when he saw the massive chunk of flesh brimming with magical energy. This is the heart of the monster dragon, Kong Ye confirmed. Kong Ye nodded, recalling the battle, his voice low. At that moment, a strike from the gray monster dragon came down. It was in that instant that I found the crack. I used my special ability to control a specialized steel-piercing bullet aimed at the monster, directly piercing through the chest of the sky-rolling ancient dragon and taking its heart. If I had been even a second slower, I would have been thrown into the secret realm along with it. Ken Se Liang placed his hand on the box, carefully feeling the energy emanating from it. Kong Ye, standing beside him, couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "Is this really the heart dragon? How could a gigantic dragon have such a small heart? Are dragons really so petty-hearted?" Chen Se Liang slightly curled his lips in a smile. This breath is unmistakable. When I touch it, I can feel a surging power. He paused, his gaze turning icy. This heart dragon is large enough. The bigger the heart, the more exhausted even a dragon will become. Kong Ye nodded and eagerly asked, "So does this mean it will make Chief Chen stronger?" Chen Kai Liang laughed, giving a confident thumbs up. Exactly. All right, you can leave now, Kong Ye said, obeying as he left the room. As soon as the door closed, he muttered excitedly, "Haha, looks like this heart dragon is really important. My achievement this time far surpasses that muscle-bound man." Suddenly, the box containing the heart dragon was empty. Chen Kai Liang had swallowed the heart, and the power within him surged violently. His veins bulged all over his body as he collapsed, coughing uncontrollably. His eyes turned bloodshot, as if something was overtaking them. With a roar of agony, he tore open his chest, countless tentacles surged out, and his body swelled, gradually transforming into a vicious and malevolent dragon. Chen Kai Liang screamed in despair, "Damn it, you dared to deceive me 64 years ago." 64 years ago, in a small house, the sound of a baby crying echoed endlessly. A helpless voice rang out, "Little ancestor, if you keep crying like this, I won't be able to hide it anymore." Toys flew around the child, but it continued to cry loudly. Chen Kai Liang, still young at the time, awkwardly held a bottle. All right, wait a moment, I'll be done right away." The baby continued crying incessantly, and he had no choice but to jump around, trying to grab its attention. "Food is here. Come on, drink your milk." Finally, the baby obediently took the bottle and drank it all up. Chen Kai Liang let out a sigh of relief, set the toys down on the floor, and muttered, "Finally, peace and quiet. This kid's power is growing stronger by the day. If this continues, I won't be able to hide it for much longer. If anyone finds out that the child of the 7 deadly sins human council is in my hands, the consequences will be unimaginable." A dark thought flashed through his mind, his voice full of envy. "Don't blame me, I only promised to take you to safety, and I've kept that promise." Suddenly, the baby stopped drinking, its serious gaze fixed on him. A brilliant flash of light erupted, leaving Chen Kai Liang in a panic. Pieces of shattered objects suddenly appeared, wrapping tightly around the baby, forming a small cocoon resembling a butterfly. He exclaimed in astonishment. How does this resemble evolution? I must hand it over to the Strategy Bureau immediately. Out of nowhere, a strange voice echoed. Mr. Chen. He jumped in surprise. Who? A girl dressed like a jester, riding a gigantic monster, appeared. She jumped down, smiling. Apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the trickster from the 7 Deadly Sins Human Council. You can call me Baya. She stepped forward and continued. I hope you will take care of this child, and also help me create a new identity for her, so that she can live peacefully in the city of Tianhai. Ken Se Liang furrowed his brow, his voice full of doubt. Impossible, you've seen it yourself. The child's ability is too terrifying. How can we hide it? Bia calmly approached the child, smiling softly. You don't need to worry about that. She extended her hand and cast a spell on the child, speaking gently. I can temporarily seal her powers until she grows up and learns to control them. The cloth wrapped around the child suddenly loosened, floating freely in the air. Ken Se Liang silently observed, thinking to himself that the child seemed to offer no resistance to the woman in front of her. He curiously asked, but why don't you take her yourself? Isn't her mother also a high-ranking member of the Human Council like you? Bia picked up the child, her gaze briefly filled with sorrow, and said, she's no longer a high-ranking member. Jealousy caused some trouble on Jiyuan Island, and now this child has nowhere to go. She looked directly at Chen Se Liang and continued, the outcome of jealousy is something she chose for herself. I'm fine, but at least I want this child to be able to live on. She stepped forward, extended her hand, and spoke seriously. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Chen Se Liang hesitated, his gaze sharp. You say this is a transaction. If I agree, what will I get in return? Bia chuckled heartily. Haha, knowing full well that I am the scammer of the 7 deadly sins and still wanting to make a deal. You're the first one. Quite interesting. She turned to the monster, softening her tone. Hey Glenn, you like this girl too, don't you? The creature slowly approached, startling Chen Se Liang, who quickly asked, what's he planning to do? Bia reassured him. Don't worry, I'm just having him bring the payment. The beast spat out a fiery red heart from its mouth. Bia smirked and explained, everyone knows dragons can steal life force and powers, but few realize it's all thanks to the heart dragon. It's like a furnace, containing life force and strength. She flashed a wicked smile and continued, as long as you seize the heart dragon, even someone with low-level abilities, like you can claim the power in this illusion. This is a rare opportunity to defy fate and change your destiny. Chen Se Liang clenched his fist, his voice low. I had agreed to the deal with that scammer. He gritted his teeth. From that point on, every year she would send me a heart dragon, and now my body is filled with countless hearts. He paused, his eyes flashing with fury. The heart dragon truly helped me devour life force and powers. But she didn't say that these spiritual beings still retain the will of their original hosts. Only by continuously devouring the heart dragon can I suppress them. His body slowly returned to its human form, and his voice became laced with a sinister laugh. She wanted to use the heart dragon to control me, but she never expected this. He smirked, his eyes cold as ice. The beasts of Jiyuan Island possess the perfect devouring ability. As long as I seize its heart, I will completely master the power of devouring. After the terrifying battle, the sea still roared with waves. The enormous Jiyuan Island floated suspended in the air, as though it were about to collapse. When it plunged into the ocean, the immense force sent white foam splashing into the air. Gradually, the entire island sank into the depths of the sea. Though riding the powerful kneeling dragon, Lin Tu was still thrown far away by the waves. Stumbling, the special abilities within him dissipated, and in a panic, he whispered, Is this the end? Suddenly, his instincts flared, and he hurriedly commanded, That's not right. There's still angry insect on the island. Turn back to the island. Lin Tu pointed ahead, his voice urgent. They're still there. On the shore, Proud Wolf stood tall, waiting. He excitedly shouted, Hey! The call signaled that he was about to arrive. Su Ling Yu waved her hand excitedly, shouting joyfully. Lin Tu rushed over to her, anxiously asking, Is everyone all right? Su Ling Yu glanced at Proud Wolf, and happily recounted, earlier, fortunately, Man Yuan used his psychic powers to stabilize the plane and save everyone. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have known what to do. Lin Tu gave a thumbs up in appreciation and exclaimed, I truly can't thank you enough. I will remember this favor. Suddenly, Chen Hu rushed up from behind, panicked, and scolded. It was so dangerous earlier. Where the hell were you, kid? But the sight before him left him stunned. The giant proud wolf and the mighty kneeling dragon were standing guard over Lin Tu. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Chen Hu quickly dropped to his knees, bowing repeatedly. Respected elders, please spare me. Give me another chance to be a good person. Lin Tu smirked, teasing, honestly, how is it that even this guy got saved? Curious, he turned to Su Lingyu. He really hadn't expected the Su director to have such abilities. But why didn't she show any of this when applying to the Great Righteous Alliance? She answered sincerely, I don't know either. This power was given to me earlier by a mysterious red-haired woman. Staring at the calm sea, her voice grew solemn as she continued, but she just retracted her robot and left me this ring. Lin Tu pouted and muttered, what a pity, I was hoping to control that robot a little better. As the conversation continued, he suddenly remembered something and quickly shouted, ah, wait, I almost forgot that these angry insects are very dangerous. Be careful. In contrast, the group of Su Lingyu remained calm and smiled. Seeing him flustered, she calmly explained, but Lin Tu was still hurriedly warning, why are you smiling at a time like this? It's really dangerous. Su Tan Kai, holding an angry insect in his hand, explained slowly, after the sky-rolling ancient dragon was defeated, the land has recovered. Therefore, it can be deduced that the intense evil thoughts from the sky-rolling ancient dragon have caused this land to turn into angry insects. He continued in a profound tone. This is recorded in ancient texts. It is said that during the Great Flood in ancient times, the sky-rolling ancient dragon stole earth from the sky to resist the flood. Although the flood was stopped, the theft was exposed. Soon after, the sky-rolling ancient dragon was slain by the divine messenger. From its corpse, a miracle occurred. Rain was born from within the belly of the sky-rolling ancient dragon. The faint shadow of the sky-rolling ancient dragon passed through that tragic scene, like a reminder of its terrifying power. Based on the old man's words, Lin Tu drew a sharp conclusion. The monster dragon turned out to be exactly like Taxi Mu of Ling Qinjia. Both were monstrous beasts transformed by humans. The young man rummaged through his backpack, still continuing the conversation. As he spoke of the monster dragon, Lin Tu eagerly searched, muttering, wait, where is it? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly shouted, found it. In his hand was a blood-red spirit core. Good thing I was quick and sharp. I grabbed this at the crucial moment. Looking at the sparkling treasure, both Su Lingyu and his son were astonished, exclaiming in unison, this is a beast spirit core. Eager to confirm, Lin Tu activated the system and quickly asked, System, can this spirit core be used to level up? The system responded, its voice full of excitement. Hello, host. Then it decisively confirmed, of course, it can. Without hesitation, Lin Tu inserted the spirit core into the system. Once the item was received, a ting sound echoed, and a notification appeared on the screen. Congratulations, host, the Beast Overlord system has leveled up to level 3. The taming skill has leveled up, the Beast Manual has leveled up, the Spirit Compass has leveled up, and the projection ability has leveled up. Looking at the 3 empty slots on the screen, Lin Tu excitedly exclaimed, is it time to find a new junior disciple? Beside him, Eo Ling smiled brightly, as if to tease. Lin Tu eagerly turned to propose. Do you want to be my junior disciple? You are different from Kneeling Dragon. Eo Ling shook its head in refusal. It cast its gaze into the distance, its voice low. No, I must stay on this island. Then, it confided. There are others here on the island who need my protection. At this moment, Lin Tu suddenly realized a serious issue. He murmured, almost forgetting about it. The Jiyuan Island's secret realm had returned to normal, and wouldn't it fall into the hands of the Strategy Bureau? Does that mean the monsters here would be killed off in the future? The scene became chaotic, with dust and smoke filling the air. Broken stones scattered everywhere, as if everything had come to an end. 2 walls, one side water, the other smoke and fire, stood apart, distinctly separated. Ling Qinjie sat alone, feeling dejected. The effort of 12 years had turned out to be like a vanishing bubble. She sadly looked at the reflection in the water. The research institute now lay in ruins. The monster that the doctor had bred had already been devoured by that ugly dragon. The sky-rolling ancient dragon growled, its voice filled with dissatisfaction, speaking of how even the beasts from Ji-Yuan Island, which the doctor had nurtured with his own hands for decades, had ultimately been buried by the doctor himself. Suddenly, Lin Tu appeared, as silent as a shadow, overhearing Ling Qinjie's inner monologue. In the role of a sorrowful young woman, she abruptly realized something strange. Part of her feet had been obscured. As she regained her composure, her face went pale in an instant. "Who is playing tricks here?" she exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Tu cheerfully called out, "It's here, it's here." The form of Ling Qinjie gradually became clearer. As Lin Tu took delight in his mischievous antics, he turned to converse with the sky-rolling ancient dragon, his beloved. "The upgraded version of this beast space skill is truly impressive, isn't it?" Lin Tu said, full of enthusiasm. At the same time, Ling Qinjie was in utter confusion. As though standing on the edge of a cliff, she hastily cried out, "Where is this? Is this still Ji-Yuan Island?" Lin Tu flashed its signature smile, nodded in affirmation, and replied, "You've crossed over here now. This is the beast space after the upgrade. From now on, whenever I want, I can summon any of the tamed beasts to my side at any time. Of course, only those I've tamed are allowed. Like you, for example." He spoke as he pointed straight at Ling Qinjie, leaving her speechless, swallowing her words back down. Lin Tu gave a sinister smile, silently musing about the power of the evil eye projection. Thanks to this skill, he could freely move between the positions of the replicated evil eyes. Truly a top-tier ability. If I combine the beast projection with the evil eye, who could ever catch me? Looks like I'll have to let Big Eye spawn a few more clones. While engrossed in conversation, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and massive boulders came crashing down into the deep waters below. Lin Tu glanced ahead in suspicion, murmuring, "Good thing I've got this skill. My escape prowess really is first class." Ling Qinjie flew closer, literally, and shouted furiously, "Who needs you to save me? Do you think I need your kindness?" Tears streamed down her face, full of resentment. "We've already lost anyway. It's better for me and the doctor's last relic to disappear from this world together." Lin Tu let her words go in one ear and out the other, replying nonchalantly, "Who cares what you want?" He turned back, his tone cold and sharp. "Right now, you're my beast. Only I have the right to decide whether you live or die." Pleased with himself, Lin Tu continued, and indeed, being tamed like this gave him a sense of ritual. Upon hearing this, Ling Qinjie could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. She flew up, claws sharp, attacking while screaming, "I'll let you brag. I'll let you brag." Seeing Lin Tu's cheek being scratched repeatedly, Ling immediately rushed to protect him. It glared at Ling Qinjie, warning her to stay away and not touch its beloved master. Lin Tu was deeply moved and quickly waved his hand. "It's fine, we're just playing around. She doesn't really want to hurt me." Suddenly, Ling lifted Lin Tu into the air, leaving him stunned. It seriously asked, "If I were to be tamed by you, could I quickly be by your side like this?" Lin Tu, still dazed, nodded. "Yes." Hearing the answer that satisfied it, Ling decisively declared, "All right, tame me, and you'll be the new king of Ji-Yuan Island. I want to stay by your side to protect you." Lin Tu's face immediately fell, thinking to himself, "What the hell is the king of Ji-Yuan Island?" But outwardly, he remained bold. "All right then, let me touch your chin." After affectionately stroking Ling, the system's cheerful voice rang out with an announcement. "Congratulations, host, on successfully taming the beast Ling." Next, the system introduced in detail Ling, its mature form, overlord-level bloodline, with the ability to evolve and level up. Its height is 40.9 meters, weight 36 tons, and attack methods include ape-like fists, skills, heavy strikes, and the magic staff of the wishful rod. Ling spoke softly. "All right, let me try teleporting. Teleport me to the tree with the most bananas." Lin Tu gave it an exasperated look. "You're just lazy, aren't you?" Suddenly, Su Ling Yu called from afar, "Lin Tu, the teacher is calling for you." Lin Tu looked up, surprised. What is it, President Su? She handed him the ringing phone. I don't know, ask Teacher Ma yourself. Lin Tu took the phone and spoke. Hello, hello, Teacher Ma. On the other end of the line, Teacher Ma's voice came through. Lin Tu, when are you coming back? The teacher continued. The promotion ceremony will be held in 2 days. Congratulations on your contribution this time. Lin Tu replied eagerly. No problem. I'll be at school in time for the promotion ceremony. But Teacher Ma cut him off sternly. The promotion ceremony is not at the school. It's at the headquarters of the Strategy Bureau in Tianhai City. Lin Tu was stunned. Why are you at the Strategy Bureau? The voice on the other end explained, because Chen Kai Liang said that this exploration operation is a rare and great victory for Tianhai City, and they want to celebrate it in a grand way. Upon hearing that, Lin Tu's face darkened. What scheme was that Chen Kai Liang up to now? Still, he calmly listened to Teacher Ma. I'll send you the details about this operation later. Just go over them for now. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. The call ended, and Lin Tu scrolled through the update on the Tianhai morning newspaper, which reported the latest developments on the Jiyuan Island expedition. He frowned and muttered, What kind of nonsense is this? He had just managed to grab his phone to read, and Lin Tu nearly choked when he saw the headline of one article. A giant Manhwa monster used its powers to steal Jiyuan Island. The Strategy Bureau launched an operation to subdue it. Luckily, thanks to Lin Tu, the son of the hero, demonstrating his skills, he successfully defeated the Manhwa and reclaimed Jiyuan Island. Su Lingyu, who had just finished reading the sensational news, jumped in shock and asked, What is this? Lin Tu had no choice but to give a brief explanation. Teacher Ma just called to say that at the celebration of the Strategy Bureau, I have to talk about these rumors regarding my glorious feats. I thought a huge, unexpected blessing falling from the sky would make Lin Tu feel over the moon. But who would have thought he would be so irritated? This news couldn't be more fake. How am I supposed to explain this? Luckily, Su Lingyu calmly analyzed the situation and advised him. Isn't this exactly what you've always wanted? Your son and hero, selected for the Great Righteous Alliance, and now after 2 consecutive successful missions, even your title has been restored. Even though Su Lingyu tried to persuade him with all his might, Lin Tu stubbornly rejected it, holding firm to his thoughts. I only want to clear my father's name, not need this fake reputation. Moreover, Man Yuan was also a key figure in the campaign against the sky-rolling ancient dragon. Yet now he's being portrayed as a villain. As soon as he finished speaking, Eo Ling suddenly roared. This is bad. A loud howl from behind startled both of them, and they turned around in surprise. It turned out that the people on the ship had noticed them and began cheering loudly. Great, you're both safe. We're here to pick you up. As the ship docked, Lin Tu immediately jumped off, full of vigor, and confronted He Kang. These rumors are so outrageous. Isn't your Strategy Bureau going to clarify any of this? Despite facing Lin Tu's agitated attitude, He Kang calmly explained, How could I clarify that? These news were originally released by the Strategy Bureau itself. Besides, if we don't say it this way, what should we say instead? Should we claim that Jiyuan Island was infected by a terrifying monster parasite that nearly destroyed everything? The 4 mysterious Pangu beasts, on par with the bamboo dragon, erupted into intense combat near Tianhai City, almost causing a major disaster. Hearing He Kang's words, Lin Tu's mind suddenly cleared. Realizing that his point wasn't without merit, he could only remain silent, awkwardly nodding in agreement. Su Lingyu, however, wasn't ready to give up, continuing to persuade. Given the current situation, this kind of news actually benefits you. But the stubborn young man remained firm in his principles. But in this way, Man Yuan is unjustly labeled as the villain. Before Lin Tu could continue to complain, Ao Ling quickly interjected to clear the misunderstanding. It's all right, I don't even live in Tianhai City. As long as it benefits you, that's enough. Upon hearing this, Lin Tu could only scoff, as if to tease. You're good, Ao Ling. A while later, the boat sailed smoothly across the water, heading towards the mainland. He Kang suddenly became curious and spoke up. But there's one thing I need to ask you. Given how dangerous the situation on Jiyuan Island was, why did Chief Chen send his son there? He Kang's voice turned serious. Have you thought about it yet? Without waiting for Lin Tu to answer, he spoke quickly, eager to take credit. But in the end, He gave all the credit to him. If I were you, I'd probably be sitting on a pile of fire right now. Despite what He Kang said, Lin Tu remained unfazed, as if it were none of his business. Why are you reminding me of all this? He Kang replied, his tone full of emotion. These people have been following me for many years. Even though they're just a bunch of fools, being with them for so long has created a bond. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall soldier approached, offering a drink. Boss, here's your water. The princess-like care made He Kang even more eager to continue. In a critical moment when Ji-Yuan Island collapsed, it was Ling Qinjia who arranged for the ancient waterbirds to save them. To her now, he was the only reason to continue existing. At that very moment, Lin Tu's monstrous beasts stood on the island, watching him. Lin Tu shouted loudly, full of confidence, "Don't worry, I'll return safely." At the same time, at Tianhai City's one high school, the sound of yes, yes echoed loudly, reaching the schoolyard. In one of the rooms, a man repeatedly raised his voice. Thank you, and to be honest with you, that young man is actually my direct disciple. All of his achievements are the result of my teachings. Haha, although I am the principal, I don't speak recklessly when it comes to my specialty in teaching. I still remember back then, his boasting was on par with some wealthy lady from District 7, making Teacher Ma, who was standing beside him, feel quite embarrassed. The person on the other end of the line couldn't tell if they believed him or not, but they still went along with it. Ha ha, such fun, such fun. I hope you gentlemen will nurture many more excellent students like Lin Tu. The conversation, which was filled with the scent of gunpowder, came to an end. But the man's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. He was Wang Yuying, a member of the Wood Construction Alliance in Tianhai City, and also the principal of the No. 1 high school. He spoke in a deep voice. Therefore, the Lin Tu you mentioned hasn't actually awakened any abilities. Teacher Ma quickly responded. That's correct. However, his academic performance is excellent, and he always gets full marks in the subject of searching for hidden realms. He is qualified to join the Great Righteous Alliance, but indeed, he hasn't awakened any special powers. His combat ability is likely non-existent. Wang Yuying still wasn't fully convinced and asked further. Then why is he so outstanding? Teacher Ma, determined to belittle the male lead, replied, this time, Su Lingyu was accompanying him. Her abilities are exceptional, and the two of them seem quite close, probably thanks to her. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuying was unconcerned and chuckled, as if he were a patient who had just escaped from a mental hospital. Finally, he had the chance to become famous, but he hadn't expected it to turn into such a big hassle. Familiar with the man's temperament, Teacher Ma calmly suggested, how about we contact the media to correct the misinformation? To his surprise, Wang Yuying disagreed, even eager to stir up more trouble. No, the more wrong, the better. He continued, send this information to the student named Lin Tu, so he can base his speech on it during the award ceremony. Teacher Ma still felt uneasy and objected. That might not be such a good idea. But Wang Yuying, with his bright and confident demeanor, responded, what's wrong with it? Even if it's wrong, it's the Strategy Bureau's mistake. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Great Righteous Alliance in Tianhai City, someone was struggling with a phone call. No problem, there's no need to be so polite. I'll come over then. After hanging up, Lai Ta-gu, the president of the Great Righteous Alliance, revealed his true nature, muttering to himself, this old man is really hard to deal with. As soon as the pink-haired older sister entered and overheard everything, she kindly asked, what's going on? Lai Ta-gu sighed and replied, isn't it that Chen Ka-liang? He says that the success of this operation was only possible due to the joint efforts of the three major organizations, so a grand celebration must be held. He even insisted on having a roll call and required my participation. The pink-haired older sister didn't seem too concerned and just reported the work. This was the video that Su Lingyu and the others sent back from the airplane. But Lai Tai-bu still appeared gloomy, deep in thought. That's not the most important issue. Chen Ka-liang reluctantly spat out the piece of meat in his mouth. If it's being distributed among us, there's only one possibility. He wants to use me and Principal Wang to control some entity he can't confront directly. He's exploiting the Great Righteous Alliance and the Wood Construction Alliance. The urgent matter now is to identify who that entity is. The pink-haired older sister calmly added, I think I received a directive this morning. Lin Tu was appointed as the person in charge of Jiyuan Island, signed by the director of the Strategy Bureau. She emphasized Joji's spiritual energy recovery on Blue Star. Under the influence of spiritual energy, living beings are divided into two types. Humans convert spiritual energy into supernatural abilities, while monstrous beasts use it to build their flesh and blood, eventually evolving over a long period to specialize in certain abilities to deal with other monsters, such as attacking, defending, or monitoring. Xu Huangzuan, holding the gun pointed at the ground, slightly curled his lips. But unfortunately, the abilities known as the Light of Humanity were not suitable for dealing with humanity itself. His gaze was sharp as he continued. This ancient spiritual energy, though rudimentary before recovery, doesn't trigger any spiritual energy reactions when attacking because it doesn't use crystal cores as a source of power. As long as the aim is accurate, even an awakener cannot detect danger or murderous intent through spiritual energy. He muttered, his voice filled with hidden meaning. This era of spiritual energy recovery, together with my activation stones, really is a good match. Meanwhile, on Captain He's side, his subordinates were murmuring amongst themselves. One of them said, I never thought there would be such a strong monster in this E-level secret realm at 86. Coming in here, it's getting more and more chaotic. Another person glanced back, suspiciously asking, Captain, something feels off about today. That kid who got into trouble doesn't even have a supernatural ability. How could he even move around in this secret realm? How did he end up provoking that huge monster? Captain He's voice was low and serious. Strange, it's not just that. We need to investigate everything clearly once we return. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed through the air and hit the tire, causing the small vehicle to swerve violently and lurch forward. A large truck heading in the opposite direction, its driver panic-stricken, swerved the wheel, but it was too late. The two vehicles collided with a deafening crash. The small vehicle shattered into pieces, pushed backward by the impact. Thick smoke billowed from the engine, and the scene was chaotic, with debris scattered everywhere. Two blood-soaked hands struggled to pry open the warped door and escape. The first person to emerge was Captain He, his body covered in wounds, blood dripping from his clothes. His voice trembled with rage. Who dares to ambush the Strategy Bureau? Before he could collect himself, 3 more bullets flew toward him, striking him directly. He couldn't dodge them. His body had already endured both internal and external injuries. He coughed weakly. Hearing footsteps, he turned sharply, growling. You're Chu Huangguan from the Savage Beast team. The man who was shooting just now has turned his upper body into a blackened mess. The man tightened his grip around Captain He's neck, coldly saying, even if you're an awakener with enhanced physical abilities through the key method, gaining strength and physical prowess on par with a monster, unfortunately, you're not a monster, and that's exactly why our Savage Beast team exists. As he squeezed the captain's neck, a sinister smile spread across his face. Captain He, it's time for you to go. Then, with a mocking gesture, he struck. Tear the opponent's head off, swallowing with a gulp. It's been a long time since I tasted this flavor. The gonads of an awakener are much tastier than those of a monster. Chu Huangzuan rummaged through and took Captain He's phone, muttering, Sorry, Captain He. Mr. Chen believes you lack the ability to investigate, especially secretly behind his back. The phone was replaying the terrifying battle between the monsters, and he sneered, What are you planning to say at the commendation conference? That monsters are the enemies of humanity. He deleted all the data and declared, This is the foundation of all the rules that govern the world. It's over. With that, Xu Huangzuan transformed into a crow and flew away, leaving behind the shattered phone and the subordinates who had met their end. Only 3 days were left until the commendation conference, but Captain He was already out of the picture. That night, in the bustling city center, a grilled meat shop was still brightly lit. The brown-haired man shouted loudly, Boss, 40 skewers of goat meat, and 5 large intestines. The person next to him eagerly added, and 2 bottles of beer, the cold kind. Su Ling Yu brought the beer out, slamming it onto the table, as if to make a point, irritably shouting, How long are you two planning to eat? Is the Strategy Bureau's work really that idle? The brown-haired man took a sip of beer and teased, Well, it is a shop owned by the genius girl from the Great Righteous Alliance. There is no second shop like this in the world. Su Lingyu slammed her hand onto the table, causing the sharp skewers to fly into the air. The red-haired person hurriedly questioned, "What do you want to do?" The brown-haired man nearly kneeled, quickly trying to calm the situation. "Big sister, please don't be angry. I was just joking with you." The sharp skewers slowly returned to their original positions. Su Lingyu gave an awkward smile and said, "Sorry, dear customers, let me clean the table a bit." The two men silently trembled, thinking to themselves, "She's so scary." The brown-haired man curiously asked, "Why don't I see Lin Tu in the shop?" She replied, "He was here just now, but he had to leave because of a phone call." He asked again, his tone playful, "Shop owner, everyone's gone now. Why are you still here working?" Su Lingyu pointed to a small table in the distance. "That old lady over there hasn't finished eating yet." The brown-haired man frowned, irritated. "Let her eat on her own. Come with me first." She refused to go. "Say what you need to say quickly, and then leave." He angrily shouted, "You clearly called me here, and now you're telling me to leave." Suddenly, the old lady, leaning on a cane, slowly walked over, her voice weak. "I'm so sorry, young lady. I'm old and eat slowly. I didn't mean to take up your time." Su Lingyu replied cheerfully, it's fine, just wait a moment. I'll go get my phone." Suddenly, the phone rang. Looking at the caller's name, she furrowed her brows and thought to herself, "Why is this little brat, Chen Hu, calling me?" On the other end, Chen Hu, bound tightly and stripped bare, shouted desperately, "Su Lingyu, get out of there quickly. Wherever you are, run." She was confused. "What are you talking about? Are you drunk?" But she had no idea that behind the old woman, something was slowly changing, transforming into a strange monster that crawled on the ground. The man with brown hair screamed frantically, "Su Lingyu, run! This is an assassination by the Beast Frenzy Squad." The monster ground its teeth, its eyes completely white. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion rang out, sending countless people flying in all directions. Owling appeared, roaring so loudly that it shook the very air. Su Lingyu fell, whispering, "Owling, quickly find Lin Tu, and tell him not to participate in the display event anymore. Hurry." Only 2 days remained before the event, just a few days ago. In a strange room, a voice rang out, "You told us to wait for 17 years, spending 10 billion on research and only achieving this result." On the projection screen in the room, a few strange figures appeared, and the voice continued, "This is the only outcome we can achieve." The illusory man stood before the screen, facing Chen Kai Liang, his tone serious. "Mr. Chen, your actions make it difficult for me to explain things to the conference members." Chen Kai Liang furrowed his brow, anxiously thinking, could it be that Xazimu and that bird man had already prepared for the theft of the research materials? The illusory man, wearing a strange device, added, "What's worse, Jiyuan Island has not only resurfaced in the sea, but it has also fallen into the hands of the young man named Lin Tu, the son of Lin Longzun." Another young illusory figure sitting to the right sneered, saying, "Just based on this, I think it's possible that this young man, with 1 or 2 victories, could discover the entrance to the hidden realm of Jiyuan Island." The man wearing glasses frowned, his voice tense. "We can't let this happen." Chen Kai Liang crossed his arms and replied seriously, "Regarding this matter, I have already made arrangements. In just a week, I will reclaim Jiyuan Island from that young man." The projection screen continued to flicker. The man with glasses slowly stepped forward, his voice low. "Apologies, Mr. Chen. We do not doubt you, but a great disaster is about to strike. If we don't open the Jiyuan Island's secret realm before then, the consequences will be unforeseeable. Therefore, we have no choice but to use special measures. I hope you can understand." The young man beside him continued, "We've sent the wild tongue from the 7 deadly sins to monitor you and handle everything swiftly." He smiled obsequiously. "This time, I'll treat you well in Tianhai City." The illusionary man wearing glasses nodded. "Let it be. Mr. Chen, I wish you success in reclaiming Jiyuan Island soon." After speaking, the 2 figures disappeared, leaving Chen Kai Liang alone in the room. He muttered to himself, his gaze flickering with calculation. "Rest assured, I know this is a special time." The next day, a knock sounded at the door, and a voice called out, "Director Chen, it's Konya." From inside, Chen Kai Liang replied, "Come in." He sat in a chair, holding a cup of coffee, and spoke slowly. I need you to capture someone for me. Chen Kai Liang lifted the cup to his lips, his voice cold. Su Lingyu, daughter of Su Tian Kai, from the Great Righteous Alliance, and she must be captured alive. A vicious gleam flashed across his face as he growled. Divine Tiger is secretly peeking through the crack of the door. Min was stunned when he was discovered, panicking as he scrambled to run away, crying as he went. I'm done for. I've been found out. This isn't something I should be hearing, he mumbled in fear. Dad wants to capture Su Lingyu. Should I warn her? Inside the room, Chen Se Liang calmly sipped his coffee and said, No need to chase him. He's just my useless son. Kong Ye asked with suspicion. Young Master Chen. Chen Se Liang did not answer, quietly placing a piece of paper on the table. Right, take this and deliver the list to Chu Guangzhuan, he ordered it. Kong Ye curiously walked over, picked up the paper, and suddenly exclaimed, No way. He tightly gripped the paper, on which was a series of incomprehensible things, hesitantly asking, But do we really need to mobilize the monsters from the Beast Frenzy team? Elsewhere, on the bustling commercial street, the night road was filled with people, the bright lights illuminating every corner. Kong Ye stood on a rooftop, sighing without end. Honestly, this is boring. I've been sitting here for 3 hours. He raised a vial of green liquid that contained tadpole-like creatures, grotesque to look at. Frowning, he muttered, Clearly I could swish once and handle it. Why do I have to use this disgusting stuff? He remembered Chen Kai Liang's words. Before the commendation assembly, no matter what happened, there must be no disturbance. Kong Ye's face fell. He slowly poured the vial onto the roof. The strange creatures rapidly evolved, sprouting legs until they became ugly toads with purple bodies speckled with black. Kong Yi pointed ahead and ordered, As soon as the barbecue shop across the way blows up, you rush in at once and self-destruct as a group. At that moment, a huge explosion shook the neighborhood. Kong Ye sprang to his feet, crossing his arms and shouting loudly, Action! 4 toads leaped down from the rooftop, charging directly towards the explosion. But suddenly, from within the fire, Ao Ling sprang to his feet, letting out a thunderous roar that shook the ground. Kong Yi raised an eyebrow. So there was an ambush. However, the toads were unfazed, still charging forward as ordered. Ao Ling roared, exposing his sharp teeth and fiery red eyes. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Order! Hurry up! Notify Lin too. Ao Ling froze for a moment, then leaped high, escaping from the flames. But not before leaving a parting remark. Then be sure to stay safe. Kong Ye, standing high above, smirked. Now, the explosion happens. The toads rushed straight toward the person who had spoken, now buried in the debris from the blast. It was none other than Su Lingyu. A puddle of water splashed as the toad's purple skin was pierced by sharp, glimmering electric spikes. Unexpectedly, the toads were impaled by a strange object, a spiked ball, immediately causing them to drop dead. Kong Ye's toes were swiftly wiped out in just a few piercing strikes. The remaining toads, on the brink of death, moaned in agony. But the golden sharp spikes shot out one final fatal blow, completely finishing them off. Their bodies shattered, crumbling like dirt and stone. The golden orb bristling with sharp spikes had brilliantly protected its master when danger struck. When everything settled, the orb shrank, its spikes vanished, revealing Su Lingyu inside, completely unharmed. Kong Ye's face flushed red with fury as he roared. Damn it, that Su Tian Kai's golden crow powder really is a fine gift for his daughter. Su Lingyu carefully asked the person buried in the rubble, Are you all right? Gong Tianyu coughed a few times and replied, Not dead yet. Kong Ye still refused to give up. Clutching several sharp throwing knives, he growled, Taking care of this bunch of filthy frogs won't take longer than opening a bottle of champagne. With that, he hurled a flurry of hidden blades. Su Lingyu swiftly used the golden crow powder to raise a barrier, shielding herself and Gong Tianyu. Her voice was sharp and cold as steel. Kong Ye, you and Gong Tianyu are both from the Strategy Bureau. What are you trying to do? He answered arrogantly, I'm just following orders to capture you. Who knew that brat would be in your shop? Serves him right. Su Lingyu rose to her feet, her aura blazing, and spat out her words. Capture me? With a decisive motion, she summoned her weapon. A great spear poised for battle. Her voice rang out in challenge. Kong Ye, let's see if you're truly capable. This power made Gong Tianyu quietly admire her. Even without the vermilion powder, The girl's ability to control magnetic force was incredibly strong. Kong Yi mocked with a sneer. "Miss Su, your weapon seems a bit short. Do you think I'll let you get close?" He laughed with amusement, throwing another series of kitten-throwing knives, starting the battle. Su Lingyu steadily used the vermilion powder to form a perfect barrier around herself. All of Kong Ye's throwing knives couldn't even touch her. The ability to lock onto targets in his line of sight was completely neutralized. Kong Ye gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. That vermilion powder could change shape at will. Using it for defense was flawless, completely countering my ability. Su Lingyu released the vermilion powder, switching to counterattack. She tilted her head mockingly. "Why aren't you saying anything now? Not so confident." The great sword in her hand was ready. She confidently taunted, daring him to take the fatal blow. With a powerful slash, she cleaved through the building where Kong Ye was standing. He staggered back in panic, cursing loudly. The enhancement of the vermilion powder completely violated the rules. Su Lingyu sneered and retorted, already scared after just that. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet cracked open, and she gasped, exclaiming, "This is wrong." From the depths of the earth, a monstrous creature with sharp claws suddenly emerged. In a flash, Su Lingyu reacted quickly, controlling the powder of the golden silk to launch countless sharp spikes directly into the hole the creature had just created, but its speed was too fast for her to keep up with. All she could do was hold her ground and focus on defending herself. Suddenly, she shouted, "Found it!" Immediately, she launched her attack. The sharp spears from the golden silk powder shot forward at an unimaginable speed, tearing apart a section of the street in a violent explosion. But the monster was nowhere to be seen. Su Lingyu froze, realizing it had disappeared. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and the monster's powerful punch took advantage of the moment, striking her with lightning speed. Su Lingyu was stunned, taking the blow full on, her blood spattering from the impact. She was powerless to fight back. The golden silk powder lost control, falling like a rain of grains. The monster casually lifted Su Lingyu over its shoulder and arrogantly reported, "Target Su Lingyu has been captured." Kong Ye sighed in relief, not expecting this little girl to be so formidable. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. He jumped down to join the creature and continued, "Once we handle the two up ahead, we can report back to Chief Chen." But the beast flatly refused. "This is not my business. The members of the Beast Frenzy Squad are strictly forbidden from engaging with members of the Strategy Bureau." Kong Ye sneered, irritably cursing, "Yeah, damn savage beast." He stepped toward Gong Tianyu, still buried beneath the pile of rubble. Gong Tianyu gritted his teeth. "It's you, Kong Ye." He remained on high alert, but powerless, asking, "What exactly do you want?" Kong Ye coldly responded, "Director Chen's order is to deal with anyone who knows about Jiyuan Island." His eyes gleamed with sadistic pleasure, especially towards those who had been aided by that giant ape-like beast. Fresh blood stained the corner of the street as Kong Ye took action and killed Gong Tianyu. Walking alongside him, the beast curiously asked, "Aren't you going to deal with that giant ape who ran away?" Kong Ye shrugged and replied simply, "Director Chen said, capturing the beast is important, but making sure the residents of Tianhai City don't forget the terror of the beasts is even more important." In the quiet night of the city, Kong Ye's voice grew heavier. In a remote place, under the bright sunlight, a voice rang out. "Actually, personally, I'd really like to know just how strong Lin Longzun was at his peak." The woman with white hair asked Director Chen now, who is stronger between him and that person. Chen Kai Liang walked and replied in a tired voice, "You're really just too idle." Then he turned his back, extended both hands, and pondered, recalling a monster with a huge eye on its head. "Keep going. Maybe he's still stronger." The woman with white hair burst into laughter. Director Chen responded bluntly, "I thought you'd think of yourself as above that." He looked at his large, skillful hands and quietly said, "No matter how arrogant you are, a chicken will never think it's bigger than an ostrich." Suddenly, memories of his youth flooded Chen Kai Liang's mind. He began to tell the woman with white hair, "It was thanks to the dragon heart you gave me that I awakened my special abilities." He recalled with excitement, "Finally, I awakened my powers." In his memory, inside a building, he realized that the duty of an awakener was to slay monsters. He continued, "In the end, I moved from the logistics division of the Strategy Bureau to the combat division." On a high podium, Director Zhao was reading documents. declaring that national defense was an unrefusable responsibility of an awakener. Chen Kai Liang, filled with enthusiasm at the time, recounted, "In the end, I became an official member. I believed that one day I would stand in a position like Director Zhao." He recalled the image of Director Zhou standing on stage, passionately delivering his speech, becoming his idol. He dreamed of working under him. After the presentation, Chen Kai Liang rushed after him and called out loudly, "Director Zhou." He bowed and said, "You are a role model for our generation to follow. I hope to contribute under your leadership." But the response was a cold stare and a sharp reply. "I remember you just transferred from the logistics department, right?" Director Zhou said sternly. "The average age for an awakener to awaken their powers is 18. Do you know what that means?" At that time, Chen Kai Liang could only lower his head, trying to listen to the harsh words and show his gratitude. But all he received was a cold splash of water. Director Zhu turned and walked away without looking back, leaving behind a chilling remark. A 27-year-old who awakens their abilities is like a student who repeats the 9th grade, barely graduating, rushing to the front lines, with no way out. I advise you to give up. Those words cut like a knife, and tears streamed down Chen Kai Liang's face like rain. He tried to speak, his voice trembling. "I'm sorry for being powerless and wasting your valuable time." Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw a man with white hair, and he asked, "Are you Lin Longzun?" Without a moment's hesitation, the man replied, "I am Lin Longzun, from the Strategy Bureau of Tianhai City. Would you like to work with me?" In front of a high-rise building, not long after he had been transferred to the Tianhai Strategy Bureau, Chen Kai Liang finally learned that Lin Longzun was a figure on par with Director Zhou. The realization left him exhilarated for quite some time. At that moment, Lin Longzun held a paper marked failed. Chen Kai Liang collapsed to the ground in despair. Director Zhao had been right. He, a mere novice, still couldn't properly control spiritual energy or wield his powers with flexibility. Even after half a year of special training, he had failed to pass the most basic qualification test. Through tears, he asked Lin Longzun, "Director Lin, please be honest with me. What did you see in me in the first place?" Lin Longzun's reply was firm, his voice carrying an unshakable authority. The remark left Chen Kai Liang helpless and confused. He lowered his head and wept bitterly. Lin Longzun tried to comfort him, saying, "Momentum in battle is crucial." Chen Kai Liang looked up in puzzlement. How is momentum in battle that important? With patience, Lin Longzun explained, "You didn't. Yesterday you failed the combat test because you were too focused on your spiritual energy." He clenched his fist, a brilliant green aura flaring around it. "Don't think about spiritual energy. Just believe that your fist can pierce through anything, anywhere." After finishing his words, Lin Longzun threw a powerful punch forward, the sheer force of which shattered the building in front of him. Chen Sei Liang stood stunned, his mouth agape in awe of the overwhelming power. Lin Longzun let out a loud roar, his fist rising with full might, delivering a blow that was the embodiment of sheer force. Director Chen, witnessing this, immediately pointed at the wreckage of the destroyed building, his voice low and filled with reproach. But that was the combat training center. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. "Lin Longzun." A man rushed from behind, closing in on Lin Longzun and Director Chen. Years had passed, and Lin Longzun, now mature and more composed, stood proudly on a precarious rock, gazing intently at the battlefield. With explosive momentum, he unleashed a mighty punch, roaring. "Back then, when the bamboo dragon invaded, you did the same thing, didn't you?" Without hesitation, he charged forward, delivering a thunderous punch to the monster before him, proclaiming, "Now I can do the same." At this moment, Director Chen, his power surging ever stronger, confronted the one-eyed monster. He charged forward calmly, swift as a storm, soaring into the sky. His hand clenched tight, forming a colossal fist that smashed violently into the monster's mouth. With resolute eyes, he shouted, and his power shattered a massive statue. Smoke and dust surged in all directions. The white-haired woman stepped closer, her voice filled with admiration. Even when Lin Longzun was at his peak, battling the bamboo dragon, he didn't wield such might, did he? Director Chen replied sharply, his gaze piercing. Lin Longzun was at his peak when he fought the bamboo dragon. He turned to her, his tone laced with suspicion. "You're mistaken, aren't you?" At that time, he was a traitor. She didn't answer. She merely turned her head away, then suddenly screamed. Director Chen was startled and roared. "What are you trying to do?" A colossal monster suddenly appeared. The white-haired woman smiled brightly. "I don't wish to test your strength. These are all orders from the assembly," she explained. The assembly specifically emphasized that the surviving bamboo dragon must be delivered to you. Director Chen frowned and asked, "Why?" She replied calmly, "This bamboo dragon was bred from the genes of the one that ambushed Tianhai City. It has been confined within an iron cage, but since its birth, it has always relied on nutrients to sustain its life. Although it will grow, it has never awakened, and its eating habits have never shown any signs of life functions." Suddenly, the one-eyed monster woke up. The white-haired woman continued, her voice full of meaning. "Recently, this bamboo dragon has suddenly awakened again. It became uncontrollable and started destroying the iron cage, and every few days it loses control again." She smiled mysteriously. "Guess why?" Chief Chen paused for a moment, then thought of someone. Could it be because of Lin Tu? She nodded and continued, "You and the council think the same. Although the exact situation is unclear, both you and Lin Tu suddenly awaken your abilities, and he must have eaten the dragon's heart just like you. It's quite reasonable, isn't it?" The white-haired woman raised her hand and cast a spell. A burst of red light flashed before her eyes. She spoke coldly, her gaze sharp. "Although the probability is very low, the council wants to try how many dragon hearts will resonate with the bloodline's energy. Of course, there are also memories." She turned to Chief Chen, her tone full of implication. "This is something only you can do." Chief Chen's expression darkened. When the red light pierced directly into his head, a thought flashed through his mind, something related to Lin Tu. Are the things we see truly real? The woman with white hair smiled mysteriously and replied, "Although I don't know how he managed it, it's clear that the spiritual energy and blood do not lie." At this moment, Director Chen had transformed into a giant monster, his back covered in sharp spikes, with a streak of snow-white fur adorning it. She looked at him with admiration. Through devouring villages to obtain spiritual energy and supernatural powers, he had used a strange method to instantly enhance his body. This young man had gained so many advantages, and what was even more interesting was that he didn't need to turn into such a hideous monster. Then she asked, her eyes gleaming, "Director Chen, is this the voice of your heart?" Director Chen looked at her, his eyes blazing red as he growled in fury. "How dare you still speak?" He charged forward, his enormous hand swinging, ready to attack her. "I've become like this because of your wicked schemes." But she was quick as a flash, leaping up and landing on Jiran's back. Steadying herself, she spoke mockingly. "Director Chen, with this fiery temper of yours, it's a good thing I foresaw and found that abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of this city area." Director Chen suddenly fell silent, listening to every word she uttered. If the citizens of Tianhai were to see the director of the strategy bureau, and he turned out to be a monster, heaven only knows what they would think. Director Chen, finding her overly proud, replied through gritted teeth, "Don't be so pleased with yourself. I'll tell you straight, Su Lingyu is in my hands. Whenever I wish, I can take that little life of hers." The white-haired woman, after hearing this, pressed her lips shut, and then suddenly burst into laughter. "I never expected Director Chen to be such an innocent man. I only blurted out a lie, yet could make you keep a promise for so many years." She went on, her voice thick with sarcasm. "Have you ever considered that it might have been a lie just to lure you into eating the dragon's heart?" At that, Director Chen's face went ashen, his voice trembling. "What did you say?" The white-haired woman spoke, her eyes sharp. "You intended to eliminate everyone who saw Jiyuan Island, so that Lin Tu would be isolated. I have no objection, but I advise you to put your contingency plans and surplus energy toward one thing: how to wrest Jiyuan Island back from Lin Su." She lifted her head, a smile full of insinuation playing on her lips as she spoke to Director Chen. "Our human assembly has been helping you for over 6 years now. Please don't betray us." With that, she and Jiren quickly left, leaving Director Chen standing silently in the face of the scene. The day of the appreciation ceremony had arrived, and at the headquarters of the Strategy Bureau, crowds of people flocked in, Students, adults, and excited television reporters eager to attend. Lin Tu stood there, his eyes fixed on the clock, with Kneeling Dragon beside him. He furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with frustration. I told them 9 o'clock to gather. They're already at the door. Su Ling Yu and Gong Tian Yu. Those two never show up on time. From a distance, a clear, sharp voice rang out. Lin Tu, I'm here. Su Ling Yu was running toward him, panting heavily. Lin Tu sighed, muttering to himself. Finally, you made it. Seeing her bend over to catch her breath, Lin Tu looked around but couldn't spot Gong Tian Yu, so he asked, Where's Gong Tian Yu? She lifted her head and replied, He's still stuck in traffic, so I came ahead. Su Ling Yu smiled, her tone light. Don't worry about him. Let's go inside first. Inside the grand hall of the Strategy Bureau, Lin Tu walked in a daze, following Su Ling Yu. You observe everything around you, unable to suppress your astonishment as you exclaim, There are so many people. They move towards the seats marked with names for identification. Su Ling Yu turns to Lin Tu and says, Let's sit here for now. Who knows how long the traffic jam will last? Lin Tu turns his head, his eyes darting around in search of something. Mumbling, Why? Apart from Gong Tian Yu. Hasn't Yi Bei arrived yet? He turns to ask her, Why didn't you bring Man Yuan here? Su Ling Yu holds out a piece of paper in front of him, replying, This kind of report wouldn't be good for him. So this morning I used a grilled skewer as bait to get him to go back home. At the mention of grilled skewers, Kneeling Dragon's eyes sparkled like 2 flames. It rushed straight towards Su Ling Yu, shouting grilled skewers so loudly that she jumped in surprise. Kneeling Dragon's eyes were filled with 2 heart-shaped symbols, and it excitedly shouted, Grilled skewers, grilled skewers. Its actions left Lin Tu embarrassed, his face full of awkwardness. Su Ling Yu was pinned by Kneeling Dragon and immediately screamed, Get up quickly, the machine is really unreasonable. Seeing this, both Kneeling Dragon and Lin Tu looked awkward. Lin Tu thought to himself, isn't Kneeling Dragon being unreasonable, because she spoils it too much. On stage, the host stepped forward to adjust the microphone with practiced ease, flashing a bright smile. The ceremony of recognition was about to begin. Next, I would like to introduce the leaders who are joining us today. They are, in turn, Chen Kai Liang, Director of the Strategy Bureau, followed by Wang Yuying, President of the Swordwood Alliance, and lastly, Lai Tai Gu, President of the Great Righteous Alliance. After the introductions, the host officially began the grand ceremony. Today, we honor an outstanding individual for their actions on Ji Yuan Island, a young man who saved this island. To find out exactly how, let's invite the person in question to tell us himself. In the audience, Lin Tu immediately realized that the host was referring to him. He turned to Su Ling Yu, his voice full of concern. Do I have to lie like it says in the report? I really feel guilty toward Man Yuan. Su Ling Yu leaned in close, whispering in his ear. If you want to gain control over Ji Yuan Island, you have to seize this opportunity to make yourself a hero. It's rare that Chen Kai Liang isn't causing trouble, so just go along with it. The host pointed at Lin Tu, flashing a friendly smile. Now let's invite our hero, Lin Tu, to the stage to say a few words. The light from the stage spotlight shone directly onto Lin Tu, and the entire auditorium erupted in a storm of applause. People around him murmured and discussed the boy. Lin Tu cautiously stepped forward, walked up to the podium, and shook hands with the host. He pointed to the microphone and asked something, then confidently spoke, Hello everyone, I am. Suddenly, he froze, his gaze meeting a shadow. The door to the auditorium slowly opened, and a figure in black stepped inside. Lin Tu immediately recognized who it was. It was none other than Man Yuan. He continued his speech, his voice becoming even clearer. Yes, at this moment, it is clear that this island hasn't disappeared. It is still floating in the sky. Outside the door, Ling stood to the side, attentively listening to Lin Tu's voice echoing. The more Lin Tu spoke, the clearer his voice became. We have found the cause of the island's disappearance. It's the power of a giant beast with supernatural abilities, using its own strength to lift the island. Of course, we had already prepared for this. We had already arranged for the ancestral water birds. As he watched Lin Tu speak on stage, Ling fell into deep thought, silently reminding himself to discuss the bakery issue with Lin Tu later. However, Lin Tu was still speaking on stage. Seeing Lin Tu shine under the spotlight, Ao Ling felt a slight sense of unease. Ao Ling hesitated for a moment, thinking to itself, if this is what Lin Tu desires, then it would be better not to disturb him. Suddenly, a frantic shout echoed in Ao Ling's ears. It quickly turned around, its ears perking up, eager to listen. We found him, he's here. Ao Ling froze when it saw Kong Ye leading a group of people armed with guns, surrounding it. Kong Ye shouted loudly, quick, aim carefully. At the command, the group immediately pointed their guns, ready to pull the trigger. Ao Ling reacted swiftly, firing thousands of energy bullets to stop them from making any rash moves. Standing at the center of the formation, carefully controlling the situation, Ao Ling shouted, attention, begin defense. A protective shield immediately sprang up in front of the group, blocking the intense onslaught of Ao Ling's attacks and ensuring their safety. Outside, the situation was tense, like a drawn bowstring. But inside the hall, Lin Tu remained calm as he spoke, his voice steady. On that island, there is a giant ape guarding it, destroying any aircraft or warships that dare land. Getting to the island is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Hearing Lin Tu's words, Ao Ling suddenly remembered his instructions not to harm humans. Without hesitation, it lowered its weapons, causing Kong Ye and his group to tremble like puppies. In the 36 strategies, fleeing is the best option. Ao Ling quietly walked in front of them, causing Kong Ye to become restless. He shouted loudly and chased after him. Ao Ling was relentlessly pursued, while the sound of Lin Tu still echoed in the air. The giant ape was enormous, capable of swallowing the entire sky, and its temperament was brutal, making it extremely difficult to handle. Soon, Ao Ling found himself cornered, surrounded on all sides by solid walls. Kong Ye's group slowly closed in, their eyes like bloodthirsty demons. At that moment, the oppressed and steadfast nature of humanity within Gao flared up. Kong Ye frowned and commanded, order the servant to capture him quickly, do not let him meet Lin Tu. Seeing Ao Ling cornered, Kong Ye's malicious nature stirred. He growled, from there, he can directly reach the hall. Block him off quickly. Ao Ling quietly observed, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a mischievous grin. In an instant, he dashed forward, escaping through a sewer pipe on the wall. Kong Ye's group was stunned, and they scrambled to shout, quick, catch him. Although the archer quickly climbed the pipe, Ao Ling was already far ahead of them. In just a short distance, Ao Ling appeared in the lecture hall. Lin Tu was still unaware of what was happening, and continued speaking with great enthusiasm. He said, finally, we have defeated the giant ape and sent it back to Jiyuan Island. Ao Ling lightly crawled down along the sound and lighting installation system from above, silently smiling with delight. Ha! Getting closer will make it easier. A moment later, it was positioned right across from Lin Tu. Just then, the assistant's voice rang out. Now, we invite the journalists to ask questions. A man wearing glasses raised his hand and spoke. Why didn't you directly turn the monster into gold? Lin Tu was momentarily stunned, feeling awkward at the unexpected question. Wang Yu Ying, sitting beside Chen Ka Liang, was silently upset and thought, what is the strategy bureau doing? This question wasn't in the plan. Lin Tu tried to respond. That's right, but think about how dangerous it would be. Who knows, it might escape at any moment. A bald man shouted loudly, you still want to keep the monster alive. If it escapes, won't we have to catch it again? Isn't that just wasting manpower and resources? Someone beside him was equally harsh. Turning it into gold would solve the problem. Why complicate things like this? Seeing the situation becoming tense among the delegates, Wang Yu Ying stood up and, with a calm voice, tried to ease the situation. There is a reason for this, isn't there? Director Chen turned to ask Chen Ka Liang for his opinion, but he received no response from him. Wang Yu Ying kept calling out to Director Chen. Seeing the tense situation, Director Chen could only smile helplessly, taking matters into his own hands. Both Director Chen and I knew that eliminating the monster wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day or two. The delegates below started shouting, their voices full of anger, spouting nonsense. If it was caught, why hasn't it been turned into gold? Isn't there some hidden agenda behind this? There's something going on. Something going on. Seeing the chaotic scene, Lin Tu felt frustrated and thought to himself, could it be that I've been tricked by Chen Ka Liang? On Chen Ka Liang's side, He received the news that the giant ape had entered the hall. He smirked, a calculating smile on his face. I've seen it already. Suddenly, the lights around them went out. The entire hall was plunged into darkness, with only the light shining on Chen Kai Liang and Lin Tu. Ao Ling sensed the unease and suddenly pointed upwards. The delegates, not receiving any satisfactory answers, began to scream even louder. There's something going on. 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 One person, unable to sit still, rushed forward, banging the table in frustration, shouting, "Why hasn't that monster been turned into gold?" Wang Yuying quickly explained, his voice steady. "This plan requires long-term vision. If it turns to gold, it will have negative consequences." But the man, driven more by reckless courage than by intellect, grabbed Lin Tu by the collar, lifting him up like a chicken and snarling, "What benefits have you gained in the end?" He swung a punch, striking Lin Tu's face, and demanded, "Give us an explanation." Seeing Lin Tu being struck, Ao Ling's blood boiled. It thought to itself, "How dare you hit my own kin?" It sprang forward, launching a powerful steel punch accompanied by a roar like thunder. The punch was so forceful that it sent the man into a panic, crying for help. Chen Ka Liang, seeing Ao Ling's actions, sneered derisively and swiftly counterattacked. The two punches collided violently, shattering everything around them, and the onlookers were in utter chaos. Now wearing gauntlets with spikes, Chen Kai Liang revealed his true nature and sneered, saying, "What reason is there?" With his cunning tongue, he declared, "Our strategy bureau has always been about eradicating all evil." The delegates stood stunned, as if they had been led by the nose, and they simultaneously cheered, "Director Chen! Director Chen! Director Chen!" Immediately after, a group of thugs charged in, shouting, "Over here! Hurry up!" They surrounded Ao Ling, and Kong Yi ordered to open fire. Lin Tu saw Ao Ling trapped and shouted, "Stop! Don't hurt him!" Chen Kai Liang frowned, his lips curling into a dark sneer. "Young Master Lin, what are you saying?" Seeing the resolute expression on his face, Lin Tu gritted his teeth in frustration, growling, "I told you to stop. Don't hurt him." At that moment, Kneeling Dragon appeared, standing next to Ao Ling, ready to retaliate. The delegates, seeing Ao Ling and Kneeling Dragon reveal themselves, panicked and ran in all directions, screams for help echoing. "Help! It's too much!" Kneeling Dragon's form grew larger and larger, its sharp claws raised, crackling with threatening electricity. Before the overwhelming power of Kneeling Dragon, the crowd was frozen in place. Then they frantically fled, shouting, "This is getting serious. Run!" Kneeling Dragon, its power exploding more and more, charged straight into the Great Righteous Alliance's building, causing the people inside to panic and run outside. The delegates screamed, "How did this monster get in here?" "This is the headquarters of the Strategy Bureau. Two beasts infiltrated. What's going on?" Watching the chaos caused by Ao Ling and Kneeling Dragon, Kong Yi angrily ordered, "Surround this monster." Lai Taigu stood by, his face twisted in extreme discomfort, muttering, "These two monsters were brought here by that young man." Chen Kai Liang knew this, which is why he specially organized this event. Wang Yuying trembled, urgently shouting at Lin Tu, "Don't get agitated. Absolutely don't make a scene." But Lin Tu's anger exploded, resisting. However, it was clear that Manhwa had also contributed greatly on Jiyuan Island, saving many people. "He is our friend." Seeing the two argue back and forth, Chen Kai Liang sighed and pretended to be innocent. "What are you saying? Are you friends with these monsters? Did you bring these two monsters here?" The onlookers began to gossip and whisper. A man with black hair spoke up. "It seems that the son of the traitor Lin Longzun is also a traitor." A man with blonde hair frowned and passed judgment. "Not only is he the son of a traitor, but he is also a friend of the monsters." Hearing the mocking words and the mention of his father, Lin Tu gritted his teeth in anger, fury rising within him. He shouted, "What do you people know?" Before he could stop himself, Kong Yi stepped forward coldly, ready to charge Lin Tu with the crime of colluding with the enemy and committing treason, a charge that was undeniably clear. Su Lingyu, with weapon in hand, appeared boldly and shouted, "Don't back off." She charged at Kong Yi, forcing him to grit his teeth in resistance. Su Lingyu faced Kong Yi alone, then threw the bag to Lin Tu with a decisive tone. "You go handle the main task. I can take care of this here." Lin Tu nodded in response, saying, "Thank you." Amid the wreckage, he shouted to Kneeling Dragon, "Handle that side first." Looking at Aoling lying motionless on the floor, Lin Tu anxiously yelled, "Manhwa." The marksman saw this, and hurriedly gave orders to prepare the beast-catching nets. They shot the nets straight at Kneeling Dragon. After a scream of release, Kneeling Dragon was surrounded by the nets. The marksman rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Now's the time. Let's all charge together." After a brief struggle, Kneeling Dragon roared, tearing the net into 1,000 pieces. Breaking free, it angrily howled. Kneeling Dragon, standing tall and alone, blocked Lin Tu and Aoling, protecting them. Lin Tu quickly asked, "Aoling, are you badly injured? Can you still move?" In this critical moment, Lin Tu opened the bag and ordered, "Get inside first. We'll figure things out later." Aoling obeyed and quickly crawled inside. From a distance, he anxiously exclaimed, "The beast has been captured." Lin Tu stood up and ordered Kneeling Dragon, "It's done. Stop fighting. Let's go ahead and figure things out." Kneeling Dragon immediately crawled into the bag. The group of Social Strike hurriedly chased after them, simultaneously rushing to capture Lin Tu. He did his best to protect the bag, while the soldiers continued attacking, causing him to miss the opportunity to catch the monster. Kong Ye shouted loudly, "Don't let that little brat escape." On Su Ling Yu's side, her sharp eyes quickly spotted an opening. Before the chance passed, she launched a relentless series of attacks at Kong Ye, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her shoulder from behind. Su Ling Yu startled and turned around, only to see Lin Tu appear in the form of Evil Eye, saying, "Stop fighting. We need to leave." Before she could react, he draped the bag over her, and a vast expanse of green space unfolded. The system's voice echoed, "Warning, warning, an unknown creature has entered the monster space." Su Ling Yu stood stunned. "What is this? Where are we?" The system repeated, "Warning, warning, an unknown creature has entered the monster space." Lin Tu furrowed his brow. "What's going on? There were no issues the last time we came in here." Kong Ye glared at the shape of Lin Tu's evil eye in anger, pointing a finger at him while mockingly saying, "You're acting like a god, pretending to take an arrow from me." The arrow shot toward him at breakneck speed, but Lin Tu smoothly teleported out of the way, moving as gracefully as shampoo sliding through hair, swift and precise. Seeing him unharmed after the piercing attack, Kong Ye gaped in disbelief. What? It turned out that the evil eye form allowed Lin Tu to instantly swap positions between different locations. Taking advantage of the moment when the mob was distracted, Lin Tu leaped high into the air, breaking free from the encirclement. Kong Ye roared in frustration, ordering the activation of the protective shield. But just as the shield activated, Lin Tu was already a second faster, surpassing it. Kong Ye cursed under his breath. "Damn it." A moment later, outside the Great Righteous Alliance building, peace returned, but the aftermath was no small matter. Chen Kai Liang surveyed the scene and criticized. The Strategy Bureau's response was pathetic. The losses are significant. Kong Ye lowered his head, trembling. "My subordinates were ineffective, allowing the beast and Lin Tu to escape." Chen Kai Liang sighed. "Let's not discuss that for now. Let's check if anyone's injured." The lightly injured were taken to the Strategy Bureau's treatment room for bandaging, while those severely wounded were flown to the hospital by the Bureau's aircraft. Kong Ye received his orders and immediately complied. He turned around, commanding all his subordinates to take action. The blond man knelt down, trembling like a puppy. "Chief Chen, thank you for saving my life." Chen Kai Liang bent down and helped him up. "It's all because the Strategy Bureau didn't investigate thoroughly, allowing the one controlling the beast to infiltrate and threaten everyone. What's even more concerning is that this person has been appointed as the manager of Jiyuan Island." He appeared regretful and emphasized, "I hope the investigation into Jiyuan Island is thorough." The subordinates all shouted in unison, "Thorough investigation! Thorough investigation!" Lai Taigu spoke up, "I agree. Thorough investigation into Jiyuan Island." Wang Yuying sighed and nodded in approval. Lai Taigu silently speculated that this was likely Chen Kai Liang's objective for Jiyuan Island. On the island, the trees cast shadows. Ling Qinzhou was playing with the evil eye, Suddenly, the evil eye lit up and made a sound. Lin Tu appeared immediately afterward, causing Ling Qinjia to lose his composure and exclaim, "Why are you here?" Lin Tu hurriedly replied, "It's a long story, but luckily I left an evil eye on Jiyuan Island." That was indeed a wise decision. He quickly released L Ling, Kneeling Dragon, and Su Ling Yu from the pouch. Seeing more people, Ling Qinjia hurriedly spread his wings to shield his delicate body, still in a daze. Lin Tu spoke up, "We need to discuss what to do next." Suddenly, a sword pierced straight through Lin Tu's body. Staring at the blade embedded in his flesh, he froze in shock, panic flooding his eyes as he looked back. The attacker was Su Ling Yu, but she had fallen under the control of darkness. She screamed in fury. "My suggestion is that you drive the sword even deeper." Lin Tu writhed in pain, while Su Ling Yu coldly commanded, "Next, it'd be best if you stayed down." Kneeling Dragon stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on Lin Tu. Ling Qinjia frowned, shouting in alarm, "Let him go at once." Su Ling Yu, who was being controlled, stepped back. "If you don't, I'll turn him to ash." But Su Ling Yu sneered, "A mere human without a beast projection has no real power. Am I wrong, great hero?" Lin Tu grimaced in disgust, thinking to himself, "How does she know that asterisk?" Then, a man's voice echoed, mocking, scornful, "No power at all, yet you still want to protect others?" Su Ling Yu's neck elongated grotesquely like a rooster's, her sword angling upward, drawing a groan of agony from Lin Tu. Chen Kai Liang appeared, his figure strange and menacing, laughing derisively. "Did you really think you would take your father's place? Become a hero?" Ling Qinjia looked bewildered. Chen Kai Liang seemed to have more madness than sense in his veins. She leaped up in a fury, her sharp claws striking. Her talons swept through, sending Chen Kai Liang's head tumbling away. Looking at the head at her feet, she noticed strange black claws on his face and realized it was angry insect. But Su Ling Yu did not stop. "I told you, take one step forward, and he will die." She screamed and swung her sword, cleaving Lin Tu in two. Kneeling Dragon roared. Lin Tu, furious, spat flame. The blaze erupted and reduced Su Ling Yu to ashes. Lin Tu fell, his body scorched by the overwhelming fire. Ling Qinjia rushed over, seeing Lin Tu's upper body lying motionless, devoid of life. Her eyes brimmed with regret. Lin Tu whispered weakly, unwilling to accept it. In the end, he was still a powerless, useless wreck. Ling Qinjia moved to his side. Hearing his words, she burst into angry sobs, reproaching him. "Don't talk nonsense. I won't let you die like this." Kneeling Dragon and O Ling hurried over. Together, with Ling Qinjia, they urged haste, carrying him down to the underground laboratory where emergency treatment equipment awaited. Ling Qinjia went ahead, bearing Lin Tu's upper torso, while Kneeling Dragon carried the lower half and followed behind. In the conference hall of the Congress, ambulances were bustling with activity. Chen Kai Liang and the two other leaders sat absent-mindedly, while medical staff worked tirelessly to save lives. As Chen Kai Liang crossed his arms and declared, "The Strategy Bureau of Tianhai City will put in all its efforts, but the three major organizations cannot leave the investigation solely to the Strategy Bureau." Right. The crowd below shouted in unison, "Investigate thoroughly together, investigate thoroughly together." Seeing the representative spirits gradually being manipulated, Lai Taigu frowned and thought to himself, "This situation has been planned by the old fox, Chen Kai Liang, from the start." Chen Kai Liang spoke again. "President Lai, what is the decision of the Great Righteous Alliance?" Lai Taigu answered seriously, "I support a thorough investigation, but on the condition that this action is recognized by the Strategy Bureau of the Imperial Capital." Wang Yuye nodded in agreement. "That's right, a thorough investigation is fine, as long as the Strategy Bureau of the Imperial Capital agrees." The red-haired man below retorted, "Why so bureaucratic?" The blonde-haired man also chimed in, "How long will it take if we ask for approval at every level?" The crowd argued back and forth, making noise like a marketplace in chaos. Chen Kai Liang raised his hand for silence, his tone sharp. "These complicated procedures, leave them to me." Suddenly, Kong Yi appeared, holding a stack of documents. Director Chen presented the papers. Chen Kai Liang opened the document, feeling satisfied as he saw that the proposal had been approved. The Great Righteous Alliance Imperial Capital had agreed to proceed with the investigation of Ji-Yuan Island. He glanced at the expressions of the delegates and declared, "1 week from now, the investigation into Ji-Yuan Island will officially commence." The crowd below erupted in applause. Chen Ka-liang, with a smug expression, looked up towards the sky, thinking to himself, "Lin Tu has passed away. I will immediately launch an assault on the beasts and take back control of Ji-Yuan Island." A shadow flickered in the sky. It was Baya, seated on top of a mighty beast, resting his chin on his hand, pondering how dull life truly was, allowing that crafty old man to win this round. Baya's voice echoed. "I had originally hoped for a fierce showdown between the Strategy Bureau Imperial Capital, the Strategy Bureau Qianhai, and Ji-Yuan Island. That way, not only would we have a great spectacle to watch, but we could also sit back and profit as bystanders." Baya surveyed the scene before him and quietly thought, "I never expected Zhou Ji of the Strategy Bureau Imperial Capital to remain so calm." With the task complete, Bia gave an order to the beast. "Let's go, we're heading back." Bia and the beast departed. At the Strategy Bureau Imperial Capital, golden light shone brightly as Zhu Jia rode his sword towards the divine tree. The tree spoke. "Where are you headed, my lord?" Zhao Ji was intently focused on his phone, frowning in displeasure. "It's wrong. I originally wanted to pressure Chen Ka-liang a bit, but I didn't expect him to take advantage of the situation to frame me and almost cause Lin Tu's death." The tree spirit sighed. "Even so, you still agreed to let him investigate Ji-Yuan Island." Zhou Jie explained irritably, "I had no choice but to agree. The Human Council is always watching, and if I engage in a struggle with Chen Ka-liang, both sides will suffer, allowing the Council to take advantage of the chaos." The tree spirit trembled slightly. "So are you planning to go to Ji-Yuan Island to help them?" Zhao Ji replied, with a headache, "Even though Chen Ka-liang's ambitions are clear, I cannot stand opposed to him." He pondered for a moment, thinking of a promising candidate. Only that person could resolve this issue. Gazing into the distance, Zhu Ji silently thought, on Ji-Yuan Island, only the monsters there could protect the place. He immediately set off to find another party within the secret realm, a place full of ancient energy. In the dense forest, giant insects and venomous green vipers slithered menacingly. Fang Tiankai sat behind a large rock, stuffing food into his mouth like a starving beast, with a distressed expression on his face. Suddenly, a giant foot appeared in front of him. He looked up to see a roaring dinosaur looming behind. Fang Tiankai looked at the beast, chewing voraciously with obvious pleasure, thinking that even sitting still and eating a mountain of gold would eventually be finished, and finally, he had waited for one. The enraged dinosaur opened its mouth wide and roared continuously, its sharp teeth flashing. It stomped heavily, causing the rock behind Fang Tiankai to shatter into pieces. He quickly jumped out of the way, but the monster still chased after him, roaring loudly. Fang Tiankai, unfazed, turned around and stuck out his tongue, widening his eyes like a child, mocking. "Na-na-na, the dinosaur can't bite me." Provoked, the dinosaur roared and charged straight at Fang Tiankai, but he agilely jumped onto its back, dodging the attack. The dinosaur, in pain and exhaustion, had a large bump on its head from crashing into the tree, letting out a few miserable shrieks. Suddenly, Fang Tiankai leaped, drawing a knife from his back, excitedly exclaiming, "Just in time for me to try the sword technique I learned from my master." Without hesitation, he struck fiercely, the blade cutting through the air, splitting the dinosaur's body in two. A grunt echoed, followed by the shockwave that trembled the ground as the beast collapsed, falling to the ground lifelessly. Fang Tiankai stood to the side, grinning widely, looking at the dinosaur and the stone wall split in front of him. He patted the wall with satisfaction, remarking that the power was even greater than he had imagined, enough to shatter a mountain. Eagerly, he drew his sword, skewering a piece of dinosaur meat, his eyes bright as he exclaimed, "There's meat to eat now." A while later, in the split gorge, thick white smoke rose, the irresistible aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. The piece of dinosaur meat, golden and perfectly cooked, was incredibly tempting. From a distance, Zhu Ji silently observed the cleaved cliff and quietly remarked, "I didn't expect this girl to progress so quickly. Her power has reached the level of an awakener in the Divine Mansion realm." A platinum-haired woman with small, bright black eyes, standing beside him, spoke up. What's that got to do with you? The air in the secret realm was dense with spiritual energy. She continued. The meat of these magical beasts is rich in spiritual energy. Such progress is nothing unusual. Zhou retorted. What's it to you? Why are you following me around? As dusk fell, a flock of birds chirped as they flew back to their nests. The platinum-haired woman replied. You used my dragon wings to get here. I have to keep an eye on my property, don't I? Suddenly, Fang Tianqi set a trap, catching a bird from the sky. His eyes gleamed like car headlights as he grinned with delight. In his excitement, he charged forward, not noticing Zhou calling out to him with a smug expression. Unexpectedly, Zhou reached out and blocked his small feet. Fang Tianqi was surprised and worried, his gaze vacant. Zhou immediately threw him away with great force. Fang Tianqi landed safely, slowly getting up and observing Zhou without saying anything. Suddenly, he understood and spoke up. An ambush is useless. Next time, you definitely won't be able to harm the master. Upon hearing this, Zhou snorted lightly, a hint of satisfaction in his voice as he responded with slurred words. After finishing his sentence, he transformed into a whirlwind, rushing toward Fang Tianqi with a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, Zhou grabbed his collar, leaving Fang Tianqi stunned. In astonishment, he exclaimed, Master! Zhou spoke in a low, angry voice. You want to reach my level? Without mercy, he threw Fang Tianqi flying far away, shouting mockingly, You are still far from it. Fang Tianqi hung in midair, panicked, shouting as he fell to the ground, creating a deep crater. He sat up, rubbing his head and sighing. I was just playfully testing my strength, but you're so ruthless. Falling from such a height, it hurts like hell. Zhou stood coldly on the mountain edge and replied indifferently. I don't have time to play strength games with you. I have something important to say. Fang Tianqi's eyes lit up, hurriedly asking, What important thing? Zhou didn't make him wait long. Lin Tu has been assassinated. Fang Tianqi was stunned, unable to believe his ears as he exclaimed, What? Master, this joke is a bit too far-fetched. Seeing his doubt, the platinum-haired woman with red eyes descended, holding up a piece of paper and spoke. It's true. We've just received news from Zhou. Fang Tianqi quickly took the paper, squinting his eyes to read it, frowning in confusion. Why is this happening? What exactly is going on? Zhou jumped down from the cliff, explaining. The situation on Jiyuan Island is very dire. If you want to return, I can have the spirit Diffbird use its dragon wings to take you out of the secret realm immediately. Fang Tianqi listened intently, then suddenly stood up, bowing 90 degrees and said seriously, Thank you, Master, for taking care of me all this time. But before I leave, I have one request. I hope Master will agree. He looked at Zhou with eyes full of hope. Zhou didn't respond, only giving him a puzzled glance. Suddenly, the platinum-haired woman behind him spoke on his behalf. Speak your mind. You've been Master's first disciple for many years. Whatever your request is, he will likely agree. Hearing this, Zhou spoke. Go ahead. Fang Tianqi replied earnestly. I hope to meet Lin Longzun before I leave, so he can explain the reason for his departure from Tianhai City 11 years ago. He looked at Zhou, his eyes filled with determination. At that moment, on an island amidst the vast blue sea, dense trees covered the land and exquisite architectural structures appeared and disappeared among the foliage. The scenery was mysterious, teeming with life, both flora and fauna flourishing. At the center of the island stood a uniquely constructed base, filled with countless large chemical tanks. Inside one of them, Lin Tu was imprisoned, unconscious and pitiful in appearance. Inside the base, people chatted animatedly. We were at Lin Tu's barbecue shop. An old lady came in for a meal, suddenly turned into a toad, and exploded. Outside the containment tank, Kneeling Dragon, Ling Qinjia, and Ao Ling quietly observed Lin Tu. Ao Ling spoke up. At that time, Su Ling Yu noticed something unusual and told me to stop Lin Tu from attending the commendation ceremony. She stayed behind to handle the aftermath. Ling Qinjia frowned. So that's why they took advantage of the chaos to impersonate this girl. Kneeling Dragon exclaimed in shock. Why didn't you tell Lin Tu right away? Ao Ling explained. I was entrusted by Su Ling Yu to find Lin Tu immediately. He continued, "On my way, I was ambushed by a group led by Kong Ye, an extremely cunning man. The defenses everywhere were tight. I had no choice but to sneak along the path toward the hall. Luckily, I managed to escape, even though they were right on my tail." Kneeling Dragon, after listening, realized something and stroked his chin in contemplation. Thinking back now, whether it was the way home or to the hall, there was no precaution taken. Perhaps someone had already planned this in advance. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed, causing Kneeling Dragon, Ling, and Ling Qinjia to startle and look at each other in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. Kneeling Dragon looked at Ling and said in a deep voice, "They led you to the hall to cause chaos, intending to ruin Lin Tu's reputation, then took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack." Ling nodded in agreement, asking, "So what should Lin Tu do now?" Ling Qinjia interjected, explaining, "When ambushed, Lin Tu was in his human form, which was already weak. Now, he's almost at the point of death." Looking at Lin Tu in the container, his body no longer intact, she felt heartbroken. Despite having tried her best to save him, the situation was still dire. She held Lin Tu's dismembered body and continued, "If Angry Insect hasn't died, there may still be a way." Kneeling Dragon imagined Lin Tu merging with Sparrow Insect. Using Sparrow Insect's body is too gruesome. He shook his head to dismiss the thought and said seriously, "The only way now." Ling and Ling Qinjia exchanged glances, waiting. Kneeling Dragon continued first, "Take Lin Tu out," and the three of them quickly moved Lin Tu from the container and placed him onto the experimental table. Kneeling Dragon instructed, "Use my tail to restore him." He and Ling Qinjia began the experiment. Kneeling Dragon looked at Lin Tu's body and warned, "But my tail contains beast genes. Lin Tu's genes could be replaced, or he might even transform into a complete monster." The image of Lin Tu, merging with Kneeling Dragon's tail, turning into a monster, appeared in all three of their minds. Ling interjected, "But if Lin Tu is near death, we have no other choice but death." Indeed, Lin Tu now resembled a soulless corpse, his face pale, devoid of any sign of life. Ling anxiously asked, "This sounds dangerous. Can your tail really fuse with Lin Tu's body?" Ling Qinjia explained, "Lin Tu's condition can't last much longer. Even though the chance of success is low, we must do our best." Immediately afterward, Kneeling Dragon's tail was grafted onto Lin Tu's body. The missing parts of his body slowly began to regenerate, almost fully restored. But Lin Tu was in agony, gritting his teeth, and instinctively let out a deafening scream. The power from the fusion was so overwhelming that Lin Tu's eyes widened in shock. The two sets of genes intertwined, as if they wanted to devour Lin Tu completely. At the same time, a deep pit suddenly appeared where Fang Tian Kai and Zhou Jie were standing. Fang Tian Qi, Zhu Ji, and the platinum-haired, red-eyed lady all looked down and observed the bottom of the pit. A group of beasts was surrounding a platinum-haired figure draped in a gray cloak, who stood tall and faced the creatures boldly. Fang Tian Qi anxiously spoke, "This is too dangerous. Why don't you go down and help?" Zhao Ji and the lady responded in unison, "If you want to, go ahead and go down." Suddenly, from the bottom of the pit, a surge of terrifying energy erupted, a blinding green light shooting straight into the sky, making all three of them squint and unable to avoid it. The overwhelming force nearly knocked Fang Tian Qi off his feet. At the bottom of the pit, the platinum-haired figure stood firm on a mound of monster corpses, piled high like a mountain after the energy explosion. It was none other than Lin Longzun, the father of Lin Tu. He called out, "Fang Tian Qi, come down here quickly." Fang Tian Kai eagerly responded, "Ha." Lin Longzun warned, "Don't come down recklessly. I can't guarantee your safety." As he spoke, he anxiously looked at the remaining beasts, who were angrily charging toward Jiyuan Island. Warships and helicopters filled the sky and the sea. A team member reported, "The combat personnel are in position." Kong Ye asked, "Shall we start acting?" Chen Kai Liang replied, "Don't rush. First send someone to read the investigation order, and ask the people on the island to cooperate." Kong Ye, skeptical, wondered if it would work. How could the people on the island agree to cooperate? Chen Kai Liang spoke firmly. "The brat Lin Tu definitely won't cooperate, but this island is linked to the Imperial Capital and the Strategy Bureau, so we need to proceed with caution. looking at the experimental jar containing a mutant creature. He smiled with squinted eyes. The kid, Texi Mu, left something quite interesting behind. Kong Ye hung up and ordered, "Deploy 2 helicopters, read the investigation order, and demand that the people on the island cooperate." The 2 team members immediately deployed the helicopters, shouting loudly, "People inside, listen clearly. Come out and cooperate with the investigation. This is your only choice." One team member, looking at the radar, was surprised. There's a red dot nearby, fluctuating in size, with the spiritual energy reactions of the mutant creature appearing and disappearing. What's going on? The team member looked down and suddenly exclaimed, "This seems to be Ximu's laboratory." Outside, the announcement continued to echo. "People inside, listen clearly. Come out and cooperate with the investigation. This is your only choice." Inside the laboratory, Lin Tu's condition was growing worse. Ling Qinjia grimaced, looking up and growling, "Damn it, perfect timing." Lin Tu's fate was uncertain, and Kneeling Dragon had used its tail to save him, falling into a state of hibernation. Manhwa, who had been heavily injured earlier, was unable to fight. Suddenly, Lin Tu sprang up, letting out an earth-shattering scream. Ling Qinjia, worried, began to feel another wave of pain. Lin Tu's chest emitted a bright red glow, and his mouth kept screaming. His muscles gradually turned red, and Ling Qinjia, in panic, failed to subdue the beast gene. Instead, he was now being controlled by it. Lin Tu had transformed into a monster, his skin glowing red, claws growing from his hands, his face resembling that of a demonic creature. Suddenly, he released a stream of red energy that pierced through the ceiling of the laboratory. Outside, the team member in the helicopter kept repeating, and those inside could hear clearly. As they coordinated to investigate, they saw the red light and were stunned, exclaiming, "Wait, what is that?" "That's a red energy blast destroying the helicopter." The unlucky team members screamed. At the base, Kalnia asked in confusion, "What on earth is going on?" A team member reported, "The aircraft on the tower has lost communication." Kalnia snapped, "Obviously, I don't need you to tell me that." Seeing the red light on the screen, he was taken aback. This was the red monster beside Lin Tu, daring to challenge the Strategy Bureau. He shouted, "Lock down the underground research room, launch an attack from the warship, and focus all firepower on that target." However, as the bombs and firepower approached the research room, a mysterious purple energy caused them to stop and then explode off course. The team members panicked and reported to the commander, "All machinery is malfunctioning." Kong Ye barked, "What's going on?" The warship shook violently. Kong Ye was horrified. "What is happening?" Looking at the screen, he saw the face of a giant monkey. It turned out that Ao Ling, riding on a dark cloud, had grabbed the warship in its hand, causing the tremors. With confidence, it declared, "Even if I am injured, I will never let you set foot on Ji-Yuan Island." The sky and sea seemed ready to explode in the fierce battle. Ao Ling held the warship and roared loudly. "This ends here," it said. Kong Yi replied smugly, "It should end here." Chen Kai Liang's forces immediately redirected their attack to the vital medical devices on Ao Ling's body, which contained the seawater that sustained the life of this colossal creature. The enemy warships all rushed in to destroy them, but this action only made Ao Ling even more enraged. It roared, gripping a battleship tightly and throwing it far away, causing the ship to explode, affecting several enemy aircraft. Around Ao Ling, strange purple rings appeared. The enemy soldiers were panicked when they saw the gravity manipulation. They quickly opened the ship's hatch and threw toxins into the sea. Ao Ling, furious, roared loudly, destroying several enemy planes. Chen Kai Liang's soldiers continued throwing toxins to pollute and hinder its power. But the more they attacked, the more terrifying Ao Ling's wrath became. Despite the relentless assaults from all sides, Ao Ling stood tall, unyielding. Suddenly, a cloud of fire erupted beneath its feet. Ao Ling shouted, "You refuse to stop, don't you?" It stood firm, creating a massive purple circle behind it, sucking in all the enemy aircraft. At that moment, a plane shot a volley of arrows straight at Ao Ling. Kong Ya, riding one of the arrows, charged toward Ao Ling with a malicious grin, saying, "I told you, as long as I see you, you won't escape." Ao Ling growled, "Each of your arrows can pierce everything. But my power attracts everything. Do you want to challenge me head-on? A deafening explosion rang out, with dust and smoke everywhere. Kong Ye laughed slyly, saying, "A defeated general still acts so arrogantly. Don't you see your strength waning?" He flew towards her, driving the arrow straight into Ling's chest, causing blood to gush out. He mocked, "My fire isn't free to watch." The blood from Ling spilled out in a pool, but she calmly replied, "You hit the target, but your arrow can only do so much." She swung her arm, attacking Kong Ye elsewhere. Ling Qinjia anxiously called out, "Lin Tu, wake up, you just lost control." Lin Tu furrowed his brows, his eyes snapping open in panic. Ling Qinjia worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Tu sat up, rubbing his eyes with his hands. "You continue. You just woken up, so adjust first. Kneeling Dragon might also be about to regain consciousness." Lin Tu didn't say anything. He quietly walked over to Kneeling Dragon and stood there, observing for a while. When Ling Qinjia approached, gently caressing Kneeling Dragon, Lin Tu coldly rushed over, kicking her to the ground without a second glance. Ling Qinjia screamed in fright, "I didn't hurt it." But Lin Tu didn't say a word. He stepped towards Kneeling Dragon, attacking it fiercely, screaming in madness. His actions were driven by the dark forces controlling him, turning Lin Tu into a puppet who obeyed the invisible commands of the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. In a state of losing control, his subconscious led him to a familiar street corner, where a desperate voice echoed faintly in the air. "Wake up! Are you all right?" Ignoring it, Lin Tu looked around in confusion, muttering, "What on earth happened? Where am I?" In his mind, the memory of Su Ling Yu's blade, actually angry insect in disguise, stabbing him in the back was still vivid. He remembered being on Ji Yuan Island, ambushed and later taken to an underground base for treatment. Observing his surroundings, Lin Tu was certain this was neither Ji Yuan Island nor Tian Hai City. Suddenly, the sound of an argument caught his attention. "So big already, yet still playing with kid stuff. No wonder you're such a weakling." A group of bullies was ganging up on a boy about his age. The boy clutched a toy tightly, shouting, "Give it back to me." The bullies pressed in harder, surprised that the weakling dared to resist. The familiar silhouette made Lin Tu freeze, blurting out, "This is—" Without hesitation, he shouted angrily, "Damn it! What are you doing?" He grabbed a street lamp and tore it from the ground, brandishing it menacingly. The bullies panicked, screaming as they fled. "Run! A monster!" Recognizing the average facilities, Lin Tu deduced. This was before the Bamboo Dragon's invasion, when the city had not yet been reinforced with architecture. He walked over to the younger version of Lin Longzun and asked earnestly, "I've chased them away. Are you all right?" He smiled reassuringly, and despite being covered in wounds, Lin Longzun no longer seemed wary. He grabbed Lin Tu's hand and stood up. "You said enthusiastically, we should leave now." Lin Longzun looked at the crooked streetlight and, in confusion, asked, "Is everything all right just now?" Lin Tu chuckled and replied confidently, "It's fine. It's fine. I fixed it already." Both of them went to a nearby convenience store. The shopkeeper cheerfully said, "Here's your change." Lin Longzun smiled back and said, "No need to thank me." It turned out that he bought ice cream for Lin Tu as a way of thanking him for his help. He handed over the cold ice cream bar and said, "Thank you. This is for you." Lin Tu was momentarily stunned and simply replied, "Thank you." Staring at the familiar figure, he gazed at Lin Longzun without blinking. Teacher Lin Tu stared intently, and Lin Longzun, surprised, asked, "Why are you looking at my face like that? Is there something dirty on my face?" Lin Tu quickly scratched his head and changed the subject. "Why did they bully you?" Lin Longzun happily held up the paper box he had risked his life to protect. Unexpectedly, a piece of paper fell out of the box. Lin Tu quickly bent down to pick it up and said, "Something fell out." He did not expect it to be a letter from his father. Neatly written, it said, "Your birthday is coming up soon. I can't be there to celebrate with you, so I'm giving you the Godzilla model you love the most as a gift. I hope that, no matter what difficulties you face, you will be as brave as Godzilla, moving forward fearlessly, becoming a small, resilient, and mighty monster." The boundless love of Lin Longzun spread through, deeply moving Lin Tu. It turned out his father had once been weak and frail, full of sorrow and illness. Lin Longzun excitedly took out the Godzilla model, smiling proudly as he showed it off. "This is it." His eyes sparkled as he admired the model he was so fond of. He then said, "Every time I went to work, I would send this back to you." The familiar shape of Godzilla made Lin Tu exclaim, "This is Kneeling Dragon." Suddenly, a pickup truck sped toward them like an arrow. The driver, panicked, shouted, "The brakes have failed," heading straight for the two of you. A deafening crash rang out, followed by the sound of metal shattering. Lin Tu used his bare hands to stop the vehicle, crushing the front of the truck to protect his father. He turned and asked, "Are you okay?" But the next scene left Lin Tu horrified. A gigantic shadow charged forward, attacking the younger version of Lin Longzun. He screamed, "Run!" Under the sharp teeth of the shadow, Lin Longzun, confused, asked, "What's going on? Why so tense?" The ground shattered, and Lin Tu desperately yelled, "Quick, grab my hand!" But the earthquake separated the two, and both fell into the jaws of a strange monster dragon, with the surroundings disappearing. Time and space shifted, and when Lin Tu opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast, pitch-black space. Puzzled, he asked, "Where is this?" Ahead, strange noises echoed. Lin Tu curiously walked forward, murmuring, "What is that sound?" After walking a short distance, he stood before a set of dragon bones. A roar came from within, and he froze, realizing the roar was coming from the skeletal frame. "What is this?" The jaw full of sharp teeth growled steadily. Lin Tu exclaimed, "Is this giant dragon still alive?" Upon sensing the stranger, the dragon bones stirred and flesh gradually began to cover the white bones. The huge eyes gleamed with a wild light, and a voice spoke, "After billions of years, you are the second person to come here." Lin Tu stood in stunned silence before the grandeur of the creature before him. The dragon ancestor's gaze fixed upon him, and in a deep voice it said, "After billions of years, you are the second person to come here." Lin Tu turned to the second person in surprise and asked a question. Suddenly, dragon eyes shimmered with a familiar image. Lin Tu recognized it at once and called out firmly, "It's my father." The dragon ancestor's voice trembled with excitement. "Finally, you have arrived." Still uncertain, Lin Tu asked, "Dragon ancestor, you knew I would come. Who exactly are you?" The dragon ancestor did not reply right away. Instead, he released a surge of spiritual energy, his enormous body radiating a dazzling brilliance. Lin Tu stood in awe of the magnificent sight, the spiritual energy so vivid and alive before his eyes. The single-eyed dragon ancestor glowed even brighter as he spoke of ancient truths. "I am the spirit of energy itself, the origin of this secret realm, the ancestor of ages past." As he spoke, visions of ancient blue star came alive before Lin Tu's eyes, when its surface overflowed with spiritual energy and teemed with life. The dragon ancestor went on, "Billions of years ago, a small planet collided with blue star, bringing about a cataclysmic disaster. The spiritual veins were shattered, the energy on the surface drained away, and the creatures that relied on it vanished, until Blue Star became a wasteland. In the midst of despair, I alone refused to surrender. I dove into the barren lands and began digging into the earth, deeper and deeper. The deeper I went, the drier it became. Yet I kept going. The lesser creatures, long since spent, murmured in hopelessness. They said that somewhere deep below, the spiritual energy still flowed, but none knew if we would ever reach it." Dragon Ancestor dug even more frantically, urging itself, "Hurry up, if I don't dig, everyone will die." But the small spirit beasts were gradually worn out, breathing heavily, groaning, unable to endure any longer. Dragon Ancestor's eyes filled with blood tears as it frantically dug, repeating, "Just a little faster. Damn it, if not, we will all die." The spirit beasts could only call out to Dragon Ancestor. When faith was running out, it still dug, thinking that just a little more. There might be spiritual energy ahead. But no matter how deep the hole became, the spiritual energy was still out of reach. Dragon Ancestor screamed in agony, "Why is it still not here?" The painful cry spread, igniting the will of the spirit beasts. Dragon Ancestor is in so much pain. We can't just wait for death. Let's go together. Even though they were about to die, they stood up and followed Dragon Ancestor. No one knew how long had passed, but Dragon Ancestor's claws finally touched the spot where spiritual energy burst forth. It was overjoyed, blood tears flowing, and it had finally succeeded. But when it turned back, all the spirit beasts were nothing but white bones. Dragon Ancestor cried out in anguish at the cruel fate. What did I dig for? Blood tears surged again as it closed its eyes, deciding to transcend, merging with the spiritual energy buried deep in the earth. In the desert, an ancient tree grew lush and green, standing like a stone monument marking the resting place of the dragon ancestor. Blue Star was slowly reviving. As Lin too experienced the memories, he remained silent, deeply moved. The dragon ancestor showed him an image of Lin Longzun and said softly, "Until that person appears." Lin Tu asked, "Does my father want to expand the cave on the surface of Earth?" The dragon ancestor answered decisively no. It spoke in a deep voice. "He wants to close everything." Lin Tu was stunned. "Close everything? Why?" The dragon ancestor explained. "His world has no spiritual energy." Lin Tu was lost in thought, recalling his encounter with the young Lin Longzun. A world without spiritual energy. His father came from a different world. The dragon ancestor spoke calmly. "When I dug, spiritual energy spilled out, splitting into another world. There is no spiritual energy, no injustice. People live equally and happier." It listed the objectives of Ling Qin Jia Fang Tian Kai. The dragon ancestor affirmed, "I made a bet with Lin Longzun. The fate of this world is to be decided by the humans born from here.